interesting, man. We're going to get you to 100K by the end. I feel it.
Yeah,
I feel like
man.
the crowd can. FPX, certainly a scary team to play up against. We've heard it here from Durkin. Thank you so much for joining us and talking us through that. We're going to toss it back over to the analyst desk. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
Yeah, give it up for Durka, man. That was the last second thing. He came up there and, you know, decided, and also follow Durka. Okay, everyone? Just do us a favor. Bust out your phone right now. Tweet Durka. Just help him out. Help the homie. Trying to get him to 100K.
Tweet him some barks.
Tweet him some barks.
Stop. Do not bark at Durka on Twitter, please. I beg you.
I mean, you know, wouldn't be the worst thing.
Yeah.
You have to follow first. If you don't follow first, then it's a problem.
Yeah, follow them, Bark. Anyway, moving on, though, both Benkai and Angel. Look, these guys, they're known for their good vibes. However, both teams are in the grand final spot because of the leadership and experience, Tom, of these IGLs. They bring a lot to the table.
Well, I love the fact that they're so different in the way that they actually play. Like, Angel is definitely the man of sort of, I'm going to lead from the front. I'm going to take a lot of opening duels, lose quite a lot of them as well at times. But then you have Benkai, who I think actually has one of the highest assists in the tournament right now, at least per round, because he's so good alongside Devi at setting up the rest of those superstars.
Yeah, and I also think that he was such a pivotal impact on that fracture against Optic that really propelled them to win that game.
Big thing to remember about Angel as well is he is the most experienced FPS player in the entire tournament, and dare I say almost all of Valorant. He started playing CSGO back in 2006, and he actually won a LAN in Copenhagen back in 2016. So the man is back to win another trophy inside Copenhagen, this time much bigger than he won before. But to say that he's been here in TAC FPS since 2006, no wonder the man loves to experiment. He's like, at this point.
Jing was 2 when he was playing on a professional team.
2 years of age.
Wow.
That's okay. Well, the things I didn't know I needed to know. There we go.
As I go ahead and reflect on my age, I will go ahead and toss it to this next segment because we actually had a chance, you know, to speak with Benkai. You know, this guy, he's sometimes a T-Rex. He's sometimes an aspirational caster. But here is Benkai after, after the team's win over Optic on Friday. Let's check it out.
I'm a pretty tame person in terms of like my emotions, but I feel like I'm just being overwhelmed with all these feelings of joy. We've really done more than we ever thought that we could. We've exceeded our expectations already. I want to rematch Fnatic at Champions because I feel like they're only going to work harder after this event and they're going to be even greater than they are here. Hey Boaster, the more you twerk, the more we work.
FPX is crashing! Oh, it's Benkai again!
As for Optic, I think their strength is really in the prep work that they do, and maybe weaknesses is when, as you saw just now, like maybe if they fight a team that just wants to get in your face, they are maybe not as comfortable as they would be. It's such an honor for us because we came from a region that a lot of people regarded as like the minor region. We've more than proved that that shouldn't be the case anymore. It's just like a cherry on top, you know.
One, how could you not love Benkai? Guy's awesome. 2, I think it's very clear that APAC region, not a minor region anymore. They're pumping out some talented players.
Maybe they never were.
Yeah. Oof, look at this. Tom's over here dropping the heat. But yeah, I mean, it's just great, Bala, to just hear that, you know, from Benkai and also just the joy that he has. You can tell he's just having fun out there.
Yeah, I really like that. He's just kind of chill about every opponent that he takes down. He's like, yeah, Optic, well, their preparation's their strength, but also it's their weakness, and I don't really care. I'm just going to win.
Yeah. Dude's just a personification of vibes, and that's exactly what you want to hear. All right, well, another matchup as well to talk about, and one that I think is actually going to be quite interesting to discuss here because they've had different results in this tournament, has been Mindfreak and Xiao. When you talk about Xiao, you think of in the clutch. Well, Tom, this guy's disgusting.
I specifically wanted this just for the clutch conversion because obviously, although the percentage may not be the best for Xiao, he's been involved in 70 clutches this tournament. He is by far winning the most. He's got 16. I think the next highest is actually Ardis with 9, so his teammates on the list as well. But then the highest conversion actually comes from Mindfreak because he's played less games. So we could have one of the most clutch games of Valorant ever.
And I mean, to just harp on the whole Mindfreak thing, I mean, yes, we've had the whole, you know, you're one of the best controller players in the world. If your name starts with M, okay, maybe if you believe in that. But I believe in the fact that Optic tried to target Mindfreak, especially especially on Haven on the flanks. They left Mindfreak by himself to hold a couple of flanks a few times. They sent 2 to 3 players at a time, and Mindfreak was like, that's okay. I can keep doing this solo, guys. Keep flanking all you want. I'm here for you. And I thought that's outrageous that a player can be able to take on some of the best players in the world
well, you
like
even
that.
saw a little bit of that from Xiao as well, right? He was kind of just left in an island by himself multiple times. Balla, this guy he's like, oh, you want to send all your utility at me? I welcome it.
I really think that he was a big part of why Optic fell so flat, was that first clutch that he had in that game on Split just completely flattened them because it was so devastating to be on the receiving end of.
You can go back as far as groups. Like that's you have to bear in mind. This team was definitely shaky, and some of the clutches he was winning, I think even got them out of the groups to begin with, and that's where it's really dangerous because they might not even be anywhere near this final.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome, folks. When we come back, though, all right, we're going to have our poll results and our grand finals matchup between PRX and FPX. Say that 5 times fast. But let's get hyped up, people. It's game day, baby, and we're going to do this right after the break.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
Up against a wall, on the edge, seconds till I fall. I'm high on adrenaline. I see the world burning from within. Hands up as you fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as you fall, feeling faster. Hands up as you fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as you fall, feeling faster. Hands up as we fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as we fall, spinning faster. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everyone. Of course, it's time for the grand finals of Masters Copenhagen. We're going to be jumping into this one very quickly, but don't worry, folks. Listen, this is still the pre-show. Yinsu's going to be coming up here driving the Enterprise in a moment. But I did get a word on a very important update, okay? In the Durka drive to 100K, folks. We're getting close, baby. This guy is about to break 92,000 followers. We're going to do this, okay? I'm doing this for the homie. And then Durka has to give me lessons.
What are you going to do once he gets there? Like, who's next on your list?
Yeah,
who's next on my list? I mean, I don't know. Maybe we just gas up all of, like, you know, FPX or something like that.
We see who
gas
wins,
some artists.
and then we choose.
We'll see who wins, and then
Okay.
we'll go ahead and choose that. All right, and then, of course, you know, getting back to some more business, though, because earlier in the show, we actually asked you in our Twitter poll, which X is, in fact, going to give it to you? Is it going to be PaperX, or is it going to be Bump Plus Phoenix? And 81, you'll steal 81 per 82. Jess.
I would say that's an improvement because previously FPX had 3.9% in the original poll. So now they've at least gained a few. They're getting there.
But it's 1v1. And
After
still...
map 1, maybe they'll have like 35.
Okay.
Okay.
Center. Let's do this, team. Who is winning Masters
No, don't
Copenhagen?
do this.
And Balla, we're starting with you.
Really? Okay, you're starting
Yeah.
with me.
Yep.
Yes.
Ooh.
No.
I got a feeling, guys. I got a feeling that FPX is going to take this one.
FPX!
I really do.
Okay.
I think Paper X showed a little bit of, everybody's like, oh, their confidence, their bombasticity. I really feel that they showed a little bit less of that against Optic in that upper final.
Do you think they have enough to be able to hold on against this Paper X? That's why I picked Paper X, because no team has been able to hold them in yet.
Yeah, I definitely do. I do.
Okay.
Tom?
I picked my duo.
He picked his duo.
Yes.
And you picked
Yes.
Paper
High
X.
five.
All
Let's
right,
go.
guys. With that being said, it's time to put the pre-show to a close and get to our main event. I'm going to hand things over to Yinsu in a moment here because I'm on trophy duty. So settle in, folks, because this is it. The grand finals, best of 5 between Paper X and FPX. It's time to crown our Masters Copenhagen winners, and the action starts right now.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
We came from a region regarded as the minor region. That shouldn't be the case anymore. We are the new order.
We went through a lower bracket in group stage. We went through a lower bracket in playoff. Into the grand final.
We might look chaotic, but it just kind of works.
We came here as challengers. We will leave as kings.
FPX, they do not play like us. Their strengths is snowball and carry momentum all the way through. But it's like a double-edged sword for them.
I think we're the team who have the most chances stopping PRX.
This event we played so many different play styles. Even if they do catch us off guard, we'll be able to adapt.
The other team probably knows that we are coming, but sometimes they just can't stop it.
I beat Deka, I slayed El Diablo. Forsaken, you're next.
We will shut down the chaos.
I'll make sure the dinosaurs stay extinct.
I hope you guys like train because there's no break on the W train. Enjoy.
Woo! Paper girls and paper boys, where you at? Where are you at? I've heard some FPX on the desk as well. I'm quite surprised with that pick.
Of course, hey, if I can't support NA, I'm going to just hop over the ocean.
You are EMEA's biggest fan, Bola.
Yeah, kinda.
You know this.
A little bit.
You know this. Of course, we guys show you an awesome trailer at the top of the show every single day. But there's one thing to do before we get everything else started. For the last time here at Copenhagen, it's time to activate the championship stage. Here we go.
PaperX. FPX.
Well, in just a little bit, we're going to have our last two teams take the stage. And the prospect of Tom, you know, a trophy is going to be lifted later today in front of a crowd for the first time ever. It doesn't get better than that.
People here are already crazy. We haven't even got the teams on the stage yet, and people are already so loud. I can feel the floor vibrating. So I don't know what it's going to be like for the players, but I'm already losing it.
I'm nervous for the players. Like, the moment they walk out, they look and they're like, oh. Yeah, that's the reality of what we've got right now. If I was a player standing up there, sheesh, I don't know how I would feel having to sit down in front of that.
This is different, right? The last 2 days, this is a packed house, so 100% it's going to feel really wild.
Yeah, and I was speaking to some of the players. They can hear the crowd. Like, they can hear them. So you guys make sure to support whichever team you are going after today. But before all of that, we got to talk about the maps as we head into the map select. We've mentioned this early in the show already. In this best of 5, PaperX are coming into Ebola with the greatest advantage ever.
Yeah, 2 map bans is so ridiculously good, and they earned it by only having played 3 matches here. They earned it coming through the upper bracket final, and it is such an advantage because that means they don't get any maps banned against them, which means bind, which means fracture.
Well, that's the big thing. I think as well, FPX would want to take a couple of things out of there. Their breeze has definitely looked a little bit shaky. I'm not sure they want to lean towards it, and that's the tough thing right now. Where are they going to lean? And actually removing one of the best picks of FPX and their permaban. What a wonderful start.
I love that. I mean, look, that's the advantage you get, baby. You go through the upper bracket and you go, I don't like this map because Split is my permaban and you're good on Ascent. So guess what? 2 birds, 1 stone. Goodbye. See you later.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And obviously, like you guys have said, bind, we were going to see 100%. And of course, they're going to pick it straight away. If you leave it open for them, Bala, this is kind of their biggest advantage.
Yeah, I think the day before we said it was a free win for them. It didn't go their way against Optic, but they also didn't pick Yoru, so still hoping for that to come out. And then FPX as well, very weak on that map in the last 2 times they played.
Well, one of the things is so far in this tournament, we haven't actually seen the full set of maps just yet. So I'm interested to see where that sort of counter comes in on the other side. And Icebox, I believe, is one of the maps that we actually haven't seen in this tournament from PaperX yet.
Exactly right. And that's something that FPX, I wondered whether or not that would be a ban coming out as well. That's something that we have seen, you know, PaperX get rid of a little bit. And FPX is like, again, you've left it in there. We take advantage of it. Here we go. That's the kind of thing we've already seen from FPX.
Yeah, and Fracture is very much still on the table. And Bala, if they get Bind and Fracture in the first 3 maps, this is the dream start.
Yeah, you would think that it would be, you know, a two map advantage right away. Icebox could potentially go either way since we don't know what PaperX is capable of on that map. And but I do think Fracture is one where that is the map that FPX will be able to flip. I think that style that PaperX plays on this map, and we'll get it as map 3, is exactly the type of style FPX wants to play against with their control.
The greatest thing about it is that as that being map 3, we will get it no matter what kind of banning advantages PaperX gives. We will have a banger map on Fracture. I think I've seen some of the most exciting games from both of these teams individually on that map, so I'm so glad it comes in, at least in the top 3.
Yeah, for sure. I think that it's a map that PaperX have also been sort of testing a few things, like switching out with the Sage every once in a while as well, so I think this is actually dangerous because, again, I think the way that they get that advantage early on, there's not really a map where I'm going, that is firmly favored to FPX. I think PaperX are happy to play anything that's left, and while Haven, we've already seen it throughout this tournament from either side, and with sort of mixed results.
Yeah, well, Haven and Breeze are the only 2 maps left, and FPX, they want to play Haven 4th. Bala, do you think we're even going to get to that Haven? I know, actually, you think FPX are going to take this, so surely.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think Fracture is a map that they can flip, and then I also think that Icebox should go in their favor, just because I haven't been convinced. It was PaperX's weakest map regionally. I do think Haven is a problem for them, though, and they will have to potentially survive on this map if the maps go in the way that you might expect them, and they don't get any flips. So Haven's going to be a problem for FPX.
I mean, FPX has played every single map in the map pool here at this competition. They've had the longest road to get here. They've played every map twice, and that's the one we're talking about. I mean, if you can sneak Breeze in there, the ones that they've lost, then you can be a little bit more confident. If it does sway like Baller is stating here, that's the one where we can have the pendulum swing back into Paper X's favor if things do go wrong in the earlier part of the series for Paper X.
So you guys feel like if we go to map 5, Paper X have the advantage here, or FPX?
I have not been impressed with the Breeze that I've seen from FPX so far this tournament. I think it's been figured out.
Yep.
But
I have been impressed regionally, though, Tom. I really have been impressed regionally.
But I think if any team could deal with a Yoru, it's going to be the Kings of Yoru.
Oh, I like that.
I'm not going to complain if we see a Yoru versus Yoru today. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we're going to be bringing the players onto that stage.
Let's go.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
You've seen the stage, you've seen the maps, and it's finally to bring out our players for this grand final. Give a massive welcome to FPX and Paper X.
FPX holding on this with both hands.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Nice, Argus. He doesn't need to warm up. He just needs a gun in his hand. Sugetsu is a god at this. Shao is having an absolute series here.
Zypin. Shao.
Angel. Hardest. Sugetsu. Rose.
It's hard to keep up with the kind of tempo as well that FPX love to throw at you. And look at this. Oh, complete disrespect. Nice! Come on! It's another day in the office, seems like the FPX.
What a timing from Mind Freak.
Then Kai. Mind Freak. Divine. Forsaken. Jing. Alex.
These two teams have eliminated the best of the best to get here, and it's time to see which one of them can claim that throne. But the exciting thing is, guys, no matter what happens, we're going to have a brand new Masters winner, and potentially, Tom, one from a brand new region.
I can't get over the fact that you're going to look across the stage and you're going to see Benkai staring back at you in that wig. Like, it's just going to be absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, a chance for 3 different regions to win 3 tournaments in a row would be truly absurd, something you don't see within esports often at all.
And I'm glad you brought that point up, because that means we have a truly global esport. I know it's hard to take FPX seriously, Tom, but take this moment seriously, because now we can say on the global stage, we have a worldwide tactical FPS that encompasses every single region.
Yeah, maybe global esports will be making it to champions. Who knows? I'm sorry, I had to do that pun. You gave me the opportunity. But yeah, VALOR again, 2 very, very, very good teams, and they've definitely earned their spot to get here.
No, I mean, absolutely, both have. FPX has just shocked the world with their playstyle, and FPX has gone through the ringer of a lower bracket. It is ridiculous to think that they made it here after all of that.
Yeah, it is indeed. Let's bring it back to this best of 5 at hand when it comes to the maps. Again, FPX are in a very comfortable position. They've banned 2 maps out against FPX. Although, having said that, the last grand finals we had, when Loud had a similar advantage, Tom, they kind of let that slip away.
Let's be honest, when you get to this stage of a tournament, the maps don't necessarily matter as much. You are playing with 2 world-class teams on the stage. They're going to have a map pool good enough that realistically any of the maps could go any other ways. I think FPX have proven that throughout this entire tournament. They can even play a map that they were perma-banning before and still win it versus tough teams. They are world class here.
Yeah, I agree with your point, Tom, but I don't want to understate this advantage that FPX has. This is probably the worst team that made it through the upper bracket finals for everybody else in the tournament. So FPX came into this looking at that and saying, oh, this is going to be a tough road ahead, such an uphill battle.
Yeah, we're into the Prime Gaming agent select here for Bind, of course, Jess. Surely they bring back the Yoru.
Give it
Surely.
to me. It didn't work when you took it out of your composition. So Forsaken, if you can hear me, buddy, across the stage, I need you to pick the Yoru. And there we go, baby.
Let's
there
go.
we go.
We got it. But also, if you have a look at the side of FPX, they've also made a change. Xiao's moved on over to the Sage here.
Yeah, that is actually a really interesting pick because if you think about how Yoru plays, this is a guy who's going to try to get his TPs through the bind teleporters, try to get it up short, and try to get it into flanks as well. So a lot of misdirection can come from Forsaken's TP, but with Sage, you could put a wall to block it from going through.
Well, that's the point. They're basically trying to make things a little bit more awkward. The thing that will be interesting is how that's going to work more so on the attacking side. Like, how are you actually going to have your same setups and same executions even that you had before now that that fade has gone completely?
I wonder if we're going to be looking at these walls against Forsaken and his TPs. Then we have the Raze head-to-head, of course, coming out. Jing being one of those players that can traverse the map in a single second, and Zippin on one of his best agents in his entire agent pool here. We have players on an individual level taking agents that they are well known for on the global scale, but the head-to-head, the counters, that goes down to the micro level now.
I mean, FPX, they know exactly what PaperX can do here with the Yoru. Angel, he plays the Yoru. How much faith do you guys have in their preparation here? Or do you feel like the other day PaperX played, is this a free win?
I have high faith in FPX's preparation, as always, but specifically about your preparation, I don't know if that, I trust Angel's expertise in that area.
Well, the agents are locked in, and it's time to get into the server. Copenhagen, give it up for Bren and Sideshow!
Let's get into it. Copenhagen is looking beautiful today. The crowd is flooding in, and Josh, today history will be made. The Masters 2 Grand Finals, two fresh teams ready to claim that title.
Either way this goes, it is going to be a new team, a new captain raising that trophy in front of a crowd that is fairly evenly split down the middle. I've been hearing them going back and forth for either team, chants in either direction as well. But this is not a case where we've got a strong favorite and a library if the other team win. And you've got potentially the most fun team in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Playing against a team that's going to try to crush all of that. And look at this, to start things off, you've got to flash down into sand.
Full speed, a bit of stun. Coming straight into sand, and look at this already. A bit of a contact play, but the corner not being checked, and Xiao! Oh, what a play!
Could you find a more perfect example of how they're going to try and react to this? Zipan caught out though, missed his shot.
A bit of a whiff still, a jump and a right click. Sugetsu does claim that one, down now to the 2v3. Positioning is all over the place. Angel ready and waiting right round the corner. The pistol round looking all but done and dusted.
And the desk was talking a bit about that FPX preparation. I mean, they were so ready for that. The Haunt comes over to Fountain, reading the push. And now it's all left in the hands of Benkai. A 1v3 that he just can't manage. FPX, they start out incredibly here, winning that pistol in a fashion that showcases that they understand how PaperX are going to play this map.
Yeah, the preparation is clearly there, underlying. FPX, they are that kind of team. Beautiful opener for Xiao as well, just predicting that they will go for these aggressive type of plays off the rip. And not many teams have been able to contain the PaperX Yoru on Bind. It's been, honestly, just full speed ahead. A lot of teams have tried to contain it, tried to slow it down, but they often just get turned into mincemeat.
Another 4-player stack over by B this time. But FPX, we're watching them take Xiao's control. Same Haunt, gate crash going down towards Zipan. I'm sure Forsaken is anticipating his positioning. Comes out of it, round the corner, but the shorty's going to get shut down. And this is where Forsaken is going to find possibly his largest challenge yet. Cracking this FPX default is going to be so difficult. And the way that FPX play around their guns here means that they're going to have an enormous advantage, or at least compared to usual, heading into round 3.
Very slow approach for now with a slow orb just to try and clear a bit of space with the Viper orb up. You can see that Jinx is trying to make a play happen, spray down. Should be absolute free low, I think, to try and get that spike down. A TP play. It's a last-minute approach. But FPX claiming that anti-eco easily enough with the Prime Gaming flawless.
FPX didn't show anything new in that second round, though. They have a very deep playbook on this map. But this is what I'm talking about with the economy. We'll talk about it a little bit after these replays, but once we get back in, you'll notice FPX have managed to get themselves in a position where they've got a load of rifles on board. It's 4 Vandals heading into the bonus round, and this is what makes them one of the best teams in the world at being able to carry on momentum from a pistol win. And this gate crash from Forsaken, you can already see it in more of a passive setup over towards a fast retake on B. Or just a fast rotate.
And Showers control early. Spike going to be claimed there. Benkai going to be backing away though, has to respect the possibility that it could be lurking up. You see that Viper wall. A lot of misinformation as well being thrown into the mix, and FPX might get a bit antsy here, might overstep themselves just a bit for that info.
And there's Angel just trying to mess with FPX's heads. Jing takes one, the stunned player around the corner, and Angel's not going to be able to get away.
Wonderful work recognizing that. 2 players down. But immediately the response is there. Zhao is taking matters into his own hands. A bit of a nade into backside Zip and not wasting any time. Zip straight in. What a kill to find with only the Spectre.
It's a huge one, and it leaves FPX in a situation where they've got to play retake here. And Zhao's angle. Do they anticipate this? Have they thought about the fact that the Sage is in the comp? Flash pushes him away.
Yeah, a bit of information, a bit of space gain. Now, wow, the player's trying to flood into the back. Kill's going to be traded out, but eventually down to just Mind Freak, and not able to do it. Perfect crosshair placement there by Zhao, anticipating where they were coming from. That's the bonus converted, Josh. That's what makes FPX so dangerous.
And consider how they got to this point. And take a look at the replays here. Zipan just bouncing into the site. There was a snake light flying towards CT, but that's only Zipan trying to handle it. And Xiao does amazingly as well. Currently 5-1 in the server of just finding another pick on the other side of the map after his team had failed to take showers in emphatic fashion.
A little bit of a boombot play, but the money's not too great here for FPX. Be hoping that a couple of these FPX players end up just funneling into them.
And I think the key for FPX might be finding these mid-round timings to go aggressive. Once you have a bit of information like this, is there a potential for some C's being thrown by Divide, for example? Some little set play? Doesn't quite catch.
Yeah, Mind Freak tries to swing off it, anticipating that maybe would have caught onto somebody, but look at FPX, the way that they're offloading this. The Stimmy dropped down, 2 shots ran it off by Divine, not enough, can't get that reload in action. And of course, the flanks being watched, Forsaken trying to just TP through. Jing does get 2. Showstopper online, opportunity potentially to do some more damage. Satchel play right round the side, but shut down once more by Xiao.
And you look at the positions that Xiao and Sugetsu are playing in, they're so ready for the aggression coming out on the other end. Forsaken has been utterly shut down. 0-4. The crowd giving them the best chance, hyping up the FPX players, wanting them to get back into this game. And it is, rifles on board to vie with an operator as well. Perhaps taking an aggressive peek here out of sand, using the fact that FPX are not going to be taking that area of the map aggressively.
Knife over the top. Going to be landing there on top of Showers. Can't be broken. That's going to be good information game for Ardis. But there's 2 players trying to play towards there.
But his job is simply to hold on. And Divide, while I thought he might have gone for an aggressive peek over at Sand, is just holding this angle. And perhaps this is the adaptation for FPX. Drop into a more passive position, try not to get punished, and wait for the time to tick down. Sometimes FPX's worst enemy is the clock.
Clone's going to be removed easily enough. You are right, Josh. Down to this minute mark now. Prowler spotting the players split all over the bloody place, but the spike's now starting to end over towards one familiar direction. To watch this being made with the operator. Divine misses the shot.
How did he not catch at least one of them there? Benkai's still coming around though, and as the time ticks lower and lower, Jing and Benkai's ultimates may be important.
Roland wanted to push them back, the showstopper. Not let loose just yet, but still the kill found. Zipan opens it up. He got leg space being gained. Definitely leg Jin trying to make the most of it, but again, the trade is there. The back of the side, Benkai. He anticipated over the top. Seketsu finding his mark. Slow orb. It's hard to try and play through. And an easy enough shot, a flick of the wrist. 5 rounds in a row for FPX.
Absolutely demolishing their opponents at this point, Bren. They've got the read here on Bind. And I think this is what PaperX were afraid of when they went up against Optic.
Yeah.
And they decided to move away from the Yoru. This playbook is deep, but a lot of their defensive aggression has the same theme to it.
Same patterns.
The same patterns that you can detect and theoretically shut down, but it's incredible to see FPX have so much success without ever having played PaperX before. This is another grand finals where you have a team that's gone straight through the uppers and one that's clawed through the lowers. We saw that play out at Reykjavik as well, but this time it's not a rematch. And I think PaperX are very difficult to play against for the first time. So major credit to FPX. All their theory working out so far.
I think they've got a phenomenal understanding of how they want to be trying to break down what PaperX were throwing at them, and that's what this timeout's going to be used for. Try and work a way around it. What's been going wrong for them? The aggression's been getting punished a lot of the time.
Yeah. And also these slower rounds, they've just not quite been able to hold on. Listen, round 5 there were many times where Devi could have taken an op shot and maybe stopped the FPX aggression. But he just missed the first time and leg shot the second time. Those are chances you can't let slip away against a team as drilled as FPX. They're going to be all over you.
You have to capitalize when you're handed those. So much of this map, honestly, has just ended up with that hookah control that these teams have been fighting over, and look at this. The weaponry obviously a bit poor, but still Zipan taking the shot, the nade. Not favored, the 1-for-1, but still this is a half buy for PaperX. Giving up the space that they've gained.
And immediately looking for the pivot off, expecting some kind of fast reactive push. Remember, PaperX normally play against teams like that. Teams that are going to try and react against them. Instead, FPX have just frozen. They hold completely in place, waiting for the defensive team to lose all idea of where they are on the map.
Yeah. It's a bit of a gamble, isn't it?
Benkai's going to start to get itchy at some point in this round. Once the clock's ticking down, a minute, 50 seconds, people are going to look for information, maybe with their face. Those are opportunities that FPX are looking for.
That's why they're so slow off the rip here. They contain a bit of it through. That's going to be the Prowler into the TP. Good information gained as well. Latches onto one of the FPX players outside, and Angel. Tablet in his hands there, looking like they're gearing up, ready to go. Here we are, outside hookah. The utilities drop down, but there's the orbital strike to split them up. Pushes them away. The stun as well on top of it. This attempt has been slowed down, and Josh is getting dangerous. 23 seconds in this one. They need to be finding these kills, but it's FPX. Once more opens it through.
These players are just too sharp right now. Even in a dangerous round like this, where the clock has gone against them, it's all Xiao. What's he at the moment, 9-1 or something?
This guy's on fire.
Xiao and Sugetsu, the two players who are holding these passive positions, are unkillable. Yeah. Unkillable.
Right, I can feel it. The momentum behind FPX. These guys in the grand finals, Josh, all on the line. History will be made on either side of these teams, but just a better read for now.
Yeah, gonna go into a short tech pause here as things get sorted out. It does give PaperX some time to consider, at least within themselves, what's been going wrong. But FPX have come out with a great game plan. And Bren, I think the map pool discussion that the desk was having is so important because, again, we have another team, PaperX now, Loud last time, that make it to the finals whilst only winning on 3 maps. Yep. Fracture, Bind, Haven. I suppose they did win on Ascent, but they were forced to ban it in this series. So out of the 5 that they're going to be playing, 2 are complete unknowns. And that always creates a very different feeling for both of these teams.
Yeah, it certainly does. But Tom made the point on the desk as well prior to this one. When it gets to this point into the tournament, it doesn't really happen where a team is favored on these maps as well. You make it to this point, honestly, your map pool is deep enough that you can take teams, even if they are theoretically favored one way or the other.
And we saw the same thing happen when FPX played against Fnatic.
Yeah.
Fnatic, you would assume, favored on Bind. And yet FPX came out, they won the pistol, they won the bonus. They're just incredible at keeping momentum going. They don't give you an inch to breathe, and PaperX have only lost 3 key rounds here.
Yeah.
The rest all anti-ecos.
But it's snowballing, isn't it? Just waiting as well, getting a restart on one of the players' PCs. Just to give you a quick update here with the tech pause. But there needs to be an answer from PaperX. Something to make it work with this Euro composition. Right now, Forsaken sitting at 0-6.
Yeah, and I think the biggest problem for them is they're struggling to figure out when FPX are in a vulnerable position.
Yeah.
FPX will throw a little bit of utility at the beginning of the round, then they'll try and contact take some areas of the map. And once they actually execute, it's too late. It's been awesome seeing the crowd out here for the first time for a Masters level event. We've been seeing creativity. Creativity and passion. The community is awesome.
It is really sick to see, isn't it?
For the first time that they're coming together.
Yeah, waiting for these crowd events as well, finally.
To crown a Masters winner.
We'll be getting, hopefully, into the round shortly. Like you said, Josh, you know, a bit of a breather for PaperX, I think. At times, they felt like the people's champions as well from the cheers that we've been hearing. These guys, they've stolen everybody's hearts, I think, with just their play style.
I want to take a look, though, at one of the big feature matchups you're going to be seeing here, and one of them being this Raze head-to-head that you've got in Bind. Jing, Zipan, in terms of their run throughout this tournament, you know, Jing has been all the way up at the top, who everybody's been talking about, right? On the other side of things, you've got a player that flexes around a little bit, isn't always playing the big entry role, but has still put up extremely good numbers. Listen, I would expect Jing to be running away with this because he's been playing all of those big positions where he can trade off Forsaken, get aggressive. But Zipan's just quietly been putting up excellent consistency throughout the event. And his road has been arguably more difficult with so many more matches to play. But this is going to be a fantastic head-to-head throughout the series.
And yeah, Jing has been obviously supported a lot more. That's the kind of play style of PaperX that you expect. You know, those heavy hitters, Forsaken and Jing, really just all the resources put behind him. And Zipan, I mean, honestly, in terms of the talent on FPX, it's spread quite evenly. Normally it's Xiao and Seketsu are at the top, and they're playing the more supportive roles in general, but hopefully heading back into the action soon enough here. You can see this face-off between these two teams.
And specifically within Bind here, as we look to get going again very shortly, specifically looking at Bind, Jing has been the one that's been able to find some level of value. But Forsaken is always the tip of the spear, and that tip has been broken off, and it's pretty hard to beat FPX with just a staff of wood.
Sure.
You need a better weapon than that.
Yeah, especially when Doomrose has been up all night prepping. When you heard him in the post-game interview, the guy was saying, I was up until 4:30 a.m. prepping, woke up early in the morning prepping.
Yeah.
That was yesterday, I mean.
And I'm sure that Alex has been doing a similar level of grind.
Of course.
But FPX have been a difficult team to prep against because they're willing to throw very similar comps, but with a slight twist. And that's what you've got here. Xiao making his move over from Fade to Sage introduces this even slower, even more soul-sucking variant of their default.
Well, it looks like hopefully the issue is resolved. We are going to be getting back into the action here. 6 rounds in a row for FPX. We'll see if PaperX have anything up their sleeves. Obviously, time to reflect on what's happened thus far.
And it looks like they're going to go for some short aggression here as well. Rifles back in their hands, round 7. You've got to hold the momentum here. This is where you need to put one on the board.
Yep, fault line's going to be ripped off there. Flash off to the side as well, not finding any players.
But just trying to trigger a response, a reaction out from FPX.
They're so passive though, Josh.
Their positions are carved in stone.
Look at how far back they are, just looking at that mini-map. I mean, not willing to give anything up. Angel has obviously lurked his way into this, a bit of a forward position, but now to contact re-clear. It's a triple face. All these players, are they going to be able to catch this? It's a position they know that Angel has played this way before, but the crosshair placement, just immaculate mind free. Not ready for E4, and even 2 kills. The clone finding it a little bit there. The flash just to block the vision. The kill does go their way, but finally the response by FPX already moving their way in.
They don't think the Forsaken's already up here. He had a timing. He had an opportunity, but it's just not quite going to work. Sage wall popped down by Xiao as well. Trying to stop anybody that would be on the A site, but that's not where Divine and Jing are coming from.
Can they really still play this one with the Viper's pit up? Sage were blocking a portion of it. The money's not good on the side of Divine and Jing. The percentage play, honestly, is going to be the save.
And that's a heartbreak.
Yeah.
You're 0-6 down and you're forced to save in a round like this. That's catastrophic. And you're also starting to see the PaperX teamwork and synergy break down a little bit there too. FPX is starting to dig into that mentality. When Benkai went for the first challenge, nobody there ready to trade, nobody ready to back him up. All scared, holding angles for each other. Not approaching it with the same kind of zest that you usually expect from PaperX. Take a look at this one again. When Angel finds the first kill, apologies onto Mindfree. It all falls apart. The timing on the swing's not there for the trade. And Forsaken's reactive push is not enough.
Yeah, bit of a solo play for them, and right back into it, of course. A bit of a pause at the tempo. This time, though, it is a timeout from PaperX.
A tactical one.
Yes.
And Alex is going to be barking out orders.
And honestly, it does feel like, Josh, PaperX has been getting baited into this incredibly passive hold. I mean, you made the comment, FPX carved in stone, it seems like, with their positionings on the minimap, so far back, playing around cave and market, just willing to give up a tremendous amount of space early to try and bait out that aggression by PaperX, and it has worked, it felt like, almost every single time.
FPX are never going to make a rash decision.
No.
They are always going to ponder and think and make sure that they have it exactly how they like before they commit to a push. And I think PaperX had the right idea a few rounds ago, going for a slower play, get an operator perhaps in Forsaken's hands, and try and force FPX to exec into you. Take some area of the map, like Showers, for example, and just try and hold on to it. You don't need to necessarily push out further, although you can see a couple of pings on the map here from PaperX's side that were highlighting the kind of area that Angel's been playing in when they take Showers.
Sure.
No players there looking to punish yet, though. And it's a half buy that doesn't look like it's got too much damage, but there is at least a rifle in Devi's hands.
And Jing could do some solid work with it. And honestly, at this point, you've got to just get that one round on the board, I think. That shift of momentum. I mean, one of the hardest ones to find at times. It feels so suppressive, I think, sometimes when you're on this big stage. The first time that PaperX have been able to play on the stage together.
Yeah, very true. But having players away from them never stopped them in the past.
Robot taken out as a close knife, so they know that nobody's at the backside of Hookah. A bit of a flash and a play into it. Angel has to dodge it, though. But Hookah control is going to be gained. Now an aggressive play. That's going to be the Nightfall straight down into it. Zipan is going to be satcheling away. Another one in play to try and set himself up, but the kill comes through anyway. Jing finds an opening. Control still along, and a second one. Jing ripping off the heads, Forsaken from behind. A pincer to try and make the moves. Angel, rifle in hand, 3 kills, all lining up for him, and Sugetsu follows it up once more.
Angel has just pulled out the most almighty clutch there to get them into this round, to get them favored here.
30 seconds.
Can Benkai, the IGL on PaperX, do anything similar? Only a Marshall in his hands. Oh. It was looking so good.
What a difficult ask it is. Weapon's not ideal, a bit of a jiggle, information going to be gained. He's going for the no-scopes, but of course, perfect timing with the swing. Sugetsu takes the crossfire, another one on the board. And brutal for PaperX.
I guess it's just going to be one of these days from Angel, huh? He gets a 2K in one of the previous rounds when they're pushing him at Showers, and then pulls this off when his team is in a horrible spot. Grabs a 3K on the site. And I thought to myself, Bren, that's the first time actually that FPX have chosen to reactively push off some of the mid-round aggression.
Sure.
They flooded into Hookah, and that's exactly what PaperX were after. That's what they wanted them to do. Forsaken was ready to punish. But not even that round has been working. PaperX must be scratching their heads at this point. Yeah. This time, though, PaperX's players in Showers have avoided the 0 point. Is this going to bait over aggression from Angel?
Doubling up, trying to find it, Angel! Who has replaced this guy, man? sipping at the fountain of youth out of his Red Bull cup, it seems. This guy is just insane.
It's everyone from FPX.
Oh,
it's everybody. They can't miss a shot.
And why not? Flex on him. 400 credits down the drain to try and get the high ground advantage. Just down to Benkai once more. This is absolutely brutal stuff.
Utter domination to start off the grand finals here of Masters Copenhagen. PaperX are getting choked out. They're not being given a chance. PaperX keep wanting to land these big haymaker blows, and FPX just back off and commit to the chokehold. They've just been strangled out of this game.
And it was a question that we were putting up time and time again over this tournament. That is such a nasty shot.
Oh, that's filth.
And Angel, I mean, this guy, don't get me wrong, he had a slow start to the tournament, but the past few series, he's leveled up, elevated. I mean, he's one of the oldest players we've got at the event. At this point, the oldest. That experience, I think, just showcasing itself here.
Yeah, playing against some very young players on the other side as well. And Angel is certainly challenging the narrative that your skill fades away as you get older. It really isn't a matter of reflexes. It's a matter of how much you're willing to dedicate yourself to your craft. And Angel has been there for so long. And he's still so hungry. Here goes Forsaken with a clone, down short. Trying to get any value, any information out of this. Angel and Sugetsu refuse to bite.
Bit of a kill coming through, but through the walls, Angel. Oh, it's a dodgy one. The exchange of fire, eventually fighting it again. And oh, so many of these outcomes, so many of these rounds just opening up with these first kills. It all comes down to FPX again. The slow siege, absorbing any sort of aggression, any attempt of information. And here might be another one. The horn off to the side. Jing this time responds in kind. And they need to try and favor them. Angel still grabbing the one.
Xiao, however, has a res, and they're looking to punish Jing. He's going for it with the showstopper.
Catches onto the player, too far around the corner. And artist, the confidence is there.
Every play from PaperX has an answer. And now the res comes through, and suddenly it's a 4v2. One of those rounds that could potentially have gone the way of the APAC team.
14 seconds left in the round. Time needs to be getting through here. The rolling thunder to disrupt them when they're coming in. It's gone so low. Off to the side. You can't whip that. Myfric doesn't find it. The plant, those denied. He just needs to survive. And it's not enough. Sugetsu swings and shuts it down. Light at the end of the tunnel in that round. But PaperX again, it gets extinguished.
It is just impossible for PaperX to win right now.
Player
Take a look at the replay here. Benkai does an amazing job of spamming down Zipan, killing Xiao, and the trade is just instant from Sugetsu with a second on the clock.
Time was so tight there. But this is just sheer domination.
From what I can remember, Bren, I've never seen a 13-0 in a grand final. But it's looking like it.
I mean, we said at the beginning history being made. I didn't think it was going to be this.
FPX, it feels from the style that they play, they're just... Oh, now Angel mixes it up.
Yeah.
I was going to talk about how slow they are in these rounds, but FPX have just walked their way through showers with still a minute 15 to
work with. But Benkai's there ready and waiting. Orbital strike to try and clear out that space. Force the positioning, but Forsaken, he's in trouble. The flash to try and swing through Zipan. Oh, bullet to the side of the head.
Awkward timings, awkward timings. PaperX just cannot get a read of how this flow of the game is happening. Angel right now in full control, the puppet master.
Yeah, you never anticipate that, the round 11 conditioning coming through. But it's a fast approach once more. The footsteps being heard, the season to the nade. Zipan around the corner. Avoiding all that damage for the time being, but still holding that ult, holding the rocket, waiting for his time. Slams it against the wall, but again, now the clock still ticking. PaperX is the 4v4, but trying to retake into this one. The Viper Orb again impeding them, they can't get through it. Bogged down by other utility, a stun off to the side. The shot's just not coming through, the confidence is lacking. And Xiao, what a star this guy has been.
FPX just have a wealth of players who are willing to make plays like that and come up with the goods. Sugetsu still only has one death, friend. We've played 11 rounds and Xiao and Sugetsu both feel unkillable. And look at the heartbreak. Absolute heartbreak. Anguish. And FPX have no mercy. None whatsoever.
12th round. One absolute killing blow that would be. Not quite, of course, but definitely feel the analyst that's going to be scrambling for opportunities, but this is going to be the shower scrunch. Plays being made. Paper X finally with the advantage they were looking for.
The first time that the set players worked, and Forsaken choosing to commit to the aggression now knocks things back with only one player advantage for Paper X. So far in the tournament, they've been amazing in these situations, but this map has been a completely different story.
Yeah, what is the response? What is the answer to this one? One round on the board doesn't leave much of a buffer when you head into that second half. And again, Zipan, Xiao, perfectly happy to just let the time pressure accumulate over the course of the round. It's slow and methodical.
The lower the clock gets, though, the better Mindfreak and Benkai's ultimates become. And so for FPX, if they want to close this out perfectly, they need to find these players over by lamps.
No way, Zipan with the one still to trade the return. Vi will find it. Haunt off to the back, but this lurk into the back of the site. Oh, it's so unsuspecting. The spike dropped down, players finding it. Benkai, has he got the read here? Watching it as a game of timings. Into the back of it, 17 seconds in the round. The play is being made. A bit of pace now injected. Xiao, wall in play, spike in his hand.
The ult.
Rolling punter to try and deny, and that is going to be enough time. It just needs to survive, Benkai. You just need to survive. 2 seconds left into it. And he does get it. The first round on the board. The final round of this first half.
And it's such a hollow victory for Paper X. Not even keeping the player alive to rejoice at the end.
Yeah.
They are going to need a miracle to get back into this game. And I'm worried about their mental in the series.
Absolute slaughter. Let's send it down to our analyst desk to break it all down from what we've seen thus far.
I think you guys summed it up perfectly there, Brandon Sideshow. A bit of a slaughter. Do you guys think maybe anything to do with nerves here, perhaps, on the side of Paper X?
I mean, absolutely. When you have the pressure of this crowd rooting for you, at least half of the crowd rooting for you, it's definitely very different. Jinx first time stepping on the stage as well, for sure.
This
I
is
hope
so,
it's nerves.
it has to be, yeah. It's so uncharacteristic. I'm like, there has to be a reason of some kind, because it's not their gameplay that's lacking, because we know what they're capable of. They've come down, they've sat down. I think they've maybe bitten off more than they can chew with the crowd and the whole pressure.
Well, two people that are definitely not swayed by any of the nerves here, Sugetsu and Xiao Bala. They're having a cracking start.
Yeah, I also think anti-nerves is a thing, right? These guys stepping up to the plate when it matters most. Look, Sugetsu has 2 deaths after an entire half. That is ridiculously good.
Yeah, I think the thing as well is they've just had some superb sort of reads on everything that's going to be doing. They played a very passive hold. This composition that's there for Paper X forces them to play this more aggressively. And then you have Angel pulling out ridiculous plays exactly when they needed him most. Every single time there was a moment where it looked like, okay, this is it. Don't worry, Paper X have got their first round. Well, it took until round 12.
I mean, this is the big thing I've spoken about Angel. Like, the moment you put him on Brimstone, the moment you put him on Bind, the man just wants to be the opening fragger. Even though he's not the duelist, even though he's not necessarily meant to be the leading man, he finds a way. Think about over in Showers, how many opening kills against some of the best duelists in the world, and he's your controller player, and you've got 2 of your other support players just popping off. Yeah. It's an unbelievable performance from FPX.
I also think that the game plan that they had was exactly what you expect to make going against Paper X, right? From the beginning, from pistol round, they're holding the pushes. And guess what? Paper X does it. You expect it, and it comes. And they dominated that round, so immediately confidence gets shook against Paper X.
The worry for me now, though, is that so far in this tournament, they've only lost 1 map, and they were not bodied on it. So for Paper X, this is a completely different ballgame to what we've seen throughout the entirety of the tournament. Do they have the ability to mentally reset?
Well, luckily, this is a marathon. It's going to be 5 maps. Tom, maybe it's going to be 5 maps. And Brandon Sideshow, I'm looking forward to seeing how Paper X can get back into this one.
That's certainly the question, isn't it? But FPX are no strangers to being the narrative killers. They knocked out Japan in groups. They denied Korea that top 3 spot. They took out their EMEA brethren as well. And Optic, that 2-time title spot, no, that's been denied as well. These guys have been battling it all the way through the lower bracket since this tournament began.
They are just utterly merciless. The fun slayers. But that's FPX. They're not going to give you an inch. Here comes Forsaken, though, aggressive on the attack. Starting to build the confidence.
But still, the crossfire FPX, it's too much. Artis and Angel finally dealing with one of them. The pump flash round the corner, Divide. Confidence back under their belts, but it's down to the 2v2. Spike, it's got to be planted here. The players are low. Snakebite off to the side. Divide almost going down.
3 HP there. He'll die to a cold breeze.
Positioning is not there right now for FPX, but Shaun to get to.
One of the other problems is Mindfreak's looking towards long. They have no idea where these players are coming from.
Timing is absolutely everything. Positioning known, still goes for the swing, and the shot still being found, Xiao. This guy, an absolute menace in the clutch, over and over again. And if there was any hope of PaperX making their way back in this map, oh boy, scattered to the winds with that pistol round loss.
Xiao winning another 1v2 situation to put his team up onto map point. He has been clinical with these. Winning tons of 1v1s. He's winning a third of 1v2s. That is
unreal.
Superstar clutch level performances. And that is it, the record broken. FPX have now played the most rounds of any Masters event. And I think they're trying to cut it short here.
Yeah.
They want to go home with trophy in hand as early as possible.
These guys have been battered and bruised, fighting their way to get to this point with substitutes. But plays still being made. PaperX not slowing down. The confidence is there right into the back of the site. Forsaken with the 2 kills they needed.
Spike planted.
Now Artis and Zipan look to retake. They know there's a player close.
Still trying to fight this one. A bit of run and gun in play.
Both incredibly weak.
Yeah, does Artis still want to play for this one? That's the question.
It's going to be a new situation for FPX. Usually they're the people that... Usually they're the team that defines the pace on these second rounds. But of course, PaperX, they had to go for something aggro.
What an answer.
And the crazy part here is, Bren, the attack side of PaperX on this map is really good.
Yeah.
But I don't think we're going to be able to see too much of it unless they are utterly flawless.
There is no buffer with the rounds whatsoever. It has to be 10 straight for it to even be a possibility. And FPX perfectly happy, again, the percentage play. Not forcing the issue. They have lots of rounds to burn to try and finally close this map out.
Heavy showers take from PaperX as they move their way forwards.
All of the players.
And they're going to meet Shaun to get to.
Utility used off into the side. The crossfire though! Gotta be wary of it. Boombot taken out. Sagetsu still with the 1, but eventually cleaned out through the smoke. These players, they're weaving in and out, but down to just Angel. Smokes, there's so much confusion right now. Off onto the corner. Angel, you gotta be joking. The wallbang angle. Shots being found, but he aftershock. Luckily, favorable fight being taken there. Benkai, another one on the board, but it's getting close, Josh.
It's the biggest comeback that PaperX would have to make. You heard it from Tom when he was talking on the desk. They've only lost 1 map on their run through the upper final, PaperX. It was bind. It was bind to Optic, but it wasn't a blowout. It wasn't this. And they're used to winning. Domestically, they have been slaughtering their competition at home.
Yeah.
Easily the best team in the APAC division. Can they dig deep? Can they dig deep in the series? Never mind just in this map.
Who's next?
Oh, popped off there. Forsaken going to be trying to use that. Get a bit of information. Utility coming through, pinging into the corner. A bit of a body block in action as well. Flash it to the side. Jing with the satchel play. Xiao's positioning not known, and the running and gunning. Eventually, Jing is shut down at the back of the site. Forsaken trying to, again, make his mark. But Angel returns it. It's down to that 3v3.
Angel got ult off the back of this. And there's 2 players in lamps.
The positioning. Angel with 4.
And this could be it. The killing blow. A kill not even needed. Molly over the top. That's going to be half on the defuse. Mind freaking opportunity. No one's sticking it. It's all down to him. The shot's not found, though, and FPX. Pure domination in map number 1.
It's an absolute statement opener from FPX. People were calling blind an easy win for PaperX, a guaranteed one on the board.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. FPX come in with a game plan, a slight adjustment to their composition, and demolished their opposition. Every part of that was utterly clinical.
Oh, it's so clear. And the preparation is being put in. You can tell every single player of FPX, they're here to play that championship mentality. Confidence to take fights, the shots were being hit. The reason this highlight reel is so one-sided.
Yeah, absolutely it was. And Angel ends up at the top of the scoreboard. Just choosing to take the game into his own hands, especially in the final round there, to be able to get the ult online, destroy the post-plant setup, and carry that forwards. FPX have everything going for them right now, despite the 2 map veto disadvantage that they came into the grand finals with.
Just absurd. An absurd performance overall as well. And honestly, it's only going to get harder, isn't it, for PaperX? You're heading into the map pick of FPX. Let's send it down to a short break. On the other side of things, our analyst desk is going to be setting up the rest of this series in the grand finals.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Red Bull Campus Clutch is back. Assemble your team and lead it to the World Final. Learn more on RedBullCampusClutch.com.
There's a new dawn. Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everybody, to Masters Copenhagen. What a start that that was for FPX. I'm back on the desk with Bola, Tom, and Jess. We spoke about it a little bit at the halftime, but I do want to address the Yoru. We were all very excited to see it come out. But what went wrong or right or anything, Bola, in that matchup?
I'm so sorry to laugh.
Everything. I mean, they didn't feel comfortable on the stage. They didn't feel comfortable with the comp that they chose. And it was really, really difficult for any of the players, I think, on PaperX to get going. With that being said, the entire game plan that they had, the aggressiveness, was getting countered.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you see how far Xiao was sitting back over towards Fountain?
Yeah.
He's like, I know you're going to come running down at some point. This is something that Optic didn't read before either. And I was going to pull a clip later on, we'll talk about it later, where Optic walked straight into the trap. FPX has had, what, less than 24 hours to know what those traps are and not step in them? That's very impressive.
I think the thing as well is just that clearly with this being played a few times now, I think they will have prepped for this earlier in the tournament. I've even looked into what they would have to do if they faced off against her, and I think FPX are the masters of having someone like Doombros who he's a sweaty nerd. He sits there all night long and he goes, do you know what, I found these few things, Angel, and Angel goes, oh, cheers, did you have a nice sleep? And he's like,
Yeah, the 1 hour was
after
great.
the tournament.
I mean, as we heard before from Doombros, they were doing a bit of trash talking back and forth, and I mentioned that Angel was really determined to out Yoru Forsaken, but it wasn't just Forsaken that looked a little bit uncharacteristic here. Divai also didn't have the best map either. Here, these stats, quite frankly, it's just not something we've seen from them.
Yeah, it's really difficult. I mean, when your entire identity is being countered by FPX, how does any player get going when that is the entire strat book revolves around being aggressive, being able to put people off of their toes? We saw the Mitchman clip, we saw Dirk's perspective as well, but the Yoru stuff that Forsaken usually goes for, which is aggressive, didn't work early, and then ever since then, these first 2 rounds basically, where he goes for the TP through the TP, ever since then, look at the TP right here. It's all the way back in heaven. It's all the way back behind triple. He's consistently throwing it in ways that are not aggressive, and obviously on attack side things change, but by that point, it was a little too far gone. Super passive TP placement is not the typical thing that you see from PaperX on that defensive side.
The other thing as well is the goal is almost to make your opponents uncomfortable to the point where they're either having to aggressively rush somewhere or almost avoid you completely. That never happened. FPX were laser focused almost the entirety of the map, and because of that, it made Forsaken uncomfortable, which I don't think we've seen this tournament.
Yeah, I think both Brett and Sideshow hit the nail on the head when they're like, oh man, I think the PRX players are getting itchy. You know, they can't sit still. It's one of those things that you can really play mind games with, and I think that's the kind of benefit that FPX has now. We wondered, could there be a team in the world that could outpace or reverse pace, maybe a little reverse engineering of the pace that we see PRX put on the board consistently, and FPX, finally, they've given us a preview of what it looks like to counter what the team...
Yeah,
I'm really getting ahead of myself.
This is what
here.
I always say. It's a marathon. It's the best of five.
It could be a sprint.
We could be here for a while. While we're at it, though, we're going to take a look at the AIM Lab shoot-around. We had this in the fan zone here in the forum. A lot of fans went to try their hand and see what kind of score they could get here. Yeah, this is not bad so far. What do you guys think?
I think it's awful. Honestly, I think someone needs to kick him off and maybe get someone a little bit better on there.
Are you even using the right sense?
Oh no.
Dang, no, actually.
I mean, I heard CNET is in the building, Mixos in the building. We've seen the G2 Gozen girls in the building as well.
True.
Anyone of them want to go have a go?
You don't want them to show him up that bad, do you? Come on.
Yeah, I was going to say, let Poster...
You get Zaz on the decks, like, no one stands a chance.
Mimi's in the crowd as well. Mimi's going to destroy some of the scores there on AIM Lab. I am sure of it, but as we've been saying, potentially seeing 5 maps, Jess, like you said. Maybe we just see 3 today. I hope not.
I don't want to sprint.
We are going to move on to Icebox here, where, you know, traditionally, I think people might be a little bit more confident playing into PaperX here. And Bala, you said that you were feeling like this would actually lean more to FPX.
Yeah, well, I think FPX gets a bad rap on this map because the last 4 times they've played it, it's been against Fnatic. And they obviously were going against a monstrosity of a rock in that map. So I think that they're really comfortable. I really like the fade that they've been implementing on this map, more than I think I've seen from any team trying to implement the fade on this map.
Do you think they bring back the Yoru? on Icebox. I know this is a ridiculous statement, but they don't bring it back. Good. Well, then if they make those minor adaptations they have been making, obviously I was a little bit worried that Xiao wasn't running the fade before he brought it. That was a tiny little counter. They didn't do the FPX special of going, we're going to change our entire composition, our entire identity. They've been able to do that and come to this. So I wonder if there's micro changes here too.
One of the things that we saw not in the last map, Jing went back to his Raze. On this map, I don't want him to. His Sage is so much fun on that defensive side with just how aggressive he's going to be. But the worry is, after what we saw on the last map, FPX was so ready for any of that sort of shenanigans, is the way I'll put it. So if he's going to be trying to play like that again, he still performed to a relative standard, but now we need to see if it will still work when teams are ready for it.
I do have a bit of a scary stat for you guys here. This is as far as I can see the way that it goes back in the history of this org. They've played quite a few best of fives. They have a lot of experience in best of fives, but out of the times they've lost the first map, which happened 4 times, they've only ever gone on to win the series once.
I don't like that stat, so I'm going to choose to ignore it.
Is that a quarter of the time, maybe?
But usually they win their best of fives 3-0. They are clean when it comes to best of 5. But somehow when they go one map down, things don't usually go their way. But the saving grace is most of the times they didn't have Jing. This was kind of the
we're throwing back.
I completely ignore that era of Paper X because it goes against my narrative of, they're better against the EU teams and stuff like that. Because last year it was definitely different. And obviously they've learned so much since then. I think it's going to be interesting here on Icebox because this is their weakest map. Like, for whatever we could say about, FPX, whatever, this is Paper X's weakest map. Whenever they're in a best of 5, they have to go to this map. It's the one that they do lose.
Which is why I was interested that they took the target ban instead of taking away an uncomfortable map for them. I wasn't sure if that was something they would turn around and go, ooh, let's get rid of too uncomfortable for us rather than target banning. I had either Icebox or Ascent on my list as being one of those 2 bans. The fact that they got rid of Ascent, you have to play this. Yeah. You have to be ready, and I got to see it.
I think that's a great point. Brendan and Josh were talking about how Paper X is only won on 3 maps here at this event, right? So you have to kind of think about that in the grand scheme of things and think about how that makes you comfortable. That's what I was coming into this thinking FPX may have a chance, is because Paper X looked slightly uncomfortable in the way that they were counterpicking against Optic, that sort of thing. And we saw it again on Bind in my mind, right? So maybe actually, since Icebox, they really do have that many different comps or anything like that, maybe they'll go back and it's going to be comfort again.
We're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. FPX, they've liked to trial a lot of stuff here, but what are you expecting from Paper X, Tom?
I think in the past they were still running their Jet combination alongside the Chamber on device, so we'll see if they stick with that or maybe try and switch things up a little. By the looks of it, it's going to be exactly the same. I don't necessarily mind that. I think the way Jing plays Sage, as said, is very, very different, but this also gives much more opportunity for Forsaken to take that space, which I think is going to be so important for them because when he does it, he's an absolute superstar.
Devi on the Chamber, I mean, I love some of the shots he's been hitting. He's one of the most underrated Chambers just because it's not one of his main agents that he does take into the pool, but on maps where it's necessary for him to move on there, for other players to take other agents, he's been stepping up and being a quiet monster with the 2 of the 4. So I'm interested to see if he's shaking off that map number 1.
He's up against artists, though.
I know,
This man on this map, even when they play versus Fnatic, was unbelievable on the defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, even yesterday against Optic, it's the same story for artists. I also think the KO interaction is going to be interesting here because we have Chamber on the other side. FPX will target your Chamber with that KO, but they also have a Jet too, so it's like a layer where you have to find out which one is on either side, and I think that will be a difficult thing for FPX when both of these guys are so aggressive.
I asked you this before, Bala. You said it was a really big advantage for FPX that they could have that much prep, but they don't have that much prep with this Icebox here. So is that an advantage leading towards Paper X?
I think for sure, like hiding the strats on Icebox is definitely a good thing, but also just that stomp makes it the momentum being in FPX's side, and I may have just jinxed them.
Well, the momentum was really building for the side of FPX on map 1. Bren and Sideshow, let's see if they can keep that up in map 2.
Thank you very much, Analyst Desk crew. Yes, let's get to it. Map number 2 here in our grand finals, and it is FPX's map pick. These guys have been scrimming against Fnatic the entirety of stage 2 on this. They've been fortunate, haven't they? And now an opportunity for them to potentially go 2-0 up in our grand finals if they can carry that momentum forwards, like the desk was saying.
Yeah, and no one really expected them to be here. They are the underdogs. They believed in themselves, of course. Even with a stand-in, they were saying they would make top 4. But I think this is their opportunity to really prove it. denied the chance at Iceland, where everyone would have been able to see
just how good they might have been. Pistol round underway. PaperX got to be playing with a bit of confidence here. The dash engaged already on the top of 410. Forsaken. Bit of space being taken. Off to the side though, and off with your head, Ardis. What a shot. Right round it. The wall's already up, so they are going to be getting into this post-plant situation, but already FPX not wasting any time. The wall broken down bit by bit. Shots rattled off. Benkai.
So they finally broke the other piece of it, but their players are falling as well.
They're all wall up though. Xiao just trying to stick it halfway. You cannot be kidding me, man! Off of it in the end, push it forwards, the vulnerability applied. And PaperX, they return back into the fray, around on the board, and it's the pistol.
A huge start mentally for PaperX to get themselves back into this series and believe that they can win these maps. Take a look at how this one goes down. Xiao trying to put the wall up in front.
He was going to do that.
But they had players in these post-plant kind of setups. And that's a bit of the hype that you need to see. You
gotta see it.
They normally play with such joy in their game. That started to trickle out a little bit on Bind.
They're a team that really do relish the opportunity to play with that limited pressure. Just come here, have a bit of fun, you know. The goal, make champions, maybe take it a bit further, but here on the global stage is the opportunity to try and grasp it.
Great engagement from Forsaken, taking so much space. And Jing is right there as well. Getting run down by Xiao, but that's easily traded by the rest of the team.
Look at this, swapping around a weaponry. Forsaken's actually giving it all up. Still doesn't matter, does it?
And Sugetsu gets 2 deaths on the board far quicker than previously on Bind.
Yep.
PaperX starting things off with a bang here on Icebox. And their composition has a lot of aggressive elements to it.
Really does.
You look towards the Jet and the Chamber, but actually it's going to be Forsaken and Jing still. Jing on Sage is going to be running you down a lot. So you've got this triple threat that FPX are going to have to try to deal with on their defense side.
Yeah, a lot of his play is going to be on top of his own walls, but it's the
got
bonus round for PaperX.
Little mid to B setup, a set play perhaps coming out on the bonus here.
Board over the top. No play's been revealed. In fact, the Cloudburst just cutting off that angle, and Zipan, what a shot!
Using the information that was given to him by Angel in mid, pre-aiming that position from Forsaken perfectly.
But it's an instant pivot, isn't it? PaperX don't want to waste any time here with the wall being straight up. Xiao, of course, you're taking that fight to spray down. Not going to get the second, but the damage is definitely starting to get done.
What an awesome punish by Xiao to be able to get one back off.
Spike's not even down as well, Josh.
Devi moves forwards, get caught by Sugetsu.
How do you regain position here? That's a good start with Sugetsu falling, but the double up again. Bulldog, what a play being made, but now shut down, still denied. The buyer out of FPX, it goes their way.
Good control by FPX, especially from Xiao. He's been such a playmaker for this team, finding them impact kills in the mid-round clutches as well. The point of him being on top of his wall, if you start to break it, if you spam it down, if you want to try and get the plant, Xiao is going to be able to swing on those players that aren't aiming at him, that have their spray all messy towards the wall.
Sure.
He's always going to be favored there unless you expect it.
Already you're seeing those adjustments by FPX. Playing hard and fast to try and deny that post plant from even getting set up. Aggressive approach once more. Haunt onto the top there. It's going to get pre-fired, so no information really going to be gained.
Jing is going to be loving to search for these early kills, but it actually feels to me like Ardis is going to be the player under pressure. You see where Forsaken is, the tip of the spear for PaperX. And Ardis, oh, he's getting caught. Expecting the jiggle, and Devi is there.
Great opener.
And that spreads the defensive side thinner over towards B. Zipan's still got a nade to be able to work with. Try and deny the plan, buy some time for rotates to come through.
Prowler's just going to go to the left side of the yellow box with the wall up. Plan trying to get denied there yet. The fragment, that's good.
What an awesome play.
Yeah, pushes
the
them away.
Underhand throw from the fragment grenade, making sure that it can still tack onto Jing.
They do eventually get that plant down though, and still Devi holding down this long sight angle. Operator, and mid is being watched. Xiao, what a kill to find.
Look at this swing as well. Oh, Angel, I thought he was going to go for it. Combos
Flash
with a
push! Tries to make the play, but the res online once more gonna hold it though. Positioning known. Half on the defuse. Shao wins out that fight, but can't claim the second. FPX shrugging off the awful approach to that first map that they had. Here to play now, Josh on Icebox.
Yeah, already finding some really nice answers. Ardis' aggression was a very crucial element of how they managed to go up 8-4 against Fnatic. And then this reflank back through mid completely destroys what Shao was going for. So that puts FPX onto an eco. It's got to be the first eco that they've played in the series.
Feels like it, yeah.
I mean,
I'm not keeping track, but one would assume, you know?
Yeah, they just demolished.
Over the top. Yeah, that's going to be a Horn pushing back that rendezvous, so has to respect it with a TP.
But there's everybody here from FPX. They're willing to over-rotate with only pistols in their hands.
Yeah.
See if they can gamble on it being an A hit.
Stacking the side. There was a moment, though, Angel having to re-clear and watch mid just in case player lurks their way in. Positioning gain, that sees, and it's latched onto him. Look at that off to the side, they know it. Now with the positioning there, Shao tries to wiggle around with the movement, the play being made. Oh, shots though, Ardis still headhunter. This guy is a dangerous element. Rattling it off, one after the other. Not gonna be rewarded.
Forsaken's extremely weak as well.
Really dangerous.
Updrafting, trying to escape.
No way does he survive this. Snakepipe bringing him down to 7 HP. Now the knife across the side, the plan still not going down. But now finally they can get into it. But positioning is still there. FPX over the top, Zipan into nest. Only has the Sheriff got a reload against the wall now. And he knows roughly where the players are. Divide off to the back. But Forsaken, a great swing to try and shut down any sort of that nasty business they were getting up to.
And that's an actually fairly close eco round for FPX. But Forsaken was never afraid. And I think that speaks to the mentality they've come into this map with. Despite all of the damage that got done to Forsaken, 7 health, still pushes through the Viper Wall, still ready to trade on Divide.
There's the watch party in Singapore.
They are starting to believe, as are the players, I think.
Yeah. I think
they've forced a timeout from FPX.
They have. Take a breather now, FPX. Wondering, okay, well, I guess that map 1 momentum. Scoreline domination that we managed to achieve. Guess it doesn't mean too much. But this is what I wanted to see, honestly, Josh, from FPX coming into this. You can't turn up to the grand finals, not be willing to play with that confidence that you've shown the entire time in Masters 2.
I totally agree. I think it was simply a case of FPX's aggression getting countered in map 1. And they didn't exactly have anything to fall back on when it came to bind with the Yoru comp. But we know that this team has more than just aggressive set plays.
Of course.
We've seen fantastic mid-rounding by Benkai. Awesome lurking by people like Forsaken even, when he's on the chamber. And Mindfreak has been one of, if not the best clutcher in the tournament. You'll have to have that discussion with Shao throughout this series. So they definitely have the other pieces that they need. It's just a matter of putting them all into place and finding a map where it works.
Here.
Forsaken looking like he wants to monitor some kind of aggressive push. No, he's going to go for the double updraft play with his knives.
Play Storm in hand, seeing if he can catch anybody. Just peeking ahead over Boiler. No bites. And the adjustment here, you can see Ardis now got his tour de force in hand. No longer playing towards B-men. That information, that jump peek gets risky.
There's barely a shred of Jing's head showcased, though. He's just managing to find good information about where Ardis is positioned. There are so many different angles that Ardis can play, but he's got to stay within a rough area that he can rendezvous from.
The way that they're playing this, Ardis is denied. The Prowler latches on, it gives Jing the sight line, and the confidence is there. One step further, all the way into the back of A. 3 kills in the round.
And he's still going.
Oh, this guy wants to claim the ace. Right into it, man.
And there's your first ace of the grand finals there. And I think it's fair to say FPX have woken up.
Oh yes, they're here to play. Not going to go quietly into the night, not yet.
Jing 11-5 off the back of the ace. He was still positive even before this though. What a punish onto Ardis, who had a Prowler going towards him and no rendezvous online. And then Jing just keeps going, keeps going.
This is that trademark aggression. Seen it all the time as well. And Ardis shut down once more. The fight being taken instantaneously. A dash forwards and his FPX looking to capitalize. They want to take space off of this.
It's a good shot by Xiao.
Yeah.
But overall, I mean, Forsaken is just so far forwards. They are incredibly confident taking these swings, but that does mean there's only 2 players now on site.
Still could get dicey.
And the risks!
Still could get dicey.
The risks that they've taken may come back to bite them here. Getsu with a Vandal.
Yep, picked it up, acquired it, a bit of an upgrade for him.
And not just that, the ultimate's here.
Yeah, Nightfall for a Nightfall, traded out across the board to swing again. But it is the post-plant setup. Mindfreak has it ready and waiting. The Orb Angel solo, and that will do the job. It got incredibly close. Speaks elements, I think, to the real power behind these FPX players, the individual talent that they can make it that close even when they're on just those Sheriff buys.
And that, I think, is where the danger's starting to come. Listen, FPX is still in control of this map, for sure. They're up 6-1. But you can tell the tendency is to keep going and keep going. For FPX, though, their players can't hold the sides here. They're getting overwhelmed. And what was working so fantastically for FPX on their attack side bind, this ability to punish the aggression, just hasn't been coming through.
I mean, Forsaken's instantly updrafted and dashed forward to try and punish this Viper's Pit. It's almost like they were ready for it. And look, forced off the high ground, Zigetsu has to hold close. The Prowler reveals his positioning. They know he's not up top anymore.
And that's huge info. Do they clear Xiao as well? Not quite.
Oh, slight timing, the spam with the Vandal. It reveals him a Forsaken. Wants to try and take the fight anyway.
Down A.
Moves through off the ropes, a bit of noise being made as well as you step into that slow orb.
That's Benkai having to recover the spike and finds a kill to respond as well and bring us back into a 3v3. These are normally the moments that Benkai calls for some kind of mid-round. Mindfreak has a position at bottom tube. And they choose not to get detected by the 0 point. Can Mindfreak find an opening here in the map? The defense spreads so thin.
That was his cue, I think, as well. A lot of the big information gathering tools of FPX. The Haunt and the Knife was used a couple of seconds prior. And Mindfreak could get some serious value.
How does the timing work here? Can he find a way past Zipan?
30 seconds
On the stairs, not necessarily favored, and Zipan. Bit of a reset there, the aim, he finds it in the end. Crosshair placement's good as Angel hears him on the top of the ropes. But now he's trapped off to the side, up to Devi. 1v3 and no time to really make anything of it.
A good response exactly when needed for FPX. Zipan with the crucial kill that wins them the round. Being able to collect that flank from Mindfreak, the lurk through mid. It also immediately told them that it was going to end A.
30 seconds
As soon as you see the Viper push through mid like this, you know that they're trying to wrap a player that's anchoring. And Angel even hears Benkai on the ropes and is able to immediately place his crosshair.
Oh, okay.
Great answer for FPX.
I think you just heard Angel say as well, get the orb, and Ardis says, yeah, I have, don't worry. So now Ardis with the operator, moving himself over to green.
We've seen this in prior matches.
That's where Forsaken has been updrafted to, and you can see that FPX are already thinking about it, looking to try and pre-fire it. But Forsaken's one step ahead, covering it with a cloud burst.
Counterplay upon counterplay. The adjustments that each team is making. Obviously the dash was enabled, has to spend it. Moves to the side, and the wall is forced out early. Burst down. Not going to be stopping him. In fact, Xiao's ended up offloading a boatload of utility. Orb and a snake bite just to try and prevent too much from happening with the rendezvous though. Back to safety, but the Viper's Pit is down. FPX want to be fighting over this one. Tooth for nail, but the positioning. Zigetsu reveals it.
I got the
I
spike.
believe the Trace is just showing exactly where he might be, and Devi is doing all sorts of work.
FPX are going to have to be cautious here, but they have such a player advantage. Try and fake out a little bit more counterplayers Forsaken there with a tap.
Where do they plant this one? Zipan! Off to the side!
Where did that come from?
3 kills!
What a play!
Can't reset it enough though. Benkai finally shuts this guy down. A menace. An absolute defining factor potentially in this round. And finally, a Nightfall to push the players back. No sound cues online. Hardest, you're really taking this one, but Mindfreak so close underneath. Time running so low. Could come down to absolutely anything, but with the Horn revealing it. Down, dropping to the side. Now the 1v1. Xiao's been so good against Benkai, but the shot is found.
Finally able to deny Xiao in the clutch. And FPX almost let that one slip away from them after doing so well here. But their determination is just a gorgeous 3K. But throughout that entire round, FPX were determined to get the spike down in only one location. And I think FPX are already reading into that. The amount of utility they are dumping into the position next to Generator, they're never afraid of anything else.
Just Xiao spamming to push them away, but now again, an aggressive play into mid. FPX showing some different shades, I think, towards their Icebox gameplay. Walking up. They can hear that trademark, but it's aggression once more being played. Ardis, risk being taken, backs away into his rendezvous and Zippin with the re-clear, but the trade online, and so is the Resurrect. The advantage just turned around.
Cloudburst trying to get them out safely, and Xiao is still there, holding a different angle. Surely Angel doesn't get that as well. It's back to a 3v3 with guns, I think, available to collect.
Gives him the res.
Resurrect, able to come up. One each in the round, and that gives FPX the player advantage.
Walking into this one, and they should know the noise being made, that this is leaning towards the A site now. The plant, no players within the vicinity to try and disrupt this one. But it is that player advantage. FPX are working with it. Not the best weapons for the job, but 2 rifles still might be good enough for them. A flash to try and clear through, making sure nobody's holding. The post-plan positioning will be incredibly difficult to deal with.
They need to break this wall. Zipan's running through, trying to make himself the bait here. But he's just run out of the null command. Drops permanently, and Jing with the third.
What an angle to find, and a TP back away. Divine to the 1v1 to get to. A slow, patient approach. And it nets him the kill, it nets him the round.
And that is a thrifty. FPX barely brought anything into that round. And yet, every eco has been so dangerous.
Last player standing.
Sugetsu landing shots like that can't hurt either.
Just outstanding.
Look how calm he is.
Throughout this entire tournament, obviously coming in late, FPX were playing with subs, trying to earn their spot to even get to this point. Buying time for Sugetsu to get here.
And none of their players experienced at an International Masters before.
No,
but you wouldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it.
Been denied too many times in the past, but this fight that could be taking place. The jump peak. Drops down, what a flick! Devi finds it. But do they expect this one still? Crossfire, War going to be blocking this one, Zipan. One's going to be revealing it, Jing already taking so much space on top of his own wall, moves around to the side. And this is the aggressive plays that he's known for.
You cannot predict Jing. And look, they're not even allowing the players to get close for the retake. Applying so much pressure before Sugetsu's even a fraction.
Oh my goodness.
And just playing with it. Playing with it! FPX have gone from getting crushed on Bind to playing with their food on Icebox.
It's relentless. It's like we're watching a different team. There's been no drop off when it comes to the confidence. Jing just willing to take every single fight. We mentioned it prior, this guy, entire team of FPX, mired with issues, players having COVID, having to play in isolation. This is Jing's first time playing on the stage here, and it's in the grand finals.
It can't be easy, but he makes it look it.
Get out of my way.
Another eco. These are the rounds where FPX has been looking exceptionally dangerous.
Playstorm whiffing, still aware though of the aggressive play by Ardis. He pushed across the ropes. No sound cues being made, but
Angel's going for an ult here.
It's the diligence, yeah. Off to the side.
This looks like they want to be set up for a fast retake off the spike plant noise. Here it comes.
Plan coming through, that's going to be the knife force, scatters them all the way back. The rendezvous though, and now still in those post-plan positions. Jing can't hear anything. Prowler, the entire kitchen sink just being thrown at him into this corner, but can he hold it down? Can he lock it down? Weaponry still not ideal, but it is the final round for them. Sigetsu comes through, rifle is good enough. Jing rewarded with that resurrect, a clean finish to the first half.
How many resurrects has Jing had? That's the third that I've counted at least. He just seems to put more and more on the board. 18 kills for Jing. And an awesome half from Devi as well.
Absolutely. Analyst desk, is this what you wanted to see from PaperX off the back of that map number 1?
I think this is what we all wanted to see after what happened on map number 1. We're used to seeing the Shao show, and who knew that there was a man in this tournament that can top the stuff that Shao's brought us. Jing, absolutely incredible.
He's been insane. What a turnaround to go from getting stopped on bind to first game on stage as well, and then to put up this performance on Sage, who early in the tournament he played against Gilda, and it was potentially his worst map.
He's not got as many assists, you know. Like, that's at least one positive from the previous
healing
game.
himself, how dare he?
Yeah. Outside of that, maybe less assists means that he's just, you know, capitalized getting his kills too.
Finishing his dinner,
Yeah,
that's what you
it.
call it. But
I
no,
love it.
King
Imagine
Jing.
ending a half 18-10. You end the half 18-10 and you're a battle Sage. I mean,
It's just the way that they're actually playing, though. It's like he's not giving them a moment's rest. Like this in particular,
that
it's
was
just
great.
like you can't even predict that if you're on the other side. And I don't feel like a lot of this is like deep calls coming in from Benkai. I think this is them finally giving Jing that freedom to take over the game.
Yeah, I think this is Jing's great understanding of positioning, angles, and timing most importantly, because some of these times where it looks like he's about to int, he is, but his team is right behind him. He knows the spacing that they have, and it's really, really fun to watch.
Is it in though if you kill 2 and then die? Is that in?
Absolutely not.
It's only inting after you've killed the second and then you carry on. Then it still counts.
Overheating.
He got 5 in 1 round. That was all right. Not bad.
Too bad. The man does well. Look, this is a stark difference from the previous map. Their pace has kept up. They are now the ones dictating the pace, and that was not very present in Bind. So I think this is something they've learned. Maybe they've shaken off a bit of the nerves as well, jump around, you know, get the blood flowing a bit, and now they're on stage. They go, all right, now we know what to expect. Now we know how to do things. Looking better.
Yeah, we're moving to the attacking side, though, for FPX. This is where they kind of swung the game in their favor against Optic. It was a 6-6 half after Optic kind of swung a bit of a lead in the beginning, but this is the half as well where they can accept the aggression really, really well from PaperX, and it's on their own terms.
Well, it's FPX that has to try and get back into this map now. I'm very excited, Brandon Saisho, to get into the second half.
We'll see what answers FPX have got for us here heading into map number 2. Of course, they're leading the series here in our grand finals of Masters Copenhagen. But PaperX definitely rebounding with great confidence.
And look at Ardis all the way down at the bottom of the scoreboard. He was the player that came alive on Chamber when FPX played against Optic here, dominating Ye. On this side of the map, in fact, able to have so much impact on the attack. And to me, I think PaperX just took him out of the game completely. Barely allowed him to play.
Yeah, one of the heavy hitters of the entire tournament, honestly. Ardis has been powering his team through many a moment, but this pistol round, it is a very slow beginning. As expected, FPX, this is how they like to play on their attack sides.
Slow, cautious, spread default. But that also means that there's going to be 1v1 opportunities happening here. And Ardis is taking his headhunter over towards the Jet in the chamber. Took a shot though, has to back, get the heal.
Yeah, returns it. That was a Prowler being used in mid as well, so doesn't latch on to anybody. PaperX are pretty certain, I think, that nobody's going to be lurking just yet.
But FPX are gearing up for an exec here. Looking like they want to hit A. Benkai's already read it, gets back into position, ready to throw his haunt.
It's about disrupting this one as it comes through now. The haunt onto the back. That is going to be Mindfreak revealed. Barely gets away with his life, and a haunt for a haunt, but Ardis through the wall. Benkai's found. What is that? Just ridiculous scenes. Jing with one instantly traded, still coming through and right into the snake bite. The trap laid down. Mindfreak, he's got all the utility to cut off any sort of attempt of space, and time running so low now for them. A jump peek round the corner, Ardis gets it. Mindfreak though, still that nuisance. Down to the 1v1. Spike will go down. Angel whips it around. Forsaken!
He's good for it. Taking the defuse as well and sending PaperX into double digits. And this map looks almost like a mirror image of Bind. A complete and utter opposite. FPX did get the plant down. And it looks like they're going to go for a force as well. 7 rounds to the detriment. You need to pull out something interesting here.
I think it makes a lot of sense. Money situation obviously not ideal, but it's about as even a fight as you're going to get at this point. You need every single round you can get. Lineup on point here. You're going to see this Viper Orb looking to try and deny some space, probably at the back on Rafters. Right close as well. It's not going to be latching, I don't think, onto too many targets, but maybe information's gained. With the Viper walls up, no time wasted. It's pace and aggression, that's the name of the game, Artis. Great kill to find onto Jing. This guy has been so dominant over the course of this map.
Taking him out is a major win condition. Mindfreak's going to come around up the top. They know roughly where Zipan is. What? And he still finds one. Goes 1 for 1 up at the back. And now Shao repositions.
This reposition so smart, and the flank just being watched down. Forsaken shut down. Can't make it happen. Benkai was aware though. The rendezvous, the shot's waiting.
That's the escape artist we know and love. He's in, he's out.
And just like that, FPX come back into it, clawing their way into the map.
But still a major, major journey to go if they want to even draw things level here on Icebox. But you can start to see how Artis is able to have much more impact on the attack side. Strangely enough, playing chamber.
1 enemy remaining.
Pushing in at the tip with his team, taking advantage of all of the utility that they're throwing. And his job is just to get those entries.
Yeah. Use the rendezvous to get back a little bit as well, but the money situation looking a bit better now for FPX. Really eco taken by PaperX, of course, and as you're going to see some dodgy plays being made. That is the show's okay. Shorty play with the haunt. Shut down, I believe that was a prowler in his face, but Jing still close here, ready and waiting. Is there going to be any sort of clear? It's there.
FPX are so diligent with these things. We saw it in the game against Optic as well. They just check every position.
The power of this team, always holding the crossfires, always knowing which angles they should be watching to help their teammates get into those spots. Incredibly good against those eco rounds. They don't let it get out of hand.
But that's not what's coming up right now. PaperX back with rifles in hand. Have an opportunity to tip the balance back into their favor again and stop any kind of streak that FPX might be looking to build. There's ults to work with too here. But I'm looking at the positioning of their players, wondering if Forsaken wants to go for something aggressive.
The same similar default on the defense side that we just saw with the horn over the top.
But it is some aggression over towards A. Jing and Forsaken holding this area pretty aggressively gives them the idea that there's no one really here.
Taking belt. We've seen this before when they played in the regional games, not at this tournament, of course. First time that they're playing Icebox, still a fight being taken place. The shot rattled off. Damage was done prior. And the Benkai, PaperX, they're ripping them to shreds.
Awesome position that Benkai's holding up there on the top.
One
Able to
enemy
throw out
remaining.
all of his information. Play a high-low setup over with Divide. It's all left in the hands of Shao, who only had a Guardian to work with.
What a squeeze, man. What a squeeze.
A great round by PaperX. Everything worked on both sides of the map. The aggression that you see from Forsaken and Jing, the Sage running towards Belt. And on the other side, your anchors, Benkai, Divide, choosing a high-low setup where they can spam down these players that are trying to take B. Everything in the game plan working here for PaperX. And it's forced an FPX timeout.
It certainly has.
FPX's utility is so diligent when they go towards B. Angel uses prowlers, haunts, seizes, everything to try and stop people who might be playing aggressively and catching them. But what they weren't ready for was Benkai and Divide holding to stop them even getting the plant down. Not looking actually to hold those hyper-aggressive positions at the front of B, but sitting back on site, spamming them down. And at that point, FPX have already used a lot of their utility.
Icebox is an interesting one. In terms of the way the map plays out on the attack side of things. I mean, FPX were afforded the luxury, I think, of slowing things down to a crawl on Bind when they were playing their attack side, making sure that they could absorb any aggressive plays. It's a little bit different, though. I think you need a lot of bodies, a lot of utility to get into the extremities to even have a chance of getting the plant done in these rounds.
Yeah, on Icebox, the attackers don't start with much map control. You don't have access to, you don't have control, rather, of mid or either of the extremities early. You've got to go and take them. You've got to go and fight for them.
It's going to be that buy round on either side.
It looks like aggression again from FPX. This is the setup they had before, with Jing flooding forwards into the top, taking the rope. He's slightly slow on it this time, but they're still going to get that duo set up. And they buy time for them to get into position with Mindfreak's Snakebite lineup.
Surely this is known, but look at how the players are playing this one. Yes, ready and waiting behind the ramp. Anticipating and expecting the aggression. Shao and Sugetsu, they answer back in kind.
Shades of Bind for sure. We were just talking about how difficult it is to hold such a safe passive default on this map. But FPX manage it immediately afterwards. FPX need to scrap that aggressive strategy over on A. Maybe to the extent that they can go and hold pipes, sure. But not over pushing into spawn, at least not without a lot of information on the other side of the map.
Yeah, when you're not particularly favored, and look at how ready they were for this. Prime Game and Flawless, keeping all the guns moving into the next round. They just knew it was coming.
And there is a Snakebite that's being thrown there by Mindfreak that might be used as somewhat of a tell. But even in the rounds where they don't want to go for aggression, he's had his Viper's Pit online for a while now. He's just choosing not to use it. It's more aggression, actually. Mid of Forsaken again.
Yeah. This time with an operator in the hand of Forsaken, and he's pushed up onto that mid angle. Look at where the spike is around the side here.
And this wall.
Watched on top of the wall. Reset!
A headshot.
Damage is done. Yeah.
But barely any damage.
Jing dropped down. You can't be kidding me, man.
How is Zipan getting two out of that? Jumping onto a box.
That had to have just been threaded right between the legs, surely.
You will not.
That had to have been it. And the Resurrect, of course, it's online. Kill Prior not even going to be mattering now, turning it into that 5v3. Risks need to be taken.
And Mindfreak looking to be the one going for it.
Again, FPX are so diligent. The utility to try and clear them through. Viper's Pit is a bit of a response here from Mindfreak.
In a 3v5.
Wants to use it to shut it down. He's dead, just getting spammed through. Snowman to the back, Haunt on top of it. Benkai, a monstrous task ahead of him to try and push back the onslaught. Surrounded on almost every single side.
30 seconds left.
It doesn't particularly look doable.
No.
But they have the funds to be able to commit to this and still buy for the next round. So Benkai and Divine might try and make this just a little expensive. Zipan is having none of it. He is not having any of it today.
A triple push over the rafters, a reflank through mid. Benkai can just hit footsteps all around him. Doesn't know where to watch. Who can blame him?
And Zipan gets 4 in the round, but it's the first 2 that confused me.
A shot.
A jump peek up onto the box to claim his first target. Let's take a look at this on the replay.
Oh, right between the legs.
Oh, he did. He just jumped over the up shot.
One enemy remaining.
Didn't realize he was an acrobat.
Time to die.
Pass reset of the aim and starting to look just that bit more dangerous, I think, for PaperX.
It absolutely is. FPX are now starting to snowball ultimates as well. They've been very diligent in these anti-eco rounds.
Wait, is this?
Oh.
Hold on.
Oh, he misses the jump.
No strangers to these kind of plays being happening as well. That was a snakebite and a seize happening over towards the A side just to punish the orb being grabbed and Divide. It's going to be that first casualty. My ball dropped off, a fast approach, no time wasted. Now Haunt, he reveals the positioning perfectly. Spam around the side, but still, the kills. Flooding in one after the other. Forsaken is right in their faces. The Blade Storm not giving them any options. Somehow, it's come down to the 1v1. In the blink of an eye. Forsaken, a bit of a read. The crosshair placement is there for the wider swing, but he dashes back, and now he knows it, but still, the noise being cut down over the top. Sugetsu, does he know about this repositioning?
Yeah, of course he does. Forsaken playing that one beautifully to take PaperX up to map point. 12 on the board now, and that's around where it starts. Forsaken missing his jump to go for a double updraft, and I'm sure he's glad he still had the updrafts available to win this one out on the A retake.
Right up above, perfect with the repositioning, wasn't it? Getsu even managing to land a couple of those shots off onto him, but a thrifty win puts them on that map point.
Let's play.
Again, you're starting to see that aggression in play. This time, though, the horn over the top, spam through the wall. Jing pushed up, didn't even expect this one, right round the side.
Face your fear!
Nightfall pushing him back, and they're taking the fight right up close into them. Prowler going to be denying the vision, but still, Jing right off to the side, and the team is helping him all the way pushed up. They want to end it right here, right now.
Devi's on the ropes.
This is
here.
just absurd.
He's over the top of them. He's on top of Angel's head.
Ships in the night.
Teleport's ready.
Dodges back, but surely he's going to open himself up to an angle here. No, eventually backing away with the rendezvous. And
he's just distracted.
The distraction from the back Mind Freak. What an opening. What a timing to catch. And it's down to Angel.
I have the spike.
Angel with it all to do. Mind Freak and Divide to fight. The crowd to fight as well. 86 health, though he does have the spike. Silently moves his way over.
30 seconds, Josh.
30 seconds left.
He might be allowed a free plant here, Bran. He's just walking backwards, though! Into the sideline of Divide. And that puts Paper X back level in the series. Socks, shoes, get them back on.
Got a game to play, son. Even in the series, 1-1 apiece, the grand finals. Not quite so one-sided, and there's the biggest fan of Paper X right up close and personal.
He's got flags for both teams, I'm sure. That is a great response. Not only in the manner that it was 13-7, but also the level of aggression that they showcased without getting punished too much. You had all of the same diligence coming out from FPX.
Yeah.
They were still trying to punish the aggression, and they did at times. And yet you still had moments like this. Jing pulling out an ace, going for play after play.
Just outlandish stuff. All over the map. Don't get me wrong, FPX looking like they were clean, just trying to answer back, crawl their way into the map at hand, but even out eventually.
And you just can't let yourself get to that kind of deficit where one eco round and that's it, that's the map. At this kind of type of level, it's the tiniest of fractions that will make the difference. And like the Des was saying at the beginning, every map is winnable. It's just what you bring to the table. And you're already starting to see the two teams' different styles.
And who knows which direction this series is going to be going, man. The maps are just going to get even more crazy. We're going to go to a short break, and of course on the other side, our analyst Des breaking down all the action and setting us up for that crucial map number 3. Don't go anywhere.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Just like, shut up.
Imagination, exploration, inspiration, elevation, invocation, affirmation, destination, transmutation, revelation, devastation, simulation, termination, activation, illumination. I radiate with a high vibration. High vibration. Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
What a response there from PaperX. They take map 2 in this grand final best of 5. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Baller, Tom and Jess. That was kind of the response we needed to see from PaperX to keep this competitive. Now you guys have seen their Icebox here. They won their 4th map now in terms of like a variation of maps. What did you make of it?
Well, I think it was almost exactly what we expected it to be from when they played versus Xerxia. Like, a lot of aggression. I think they added a few cool things with, like, the haunts that they had through the walls, although I think both teams had that in aspect. And honestly, just seeing Jing perform on the stage at this level, it's a lot of fun.
I think it was definitely exactly what you expect out of PaperX. I mean, on that first half, you just mentioned Jing. They're just consistently pushing, and that almost costed them a little bit of a comeback here, which honestly was what FPX was able to capitalize on, which PaperX wasn't able to do on the first map. They brought this back a little bit because of the aggression that consistently was coming out from PaperX.
I just think that if you have one player who's going to bring a duelist on usually what people are moving to a non-duelist composition map, it's got to be this man. The amount of times he was able to dash away, he's got an unbelievable presence around the map. He wasn't one of the big hitters when you think about the kill impact, with the ACS impact, but what he was able to do was keep everyone wondering, everyone thinking on the side of FPX, is he in the cloud? Is he not? Where is he? Has he dashed? Where is he going next? I love that he had that kind of presence.
And honestly, he took over the game once FPX started to come back into it, right? I think a lot of people thought when they first saw Forsaken on the international stage and maybe watched some regional matchups, they're like, this guy will just take over a game. And he did that again. This was exactly the type of thing you expect from Forsaken when he plays that jet, and it delivered on a big scale.
I know you guys wanted to keep an eye on Ardis, especially on this map. The first half, he was a little bit quiet, but he ended up this map, Tom, with actually his worst statistical performance in all of this tournament.
Yeah, I think this is the first time he's properly been shut down. Like, you look at, he was still going for the same aggressive peaks, taking those fights, trying to get work done with the operator, but he was just getting rinsed by Jing, just running at him, shut down by Devi as well with some of the counter operator on the other side. It was the quietest performance we've seen, but I don't expect that to continue.
I mean, I sort of coined it escape artist yesterday, and I love that I put it in there. And then I think, unfortunately, PaperX took that to heart, and they're like, how do we stop him from being escape artist? Oh, yeah, we can just taper off where his escape is, and then just be there to receive him, or chase him down as he does escape. Yeah. I love that. They did not pull their foot off the pedal there. That was excellent work.
One of the guys that was maybe in charge of shutting him down a little bit as well is Jing. Here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment of the match. An ace from him, but the crowd went wild for this as well.
Vintage. I mean, seriously, exactly what we wanted from Jing when he comes back on the stage. He was definitely uncomfortable in that first map, but this is where he started to just pop off. I mean, it's ridiculous the amount of pace he goes in.
It's disrespect.
It
That's the thing. When you're in a grand final of a tournament, maybe you taper off a little bit. You go, I'm going to chill. Like, I'm not going to make those same crazy plays I would make all the way back in, like, Challengers 1 when I'm playing against teams I'm just better than. But in Jing's mind, he's better than everyone, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, we needed them to come back with this confidence. If we wanted to have a series on our hands, we had to have them come in with that kind of ferocity that we're used to seeing FPX. And if it's Jing on the Sage, if it's Forsaken on the Jet, I don't care who it is that's stepping up to the plate. It needs to be a team effort, of course, but there are star players on the side of FPX who start something like that, and it will kick off into momentum.
You also just know the Benkai sat there like, just do it. Go, 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 go. Run as fast as you can.
You got this,
and
bro.
he's probably going to carry on running as well on a Fracture, which is the next map we are moving on to. You know, Bala, we often say when it comes to Paper X, if you let them have Bind, don't let them have Fracture. Do you stand by that here?
I mean, they had no choice to, but yeah, I mean, I do, but also I think I'm pretty confident when I say FPX's style on this map specifically, they control the map very well, and they will receive this aggression from Forsaken. You talk about how he's going to run onto this map. It might be hard to do when you have a Prowler or one-way in your face.
One of the things I really want to see is just like, are they going to run the composition which involved Jing switching to the Sage, which really was trying to lock down one side and pressure the other, or are they going to let Jing off the leash? And I'll be honest, that's what I want to see. I think after this map, if he gets to play that Raze and he's pushing alongside the rest of his team, then they're really hard to play against. If they play the more passive approach, I don't know if it's going to work.
Some of that defensive aggression I expect as well. I mean, there's so many times I've seen them just run down B long with the Neon rather, and they get the stuns out, and everyone is just shocked. The round has had 10 seconds, and they're already in their spawn. I mean, these are the kind of plays that PaperX can put on, but they also condition their opponents to think that's what's coming. So, of course, FPX is awaiting, but they're a team that is used to waiting. They're used to having 30 seconds left in a round to go get that spike down. So I don't think it'll detract necessarily from FPX's playstyle, but I'm worried that that's what they'll be expecting time and time again, and they'll be considering PaperX too much, whereas they need to focus a little bit more on their own gameplay now.
I mean, they've already taken down Optics Neon. Not many teams can take down Optics Neon. So do you guys feel like the preparation...
They both have, yeah. 13-5, 13-7, not too bad.
Does that preparation mean anything as we head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select?
I think definitely. I think for FPX, every single time the preparation is going to matter probably more than any other team. They are excellent at coming in with these counters, and I think ultimately I'm going to look at both the Vipers once again when they do eventually come through, because I think that both teams have fantastic site anchors, and by the looks of it again, we are going to get what is basically a triple duelist. I think we have to call it that at this point. I don't think there's much site holds other than what is going to be that reliance on the likes of Benkai and the likes of Mindfreak, because everybody else is going to be pushing.
Yeah, Device specifically is a monster on this map when it comes to both sides, right? That chamber can be so useful at locking down an area, but also lurking on this map. And that is so hard. I mean, you have to be paying attention to that. Actually, that cost a little bit FPX on Icebox, was how often these types of timings were occurring for them.
I love that we get Angel back on the Omen, for example. The amount of one-ways that FPX, especially yesterday when they decided on split, they're like, actually, we'll get the one-ways happening again. It's a strength over towards A main as well, that they hold that power position with that one-way. Not necessarily him and having those, you know, smokes to work with is going to be the kicker here, but they love to play off of it on many maps.
Just TPs behind the A and looks like crazy stuff that you see. So
shout out to the observers, by the way.
Yeah.
That was like a movie.
The fact
that
they
read
them
every day. Those guys always smash it.
That
Unless it's a
is
1v2.
I mean, there was a lot of shenanigans that happened. It's not all of the observers of the 1v2, Tom. You got to be more specific.
No.
But yeah, where are you leaning here? Who are you leaning towards?
I'm always going to stick with the Paper X train on this map. I love watching them. I think they're the most exciting team when it comes to Fracture, and I think they'll take it.
Well, whoever takes this one is going to have a huge advantage going to the map after Fracture. It's time to send this over to your casters, Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, let's get into this one here. Map number 3 in this series. And you two set it up perfectly. A huge advantage to whatever team can end up taking this map coming up, Fracture. I mean, both these teams, no strangers to this map. They love playing it.
Yeah, it's one of the maps at the top of both teams' pools. And I think you could argue whoever takes it could well take the series, because you're talking about them being on such even footing. Whoever's able to get that one up, it might just extend further and further. We've seen great stuff from both teams at this point. And from FPX, when they were able to take down Optic, they got most of their work done on the attack side. Now we're going to see them try and defend against this hyper-aggression. PaperX sending both duelists, looking to try and react towards Dish perhaps in this round.
Utilities traded out there in the one-way as well. Tempers that aggression. All of that was going on. PaperX, they did take that Dish control, already a drop.
Nade in hand, ready and waiting, but with the Viper Wall dropped down, that's going to be an indicator. The rotations, oh, they're there. The nade off to the side. Forsaken's already in. No morphs. Glides available to them, but PaperX just happy to squeeze any remaining players that might be just trying to defend their way through. With the doors open and wide, Angel's head ripped off, and Jing is relentless with it.
That's what you want to see from PaperX. Flawless for them on the pistol, and exactly their game plan functioning. They have their slower agents moving towards halls, baiting that one-way aggression. And then the duelists, Jing, Forsaken, flood out of Dish and crunch the defenders. And then Jing just decides to overpush into
Just
spawn.
go straight to spawn,
Just
why
doing
not?
Jing things.
It sounds like the crowd's on your side, so extra element, I think, as well, pushing forward. Although, to be fair, he's doing the exact same stuff online.
He certainly was. That's one of the impressive things about both of these teams. Able to carry that kind of momentum. And the way that they were playing online forwards. FPX, you could argue, playing even better.
No time wasted. Boombot stun as well. Shao gonna try and lock this one down, but a Bucky revealed. Crossfire off. That's Angel. Forsaken's taken out, but space is gonna be gained now. On this side, should be able to get that plant off.
And here's another classic of PaperX. Look at the position of Devi coming out for the longest lurk, the biggest flank possible.
All the way behind them. The fight's still being taken, Jig. You are an absolute maniac. The double satchel play right into the sand. It pushes them right into the line of sight angles. Devi taking that long lurk all the way through. The marathon approach, it seems, to the map.
All left down to Sugetsu, he doesn't have what it takes. And PaperX once more lose a couple of bodies in their anti-ecos, but they come out on top in the end. And I really do think you need to try and keep track of those post-plant lurk plays. Benkai is going to do it. Forsaken will occasionally do it. Devi's going to be going for them as well. Mind Freak and Benkai have post-plant lineups. Every part of their play, once they get to the site, is well orchestrated and has extra layers to it. Everything has extra layers.
See it all the time, just players trying to fill in those gaps and catch the timings, I think, when you're just trying to deal with the aggression up front, and no stranger to it. Here's the bonus for PaperX.
It's not great. 2 Bulldogs, a Spectre, but Jing is one away from that showstopper too. Benkai choosing to get himself one away so that he would have the Rolling Thunder with the Spike Plant.
Quick satchel play into the orb as well, make sure that that's nice and clear, but he hasn't cleared at the back of the side. That's Zipan. Oh, and he's got the rifle, and he's clean with the shots. The lurk attempt being watched. Devi, they've cottoned onto it fast enough, haven't they?
Very early on. A Mind Freak, Benkai taken down. A flawless response.
It's going to be that kind of map, is it?
FPX are going to consistently try to update their playstyle to deal with PaperX. And Zipan here was just unseen.
One enemy remaining.
Unseen, unnoticed, able to work around that utility, that Viper utility, to anchor the site and bait the PaperX players in. False sense of security for sure.
That hard anchoring, a bit of a counterplay towards it. You can see that FPX are already ready for these lurks, but again, being played, you can see ults online. That's Benkai holding that Rolling Thunder. It's twice against him, but now still has it online, and now sends it through right into sand. Shaudo, an opportunity. Him and Zipan just locking down these angles. It's up to Jing. Moves in, but he is being swarm surrounded. They know his positioning. TP away, the nade pushes him back, and he's so low.
Such a fantastic response from FPX in this round. Leaves everything once more in the hands of Benkai.
Tries to go for it, doesn't he?
And that's a great try. Awesome spray transfer as well. But the same issue in the clutch, and it's the same issue to open the round. There are too many players in halls for PaperX to get through.
Just ready to deal with it.
Even after they ult Angel away, Zipan is there to go and help Shao. And Shao only had a Guardian, and yet the combo with Zipan has just locked that area of the map straight down.
Sees nade, the paranoia, it's all used to disrupt that kind of play. And again, Gonna be joking, the same sort of setup. The players are there. PaperX
cover going out.
Have the weapons this time, working with just a bit of a lighter buy, of course. Half on it. Flash through into Sam, but Showy deals with it easily enough. Mindfreak, though. Instant response to the trade online. The door's still open, and this is causing more than enough issues. How are they returning the fire like this?
All of those sheriff shots were so precise from the side of PaperX. And Forsaken's going into spawn here.
Crazy
Looking to try and close the gap.
Absolute madness. Artist shuts down any sort of funny business.
No fun on my watch. Not unless I'm the one singing. That's what Artist says. He's got an operator into this round. And for PaperX in general, they have just been battering their heads against halls.
A-halls all the time.
Yeah.
Over and over and over again.
Because in theory, it does make sense. You should be able to get around it. If you can have Jing or Forsaken or both of them playing up by Dish, even 3 players from FPX can't watch both sides at once. If you get the timing down, it should be possible. They may want to try and have Divide purely playing as bait there. A lot of the fracture meta tends to revolve around having your chamber, trying to take and break the trap plays happening in halls. If they can force out one of those early paranoias or a seasonade and then react out of Dish, maybe they can start to get something working. Or, you know, there is a B side to this match.
Sure, you could lean over to that side. Timeout to try and think about what they want to do. You are right, Josh. Normally teams, when they're playing this one on their attack side, you see those 4-1 setups. Usually the chamber player alone, just with the rendezvous setup, trying to bait and pull out that utility that might be being used. Could be an option for them, but so far it's just been complete conditioning, or at least the attempt by PaperX to try and drag players over towards A-halls with everything they're pumping into it.
And it will work. FPX are committing 3 players over to A, and I think it's quite unlikely they start with 3B at the beginning of any of these early rounds. Both chambers with an op, and Zipan's made the move over to the B site. Now playing with a showstopper to try and shut down any kind of adjustment in the strategy. But from the look of it, PaperX are still content to send the same kind of pistol round look, where they're slowly prodding towards halls with both duelists up at Dish.
It's a stun and obviously exchanged. Prowler's being used. That's a lot early on from Shao, just to try and clear through in case there's somebody there. But it is more tempered and space has been given up. That drop location. Players are watching it though. FPX seem relatively aware that it could be a possibility. Of course, compromise, you've got to be knowing it.
Angel's getting a little antsy here. Gonna have to refresh his one-way soon, and I think that's the timing that PaperX are going for. One way back up, Angel wants information right now. He's playing much further forwards than he has done previously because there's been no noise from PaperX.
It's been cut completely.
Only one rendezvous is what he hears.
It's not a lot to go off, but with the Viper orb down, there's a fast lane to try and split this one up. And now the showstopper play into Sand, cut it across, but this wall impedes it.
Sugetsu,
he lives! An absurd series of events. How do you get away with that one? And the pressure still being applied, the corner not being cleared. Angel returns back into action. 2 kills for him. Devi will eventually trade it, but he's left alone, isn't he? 1v3, picking up this rifle. The crossfire, this chokehold that FPX have got onto the site. An almost impossible task.
And with only 10 seconds left, he is not getting past the brick wall of Ardis. And PaperX, I've never seen a Raze player get robbed so frequently as Jing with his showstoppers.
I mean, that was just absurd.
138 damage he did. And also a bit of a miscommunication there as well. Mindfreak not realizing where he died from.
Yeah, and Angel just not being cleared out fast enough. He's able to get that value just playing in that close position, and still we're not seeing any sort of attempt at trying to lean towards the B side. It looks like, again, all the players
you want to play, let's
happy
play.
to keep up a similar kind of default.
Yeah, they're really trying to hammer home this conditioning. Perhaps trying to make space for Divide to work his operator in there.
One against the other. Tour de Force could be a huge difference maker. They're slowly creeping up on these ankles.
Ardis is going to have the better angle here if Divide comes close.
Comes down to these micro adjustments. It comes down to it, doesn't it? Just the patience to try and hold this one. Ardis still unwilling to reposition.
and what is going to give.
On the other side of the map, Angel has this info.
Setting it up for though. All going to be scattered through. That's going to be the Rolling Thunder. And now Forsaken, the overdrive is all the way deep in their spawn. One kill found. Satchel attached to Getsu. You should not be favored there, son, but still locks down tower, but he's being squeezed. Not able to push back the approach of the players. With the Viper's pit down, it's looking like a difficult task, but
Not for much longer.
Listen, he takes that threat out. Now he's making it work. Him and Angel against the world. Forsaken. Ult's going to be fading. Picked up a Bulldog. God, they still need to get themselves onto the site. Angel has TPs available, but it's red. And a satchel across. Playing it well. Paper X, 3 kills in a round for Jing. What a way to win on their Thrifty.
Great stuff by Paper X there. FPX actually read what was happening and had pushed 2 players out, Angel and Xiao, through halls. That's how Xiao got behind so quickly. But they weren't anticipating Forsaken to be this aggressive. It's one thing to know that Paper X are going to push you. It is another thing to suddenly find them in your spawn.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Big one. When it was looking like, honestly, the momentum of this first half was really on the side of Paper X. Or FPX, I should say.
But they found something that works, and this time Forsaken Divide getting very quickly past the one-way smoke, making sure they hold for any kind of setup. I'm not sure what their plan was if they got hit by the paranoia here, maybe just to flee. But at this point, Angel's missed his opportunity.
Moving it back, I mean, he's still holding close to the wall.
It's awkward, though. It's awkward positionings from the
Incredibly
FPX
awkward.
players. Angel might just end up running into Jing.
Still coming through. Jing trying to take the timing. He's given free reign there at Dish. Misses the opportunity, though.
And this is Sugetsu's classic. Mid-round Viper's Pit popped onto the A site. A little bit of sound bait here from Paper X as they try and make it sound like they're going over towards B. Or is this just indecision? Pings all over sand would indicate Paper X are still going to try and fight through this.
It needs to be watched now. You can see them moving all the way through to stun. That's going to be a connection. Forsaken moves forward. It's a fast lane to split it up, but this is a difficult one again to deal with up close and personal. Sugetsu on the high ground, and the Viper's Pit remains intact.
30 seconds.
And it has to be a pivot. It has to be an adjustment.
And Ardis stays in his position here. They're going to go... No, thinking about going over the ropes. There really is indecision. Littering the camp of Paper X right now. Benkai normally so good in these mid-round decisions.
A tour de force as well. A dodge to the side. Ardis, he could shut this down single-handedly. Holding behind it. Dies. The shot is found. And the slow field placed across. The showstopper is the cherry on top. Not a chance in hell for Paper X to find their way back in.
And Divide, the silver lining to this catastrophic round may be that he just keeps the operator online. But FPX immediately rip back control into their camp. This setup is so difficult to crack. Sugetsu on top of B, with inside his Viper's Pit, and Xiao playing inside it on the bottom. Xiao's more often going to take first contact, and even if he dies, the pit remains active.
There's really no way to clear out Sugetsu when he plays back against the wall on the high ground there.
After a very successful map 2, Forsaken's stat line seems to indicate he's back to bind. Just getting shut down, hammered by utility. Has to keep giving up these early fights, but he wants to force another.
No way!
And what is that shot?
What a flick in the angle. Watch Divide. He's got his back. Oh, this is just once more relentless. Forsaken though this time. Put off the gas, now the Satchel play onto the side. It's up to Zipan to see if he can lock this one down. He knows slowly being squeezed with the positioning, and the timing was everything.
And it was perfect.
Flash into the corner, Ardis rattling off almost everything in his clip there. The headhunter finding it though still. It is a 2v3. Sugetsu, what a kill to final to Jing. Choosing the refight into this Divide with the shot though, down to Ardis.
And with only an operator in hand. This one doesn't look doable. He, in fact, rendezvous in to donate the off. Just thinking that he was inside the other totem there. Paper X managed to claw one back. Look at this shot from Forsaken.
What is that?
That's filth. Absolute filth. Divide as well, sneaking an op shot underneath. Look at the face on Angel.
Also, they had a great read, I think, of how to disrupt that one. The players were up close and personal. The paranoia was skirted across, but do you really anticipate Forsaken to just be sliding and gliding across the floor, cutting up the crosshair placement, immediately retaking that space?
And I think the other point to note is that from FPX's point of view, the team that's now taking a tactical timeout, there was nothing wrong there tactically. The guy just hit a crazy shot. And that's what you're going to get with PaperX sometimes. Jing and Forsaken in particular are so talented. They've been able to turn up to these events since the very beginning, since their first showings at the International Masters events, and shock people with how talented, how skilled they both are. Yeah. Forsaken obviously for quite a bit longer.
When they play with that pure whimsy, man, it sometimes carries them. Moments of brilliance, something to just even out the rounds, and what a map we've had so far.
But they are going to need to keep pulling off those miraculous shots, because from a strategical point of view, things are not going so well for PaperX. But an attempt to brute force it might just work if you have the force.
Still leaning over towards it. I mean, it's just absolutely outlandish behavior. The double satchel in the showstopper. Rip through, trademark. Oh, Slowfield's going to be throwing a wrench into the plan, I think, just trying to clear their way through with the flash. The fast lane, the players off-site Shadow. Oh, he's right around this corner, and the timing here could be everything for them.
Forsaken's going to plant in a position where Mindfreak has those snakebite lineups. So now, possibly for the first time, we get to see the PaperX post plan. And how do FPX deal with it? Are they going to go for something quick? They've denied Dish. Actually, Mindfreak's not going for it because he was looking to go for a mad wraparound.
Forsaken! The Horn is just lighting this guy up, and somehow he still lives. Alive, but for a moment, Zippon will eventually deal with him, but it is just Hall's control. That's all the PaperX are dealing with. It makes it hard for them to try and push back this one, but it looks like they've got a setup to deal with it. Control being gained, Divide with the operator, opening after opening with the nade sent flying. Nobody can get onto this one. Rattle it off, a flick to the side. Divide eventually shut down by the snake bite. Sugetsu weakened, no more time, has to stick it. And it's clinical by Mindfreak.
There you see the power of the PaperX post plant. Mindfreak was actually thinking of going for a big wraparound flank through B, and instead counter-called by somebody on his team, just deciding to play it safe. Look at that shot from Divide. Divide's really woken up in this game. Determined to take his team deeper and deeper, hoist the trophy. And now, after that insane run from FPX, it's PaperX that are in control and looking to take a sixth.
The economy's on their side. The flash to the side and all of that conditioning still. It's a bit of a gamble with players leaning over here, but Arcade is being played for. Satchel play right up close. Forsaken's moving through. This is support a little bit more with the fast lane. Artist plays inside of it,
Whoa.
and guess what? Sugetsu's still in tower. Still locks it down despite the fact he's being pressured from the back there. Jing ended up sending in his nade in this crosshair placement. He just knows it's coming.
And Sugetsu has the spike as well. It is so difficult to try and retrieve that.
Hyperspit.
And even more difficult now.
Good luck.
Potentially impossible. Mindfreak and Divide in such a rotten position.
Last player standing.
Vardis collecting that one there onto Mindfreak. Divide going to take quite a bit more for him to find an edge. Every shot whipping, and eventually Sugetsu comes out to bail out his teammate. The thrifty win.
These anti-ecos have been a real problem for PaperX. Even when they haven't lost them, they've come extremely close. And now it's PaperX going from having a booming economy to none at all. Oh, I say none. They've still got something going. But Sugetsu is the playmaker, the master there. It is a well-known IGL strategy. On eco rounds, or on anti-eco rounds rather, send it to the other site. Keep them guessing, don't always hit A. But completely failed there. Angel rotated instantly, Zipan pushed out Dish. They just knew they were going B.
Stun's going to be revealing quite a lot there, but this time it is on the B side of things. Mindfreak. See where this one lands. Supplementing the rest of his push now, right onto the top of stairs. So he's going to be pushed forwards, and I think the goal there to try and push him forwards into the aftershock. They've already taken tower, but look at that crosshair placement. This guy is impeccable.
What a monster! making a serious case for MVP in this tournament. And in this map, finally gets taken out by Forsaken, who goes for a slide play.
One after the other, the plays just keep happening. The shots are rattled off. Back and forth. Artis.
Spike planted.
How do you retake this one? Operator. The Viper's pin in the choke.
And you have to go for it. It's the final round of the half. Either way, FPX have 6. Question is whether Artis can put them out to a major advantage. This would be an outrageous clutch if he could pull it off. If he could find the timing, and it's just not quite there.
Not quite there. FPX even it out in the end this first half. So back and forth. We mentioned at the beginning, Josh, the importance of this one to get that edge in this series, your grand finals of Masters 2 Copenhagen.
And every other Masters final that we've had the pleasure of watching has been a one-sided affair. This is the first time where a team's taken a map and then we go into a third and it's close on either side. I mean, Copenhagen, you are getting a treat today.
What a match to have the crowd here watching. Let's send it down to the analysts to break it down so far, what we've seen.
Yes, like you guys said, this is anything but one-sided, both teams showing up. And it does come down a lot to the Rave players. Jing and Zipan Tom, they're having a hell of a head-to-head.
Yeah, the way that things sort of started off between the two of them, it was like Jing blast packing his way into the site, and then you almost had those multi-frags coming through on the other side from Zipan. But I feel like we started there with those two players, and then after a while, it just started switching between whoever was just going to pop off in different rounds.
I think Ray's players on map of Fracture is just so incredibly important. There's power positions. I was a little interested that they weren't that interested over towards B a lot of that half. I was like, okay, maybe there's a lot of space you could take. They decided to hit A time and time again, and I don't know if that's the G2 special that we keep bringing out, that only A side exists, but for both of these players, Jing was able to traverse the map quite efficiently. Zipan was kind of the mid-round kind of guy as well, so it was different, a little bit different stylistically.
Yeah, I mean, Jing was full-on W gaming in effect right here. There's so many moments where he was trying to set the tempo for FPX, and then Zipan came alive, right? So he was starting to shut down Jing trying to take the space, and unfortunately there were so many moments where Jing's showstopper just didn't find any value. This specifically is where it started to turn for FPX, and I thought that they might go on a mad run, but instead they're doing exactly the type of thing that you expect, right? Being able to shut down the Hall's position, being able to shut down the fast push, and then FPX just turned it on again. It's just crazy how back and forth this game has been.
Yeah, I think we need like an honorable mention as well for the likes of Devi, like some of the operator shots, but also towards the end, Saigetsu basically winning them around with a shorty. Like, it is just, this man is just illogical in every sense of the word, and a joy to watch.
I mean, we said we were really lucky to get Fracture in the first 3 maps. That way we would be guaranteed we would get here. Well, we knew it was just going to be an absolute slaughter on both sides of the coin here. I have no idea where this is going, but I'm wondering whether or not the attacking side might favor a particular team going into it. That's where my head is ever so slightly.
I want to see an overtime, you guys. I want us to go all the way into OT. Brandon Seisha, what do you think about that?
I only hope we'd be so lucky, I think, Sue.
But we're heading into the half now, where FPX managed to completely neutralize Optic's Neon aggression. And that I think is going to be the big question here. For the rest of Fracture, are the set plays on defense that FPX love running, are these crunch plays going to actually find value? And I think we might get the answer very shortly.
They're just holding for it. There were pings on the map. That was for the fault line. The angle, but look at this positioning, this crossfire. 3 players watching it, just the angle still. Stuns off to the side, Artis in the back, Headhunter. One after the other. Not the cleanest shots in the world, but it doesn't matter.
And Benkai has to limp away, 13 health. A failed venture completely there. Maybe Mindfreak can save something though.
Gets over the top, reveals his position. And there's still a kill being found.
Devi's worried about being pushed from the other angle. He does have a little bit of space to work with. But Artis pushes even deeper. Devi catching him in the back, 1v2.
How do you deal with this one, Devi? Hopping around the corner, the Prowler. Nobody wanted to capitalize off of this, but it's a double face. Have to be careful. The 1-2 shot, the damage is done. 2 HP in a dream, and it's not enough for him. Pistol round for FPX to claw any sort of advantage coming into this map, into the second half of Fracture.
And the way that PaperX like to play on their defense side, it's exactly what FPX are waiting for. They're sat there anticipating it on the pistol again. The same thing we saw on bind from them on attack. Completely reading where the aggression was going to come from and set up with ultra-disciplined crossfires to shut it down immediately. Looks like PaperX are not bothered about it, though. They're going to go for it again. Another attempt at some bridge aggression, trying to control the north side of the map. Meanwhile, FPX is starting out looking at tunnel, looking at taking stairs.
This is honestly, again, a bit of a hard read, I think, from FPX. The preparation coming into this, knowing the aggressive plays were coming.
And what a boom bot. That one actually notifies them that somebody's pushed out Arcade.
But still, how do you deal with Devi?
Hello?
Rest of the players over across the ropes there. He's taking off two of the players' heads. Another bit of action. Shao, Guardian. Tricky weaponry, but eventually doing the job, isn't it? Evens it out. Now a 3v3. But could still get dangerous.
Oh, Shao gets every kill to take them out of dangerous situations.
No. Noise. Mind Freak. A time here is absolutely everything. The right click! You have got to be kidding me. How are you getting away with this one, Zipan? Bit of a retreat. Finds a shot. Now a weapon. One shot to the head, but Shao shuts it down. It got hairy. It got dicey. But Shao is good for it.
Guardian v Guardian in the final moments. Devi finding impact, though. 2 headhunter kills that just came out of nowhere, whistling himself up to the top. I'm concerned about this one from Shao, though. Just before this, Jing had caught it, or rather, yeah, there. Forsaken swings, Jing swings afterwards. Why no double face? Why not trying to take out Shao? You let him live to clutch the round. You can't allow that. At least PaperX did enough damage to stop these bonus rounds that have been carrying FPX's aggression through. Normally in round 15, PaperX have rifles to work with, bulldogs, everything. This time, only the 2 from Angel and Shao.
Zipan just hoping somebody gets up close and personal with him.
FPX have got to assume in these kind of rounds that bridge, the north side of the map, is taken. If they don't have somebody up there giving them information, you can't assume that PaperX have decided not to push.
It's re-cleared. The timing here, shots exchanged. But it is that double face. You have to be so careful here if you are Forsaken. Smoke drop down, blocks it still. And now to contact once more. FPX are hoping that, again, that patented PaperX aggression, the way that they play, might just be working out in their favor. This time, though, it strikes for them. A satchel body blocked. Aggression not really getting too much done here, but it's still a crossfire all the way back. But now, 30 seconds in the round.
And PaperX have prodded, taken map control, and not overpushed this time. The time pressure is becoming an issue for
Paranoia
FPX.
fades, Benkai! The rifle, the shots, just perfection.
And PaperX are able to come out with that one. Prime gaming, flawless. That's a bonus round where FPX came into it without too many weapons, but they're still going to be able to have a deadly one, a deadly buy this time to follow up. And I like the way that PaperX approach that defensive aggression. They go aggressive and take the top side of the map, but they don't overface. They're not trying to force the issue. They're just slowing the round down, denying map control from FPX.
Ensuring that they don't give away any free kills, easy ones still. That's a TP forwards. Horns over the top and a bit of spam through. Play cooked up, Angel. Oh, he's so deep there. Into dish, he gets rewarded with the kill as well, but it's a battle on multiple fronts. Shao pushed up close, right to the side. The satchel play, and listen, I don't blame you. You missed a bit of the action there. That was just pure pandemonium on multiple sections of the map.
Yeah, crazy stuff going on actually. They push out of arcade and barrel forwards. I thought the round might be over for FPX because Shao had the spike alone.
Enemy remaining.
But Jing just double blast back past him, unable to do anything.
Drop gun ropes.
And manages to land himself.
Betrayed them.
Jing, that is, lands himself in a nice, tasty specimen for the rest of the FPX players to clean up.
2-round lead, a Horn just ever so slightly missing.
That might make FPX a little cautious. Usually PaperX are playing around Dish. This time not. Going for another peek that Zipan is ready for.
And this is just shades of Bind, I think, at this point, Josh.
No charges.
The aggression, again, you know what to anticipate with this coming from PaperX. When they're running the double duelist with the Neon on the Raze, you know they're going to be trying to take control, making risky plays. A bit of a double satchel there, now to Nightfall. Push them back, he does get good information. They know that there's a player there, but now the response. Rolling Thunder. Viper Wall going to be blocking them, no more sound cues. Double stunned up into tower to try and find it, but again, the crossfire just watching. FPX so good, they're just tempering all the aggression coming towards them. And the lead getting steadily bigger and bigger for them.
And FPX just look untouchable in these attack sides. It didn't work for them necessarily on Icebox, though they started to mount some level of a comeback. But here their players are just so diligent dealing with the threats on all fronts. That might be the first time I've seen the Sugetsu pop off.
Yeah.
Even he's feeling it out here in front of the crowd.
Passion definitely going through here. The crowd as well playing a huge part of this one, the cheers. Reverberations being felt by the players on either side.
And every fun play that PaperX cook up, every time they want to dash forwards and go for something off kilter, every time they have a set play, it's just getting crushed.
Watched for. Look at this with the PaperX timeout. Stubros is doing most of the speaking, isn't he?
And I think FPX have a good idea of how they want to be holding this. One thing we haven't necessarily seen just yet is PaperX going aggressive out of tree and trying to crunch the players on the south side of the map. It's where FPX are normally going to be starting most of their people from, with Angel looking towards tree. Angel likes to do the TP behind the box, as you can see him setting up for that on the minimap right now. If you have a read that he's going to be there and utility to stun him up, maybe PaperX can cook up some kind of anti-strat set play. Yeah. But if they haven't brought it out at this point, maybe it hasn't factored into their preparation work.
The PaperX players definitely looking to try and put a bit of that aggression into halls once more, but again, the FPX players are just holding, watching. Defensive Viper Wall does obviously put a bit of a blockade, but a Haunt just to push back through it and take that space.
And this is going to be one of your most typical FPX defaults, taking a lot of people to hold the angles as somebody sets up on the top stairs.
Trademark gone, nade into the back of the side, don't have to worry too much, but tower, Snakebite was there, helps him out, and it does force that rendezvous, so site control is gained.
And PaperX gambled A very early on, so they are going to be retaking from a long way away with very poor weaponry.
The Viper's pit dropped down, so gets spammed out of this one, moving forwards, Artis has to deal with this one. The risk being taken, teleports back. Moving forwards, though, the crossfire. Diligence being shown once more from them, and somehow Jing getting that pick off there. He's managed to get the flank off, and now it's offered him his showstopper. Double satchel into the side, a flick to the back of the site. The rocket doesn't quite do the job. Zipper now answering again with one of his own, down to it. All the way to the wire. FPX eventually clawing it through.
Another dangerous eco round where PaperX maybe could have found something. The push out of halls from Jing was amazing. Catching Artis in the back. But that showstopper, anything but. The high sensitivity gamer, high APM, maybe just causing a problem as he shot the showstopper directly in the middle of his two targets.
Yeah. Just couldn't quite get that kill secured, honestly. And it's a thing that's been carrying FPX, I think, all the way through their lower bracket run. If every obstacle that they faced, it's been that preparation, diligence, the crossfires, the trust in each other as teammates as well, to be able to hold each other's backs, and, well, no one's really able to respond with that one. Jing still wants to hold the angle up when the door opens up, the double swing, it's a trade at the end of the day.
Really disciplined from FPX, shutting down Jing. Device gonna go for another peek, and he has an answer as well.
And it's just feeling inevitable at this point. Up top, Benkai does grab 2 kills, okay. Angel, though, anchoring up top now. Spike's going to start to go down, but Benkai is weak. Not a lot of utility other than the flashes. What can Forsaken offer as well? Pushing forwards, fast lane, that's a punish. Great timing with the swings. And now,
staring at the end of here. Map point for FPX.
Doing such a great job at shutting these players down. And I think we barely got to hear the comms at the end of the prior round, but I could hear Angel saying, I told you guys, don't be shy. And I think when you watch FPX challenging FPX, like this swing here, just Angel raw swinging out, trying to find a timing on Forsaken as he uses his wall. Yeah. And it's perfect. Nice. Too often in this tournament, people have given FPX all the respect because their players demand it. And yet, if you bring the pain to them, you can find openings.
A last-ditch effort, though. Fast lane, the overdrive is all popped off to try and help Forsaken supplement it, and the kills this time going their way. Weapon's not too good, squeezing it from the back of halls, but Sugetsu shuts it down, still Jing the satchel play, Sugetsu! What a monster! In the blink of an eye, the map secured, takes it away, and the advantage is theirs. FPX sensing the blood in the water.
Let me remind you as well, Brent, that was a 6-6 first half. FPX won only one round on their defensive side. That is a level of battering that we saw on Bind as well. And that, to me, indicates a major problem for FPX. When they're going for these defensive set plays, that style just doesn't work here. We thought they might get tripped up by Fnatic or by Optic with their heavy defaulting. But it's FPX coming out, relying on these rock-solid performances out of Xiao and Sugetsu to carry them through and neutralize all of that defensive aggression.
They just are always on top of it. The final play that you're seeing here, the guy is just too clean with it. Sugetsu, his game sense is off the charts, and you can feel it. The emotions now are running high for these players, for these teams. You're seeing it, just the pop-off moments from all of them. Here it is, the advantage, Josh. FPX getting that one map lead now and heading into it. This is going to be it. This next map, an incredibly important one. We're going to go to a short break, and of course, our analyst desk breaking down all the action that we've seen thus far. You know, you're not going to want to miss it.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
Did I lose my mind? I'm up against a wall on the edge. Seconds till I fall. I'm high on
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back to Masters Copenhagen. An incredible second half there from FPX to secure them another map here in the grand finals. I am joined by Baller, Tom, and Jess once again on the desk. I think FPX, they had it in the first half. I thought this was going to be really close, back and forth, but Baller in the end, FPX, they just ran away with the game.
Yeah, 6-6 half, and then they only get one round after that. That's the problem, right? That defensive half was so predictable from FPX, and when you have Angel on the side of FPX, it is too easy to understand exactly what's going on. They're comfortable when they're pinching them. Like, it's literally just bunched up FPX guys just ready to trade on a moment's notice.
A little bit of stark difference between the way that we have, FPX swinging one by one as well. These are micro-mechanical things that we're breaking down, but this is what we're at. We're in the grand final. We have to point out these things. FPX swinging one by one, but the fundamentals for FPX, especially on the attacking side, to trade constantly, swing out, get the triangulation each and every time. You look at the kill feed, there's a trade. You know it's coming, and if there's not, you know that they're going to be setting up for that double swing moments later. So real crisp, clean fundamentals from the side of FPX.
Lothar's having the time of his life right now.
One of the things I really love as well about the FPX squad is that a lot of teams, you can maybe name one or two players that you would consider a rock. Like someone that you can basically have sat back, holding your lurk, like basically making sure that you're not being flanked or nobody's coming in from behind. I feel like FPX can do that with basically any player on the roster, but Saigetsu and Xiao, easily two of the best in the entire world right now. Like the amount of times where you're looking at rounds and that crunch is coming in, like you're still seeing the same sort of plays coming through from the opposing side. They may even get the opener, but it's the swing backs because there's always somebody waiting for that crunch.
It's just really, really nice. And I think Sugetsu is the guy who really leads the charge. Zipan as well. They're consistently right next to each other. And Angel is calling for everybody to make sure, things are going well for them. I think his impact on this map specifically, obviously that second side, just flawless calling.
It felt like they had a plan for everything as well. Like I said on the second half, we're going on to an attacking side for a certain team that kind of likes that. And I was a little bit worried for the side of FPX because they seem to have answers for every corner of the map. And it's not just on Fracture, but this is where it oftentimes shines quite heavily. You think, okay, we got a paint shell here, we got to do here, we got to get a smoke here to block this cross here. We know where FPX is going to be, and we have slight utility counters. I don't think utility was necessarily, above and beyond what we expect from FPX, but little touches was really, really good.
And also at the same time, we talk about how FPX, it's a fortress on Bind. Nobody really beats them on Fracture. FPX have managed to do both.
Yep. And they did it on Bind too.
Yeah,
they're really flipping the script in terms of the maps. This is a really good sign for FPX. Obviously, they're now one map away from becoming Grand Finals champions.
Surely the toughest, they've gotten over the toughest hurdles now, right?
Yes.
The next two map is where you would maybe even favor FPX.
I mean, that's what we expect, right? But then Icebox got flipped, and we don't really know what's happening on Breeze. And Haven looked great for FPX against Optic. So, I mean, it's hard to tell still, but I think you're right. I think from expectations, from what we knew before coming into this, flipping Bind and flipping Fracture, those are the two hardest tasks to do.
I mean, we talk about expectations. We've spoken about the big brain game. We've actually got a couple of big brains in the crowd today. Golden Boy is standing by right now with Optic Gaming's FNS.
Thank you so much, Yintu. Yes, I do not possess the big brain. This man does. Finesse, it's a pleasure to have you here today. How you feeling, brother?
It sucks. It sucks to be here instead of up there, but it's awesome. Two great teams playing. I mean, both these teams beat us, so they deserve to be up there. It's pretty awesome.
So I actually wanted to ask you about, playing on a stage like this, right? It's not every day, right? Especially in Valorant, it's the first time we've been able to do this with a global crowd. What is that like? Like, when you're up there knowing that all the eyes, everyone in here in Copenhagen is staring down right at you?
When you're in the moment, you don't really feel it, but then there's random times where they'll start cheering people on, or they'll cheer for someone to ace or something like that, and that's awesome to hear. Even when they're cheering for the other team. It's just awesome to hear that atmosphere because you kind of want to go big.
So you've been watching the games, I'm assuming so. You've been enjoying some of them. What do you make of the teams right now? FPX currently looking pretty good, up 2-1. But, you know, PaperX, you've experienced this team. They're so solid. What are your thoughts on this roster and this team and this game overall?
I mean, they both beat us, so they're both great teams, honestly. Obviously, FPX has the upper hand right now, but can go either way. I kind of want to see a map 5, so.
Oh, yeah. I think everyone here in Copenhagen wants to see a map 5 as well, right? Yeah, I think so. All right, final thing, and I'll let you go. I owe you a beer. Champions on the horizon. Are you looking to go all the way? Is Optic going #1, baby? Give me the E. I'm tossing you a softball, baby.
Come on, brother. We're winning that shit. Come on.
They're winning it. Oh, it's getting spicy on the floor, Yinsu. I'll send it back over to you.
Thank you very much. Golden Boy, oh, gotta love hearing from Finesse there. Bit of a shame that he wasn't able to defend his title on this stage, but these two teams, they are delivering us the entertainment, the competition, and going into the next map, what are you guys expecting?
Should we not? Can we not do expectations anymore? Can we stop? Because every time I do it on this desk, I'm like, I set an expectation and then I'm like, why did I do that? Because they've proven it wrong. Icebox was such a wrench in my whole thought process here from the map vetoes and how that went. I just sit here and I go, you know what? May the best team win, because I think there was a little bit of nerves map #1. That sort of defied some of my expectations. I actually didn't think it would go that way. Things started to level out for both of these teams now, and Fracture, that was a banger. So I think we're in level playing ground now.
Yeah, I think, you know, talking about expectations, this is the map that I was like, this is maybe tough for FPX, just given how we've seen PaperX play on this map. There's multiple comps. We've only seen it one time so far here, and we don't really know exactly what they're going to throw out there. So it's tough to set expectations. You're right, but we know how FPX play, and we've seen them pull out some crazy moments. Just since Sugetsu has come here, we haven't seen it that much. So I'm really, really interested to see how they play, and I'm really looking forward to see Angel go crazy on this map, because there's so many good TPs and in spots.
Well, I think there's so much, especially I think this is the map where you're going to get into that basically look towards the chambers. I feel like this is where we saw Forsaken going in for those crazy lurks the last time they played this map. He was so impactful getting in behind. But we've mentioned Artis a few times in this series. We've definitely not seen his peak. On Haven is where he's an absolute machine.
Sure.
I mean, what a time it would be for him to step up as well for today. Again, this is match point for FPX. What do PaperX have to do? Because they have to win this if they want a chance at this trophy, Bola.
Well, this is a map where they can really abuse timings, really abuse rotations that FPX will go off of. So you have to see, are they going to be able to pull those rotations out of FPX? Are they going to be able to feint in certain directions? And are they going to get value out of the lurks as well? Divide tried a few times on Fracture, and it worked well in that first half. But second half, obviously, not able to do that much.
Last time PaperX played this, you're right, there was a bit of a smashing there, and I don't think they were necessarily tested. Sometimes winning by that much of a margin is a detriment for your next game on it, because you don't know what the weaknesses are in your strategy. So those lurks and everything that we're allowed time and time again, if you have a really diligent team like FPX shutting that down mid-round, are you prepared to be able to switch and go to a different pace, go to a different strategy?
Well, as you guys can see, the Prime Gaming Agent Select, it's been completed. We are going to get a Sage Getsu back as well on this map. And what do you make of the Agent Sage Selected, Bola?
Yeah, I mean, these are the pretty standard comps from both sides. I look towards Forsaken, I look towards Mind Freak to really find space on an attacking side, and then on defense as well, Jing, Divide, that combination can be really, really strong.
I think the thing I like as well is with that Sage you highlighted from Saigetsu, he's one of the rattiest players I've ever seen play Sage on this map. You'll watch him continuously try and mind game opponents by putting down specific walls to almost bait them into thinking, okay, he can't push there, and then the next round he puts it down with the gap in so that he can try and sneak through it and kill you. He is truly disgusting when it comes to this map. But again, I think that main highlight has to be the Chambers, because I don't think we've seen the best from either of them so far.
I also do think that the Fade pick that PaperX has gone with, this is kind of common for them, is countered by Sugetsu's Sage, right? They consistently are trying to find out where is that Prowler coming from and putting a slower wall down.
Micro changes here from the side of FPX are just pushing me to think that everything that they've been able to prepare on, Icebox wasn't one that they were able to prepare on, but every map they have been able to, those micro adjustments adjustments are coming in. It is not the flashy, big old, let's overhaul our identity FPX again. This is where they're making those slight changes. I'll sit with you there, Ball. I think you guys are right. I think these are just the little changes to counter.
Well, this is match point here. FPX, they can almost smell that trophy. But Bren and Sideshow, PaperX, they still have a way to get back into this.
They certainly do, and we're going to be finding out how exactly it plays out here on Haven, our 4th map in this series. But FPX are on the cusp of it, Josh.
Yeah.
1 map, and that is it. They will be crowning themselves as that Masters 2 champions.
Yeah. What do you reckon a trophy smells of? Sweat?
I would
tears,
never know.
Success.
I would never know.
Yeah, I think all of those things have gone into this for both of the teams, especially for FPX. To find themselves here is just absurd. But heading into this pistol round, things are going to change. The style that PaperX plays on this map is so very different, and neither team pulling a breach out when that is, you know, the standard meta pick. Both of them moving away to that Sage, as the desk was discussing there.
Yeah, a bit of a unknown variable, I think, on the side of FPX as well. Using it to disrupt some of these hits coming through. Barlow was mentioning it, but there's the wall coming down. Prowler actually avoiding that close corner. It's an immediate response to back away. How does Angel die to the nade there?
That was, I think that was a seize and a nade that they may have thrown together there. I'll have to take a look at that afterwards. But PaperX's mid-rounding has been fantastic on this map.
One over the top, Shaw's positioning, it is known, still the angles. This crossfire FPX, absolutely elite at shutting down any of it, and the layers to the strategy. FPX will not be denied, not the pistol round, not this time.
And already the preparation coming through, in my opinion. You've got FPX pivoting there in a 4v5, recognizing that the vast majority of PaperX's mid-rounding ends B. So you just see players swarming towards them. This is Angel blinded by the Prowler into the slow and the nade. That's what that one was. But yeah, the way that PaperX play this, they're going to be doing fast, aggressive hits early on in the round and trying to condition their opponent to overreact, to over-rotate. And then they have Forsaken lurk into those holes in the defense. But first, you've got to create the holes.
Yeah, first you've got to try and condition them, but it looks like FPX are more than ready. A nade to the side, and the angle as well. More than watched. Angel with the ghost, 3 kills, 3 headshots.
Angel's just been monstrous so far this series, and towards the end of the playoff bracket, he shows no signs of slowing down. He's one of those players that only has the ghost in these rounds, and yet he's still able to come up with the goods.
Smoke to try and push it back, but Forsaken already taking all this space. Angel was low enough. Down to Sagetsu. This timing is everything with the plant coming through. He could have isolated a 1v1, but denied. A thrifty for PaperX, right back into it.
And Forsaken with 2 of the most important kills that they'll have all series. Great headshot onto Shao and then finishes off Angel. And Forsaken has been hard shut down in this series so far. He's been playing entry. He only has 160 ACS average over the course of the series, but now he's moved away from entry. He is the lurker in this, despite the fact he's playing the chamber. And that is going to open him up and facilitate him so much more.
Be able to follow up on a lot of that. It was coming through, Horn over the top. Jing not wasting any time, is he? All the way up close and personal to C's to try and clear that corner, but at this kind of pace with the Boombot spotting the target, does he know up top? The answer is yes. C's though drops him and stops him for but a time. Still have to take these fights though. The weaponry still could get very dangerous for PaperX, but the plan is going to go down. It's not going to be stopped.
And it's a weird one. You have a Sage wall on either side. Ardis couldn't get punished in short because of Sagetsu's wall, and now FPX are coming back in. The post-plant positions are so claustrophobic.
They're re-pushing this all the way through. Jing shut down. Divide catches that one down to that 1v1. And Zipan answers back.
Back-to-back thrifties.
You gotta be kidding.
In our 4th map of the grand finals. Neither team ready to give up an inch. Such a weird setup though.
It's so unusual.
With both barrier orbs in play, with both Sage walls up, you can't, as the attacking team, go and re-clear short.
Last player.
And then when Jing pushes forwards, these angles Zipan just finding and threading the needle.
Just the chunks being taken out of each team. Fracture was even on the first half, obviously a bit more one-sided when it got to the later portions of that map, but we'll see now. Money's a bit wonky. You see the Spectres in the hands of the PaperX players. They want to try and take that fight into mid-space straight away. It is again Relentless, the showstopper. Off to the back, and what a direct! Jin catches it, the nade. This guy not convinced yet, still. He backs away. Not lacking for confidence, but now the Prowler in his face wants to be inside this smoke. He dissipates at exactly the wrong time. The angle's being watched down, but Zipan is just being dealt with still. Showers there, Horn to try and help him out. The crosshair placement was broken for about a moment. Device still eager to take these fights, swinging back and forth. The precision, this guy is just elite. And all he's doing right now is buying time, the movement. The wide swing into it. Prowler not connecting. Sugetsu 1v3 time ticking. No more to work with. And a slide off angle. Gets the one, but with the post-plant situation, finding the kills, there is no time to secure it.
And sometimes it feels like that might be the only way to win clutches against Sugetsu or Xiao. Just don't even give them the opportunity to fight. What a decision for PaperX to force there. They barely had the economy to do anything. And yet, with the kills that Jin had put online and the showstopper in his hands, he finds the opening.
Missed me.
And they're able to play the post-plants deep from mid.
Vi is on an absolute heater.
Yeah.
Started the first half, a fracture, popping off. Now he's doing it again as well, leading his team for a lot of those kills in that round, so 3 of these obtained.
And now after the pistol, every team with the eco disadvantage has won.
See if that trend continues. Same plays being made, the boombot up close and personal. The stars laid down, the nightfall as well, positioning revealed. The PaperX players always set up to succeed with this.
Zipan Sugetsu, they've got Vandals in their hands, but no chance in the round unless they can find an opener, perhaps 2.
I mean, how many times has it happened? But Forsaken with the crosshair placement locks it down. The kill onto Jing there, but it's just up to Angel and Sugetsu with the spam through the smoke. Not much more you can do other than skipping a hop away, just try and bait and take away these guns, but look at that. Finally, an edge in this map.
Drawn out by PaperX. Blood, sweat, and tears for any team to try and get an economic snowball, but FPX are going to be right back into it. 4 light armors. It's not looking fantastic, and they're going to take a timeout to discuss how they should be defending here. This round coming up is going to be such a swing. You have FPX on the verge of being broken once more, with a showstopper, a nightfall, big tools to be able to deny the plant. And yet PaperX, they've managed to get, I think, slightly into the heads of FPX's defense here. PaperX have been running a lot of early A aggression. At some point in this half, and normally it's about now, they're going to start running fake A aggression and then sending somebody in towards Garage. Sometimes that's going to be Forsaken, sometimes Mindfreak. But either way, they're going to try and weave through your defenses. We saw PaperX pull it off expertly against Optic, where they were smoking off Ye's trademarks, smoking off potential trademark positions all across the map early on.
And always catching that advantage. Just finding the holes, making sure that they fill them with the lurks.
And you can see the trademark from Artist being placed on B. One of the areas when Mindfreak enjoys just smoking that one off.
Yeah, it's on the high ground, I think, as well. It's easy to avoid if you know where it is. See if it plays out that way, though. The weaponry is important. A full investment on the side of FPX. Artis, tour de force, obviously, whipped out, but that jiggle means that the information is gained now for PaperX. And look at this already. Starting to see echoes of what we were talking about before.
Sugetsu could easily get caught here with a slow orb in his hands if Forsaken tries to get aggressive. You can see the same kind of thing again. 4-1 once Mindfreak connects with the rest of the team. And either the hit onto A works, or you have Forsaken as a mid-round option.
I think with a bit of a noise being made here. Setting it up, the stars dropped. That's going to be the timing for Forsaken, and look at that. To leave the wall in the hands of Sugetsu, just caught with a utility. On the other side of things, still being watched. FPX are dealing with this one adequately enough. The showstopper to force them out. Angel works his way into mid. He knows they're trying to pivot into that, even a B split. Whatever they can get their hands on.
And what a perfect read from FPX once more. Okay, sure, Sugetsu got overwhelmed, but the A side got stuck, and they collected the lurker. Angel
left.
already in mid to meet Benkai. Can Mindfreak pull off another one of these ridiculous moments that powered PaperX through the upper bracket?
And with 20 seconds left, now they know that this is coming through the horn. Dealt with in the swing. Oh, the timing. It's too good for him. Devi pressured from every single front. FPX getting a handle, getting a read on the way. The PaperX are liking to play this map now on our attack side.
And the desk was speaking about it too. If you have Angel able to read what you're up to, oh, you're in a world of trouble. Xiao shutting down the hit. And they had Zipan there reactively. Even if Xiao had died, Zipan was there with the showstopper ready to shut down the A push. And I think that's just the perfect read from FPX.
Yeah.
They have tools to deal with the site hit. They are in position to deal with the mid-round lurk play. And then they are still playing like a very drilled retake setup to stop PaperX from getting into those clutch moments.
Let's play. This guy's always ready for it now. The layers on top. It's a need to push them back, and this deep omen smoke does cause a couple of issues.
Look at Ardis playing Opping again on top of his trademark. He's never leaving the trademark alone on the map where it can get smoked off and abused. He's got his operator on top there. Sugetsu, in fact, has just chosen to use the wall for Garage. Diligent from PaperX to break it early enough, though, that could still be a threat.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time in this round. Anything to happen, and look at this reclear. See Long, the contact push, doubling up, making sure that the players aren't alone when they're doing it. They're going to be able to get a lot of information off of it, but is it enough? You still know the fight's coming. Xiao sprays them down. Tries to take a little bit more out of him, but Mindfreak watching it, holding it. Jing now taking a bit of an approach. Side control's going to be his, and Ardis forced to try and make some moves here with the operator in his hand. The angle's not being there for him, and what a shot by Forsaken. Just the head being found.
And Mindfreak cleans up the last two.
Clinical.
Forsaken is looking a lot better on the chamber than he has been able to showcase this series so far, playing entry. He's tried Yoru, he's tried Jet, he's tried Neon, but his chamber has always looked good all tournament. Wow, that's a crazy spray down from Xiao. But PaperX still had the answer. And the opening was punishing an info peak.
The crowd want to see it. Let this go to map number 5, all the way, all the distance, and who can blame him? Another fast approach, a pull off to the back. Angel though, only working with the pistol, not enough.
Sometimes these anti-ecos have gotten sloppy from PaperX, but they've got site control incredibly early on. Is that a fake wall, a deliberate bad one?
It's an interesting one.
Something strange. Either way, FPX would have to hit some nasty shots to make this one close.
Now here's what they're trying to do. They're trying to follow up on this one with the Hort lineup in play. The player, Ardis, was really the only one who could capitalize. He was shut down soon enough, and again, the weapon's just too much to overcome.
And PaperX, they grind out their 5th after an incredibly hard-fought opening to Haven. These big executes have been working for PaperX. The mid-rounding, not so much. But finding those opening kills has been pivotal to cracking the door, opening the defense of FPX. Ardis has moved his operator this time over to A lobby, and it's exactly as PaperX moved themselves away, aiming for some kind of C-split, or at least early pressure in that direction.
Door being broken, making sure nobody's close. A nade and a slow wall, but look at this timing. Forsaken, he's already so deep. I don't know if they're going to expect this one. Possibly a bit of a soundbait with a slow wall, but this angle up close and personal with the wall. It's much more passive one from Sugetsu.
Forsaken and Jing love doing this. Even if you think you've caught the one lurker, the other's there to punish. And that Boombot
no way
sees nothing, knows nothing.
And Forsaken with the timing comes up with nothing. Zipan. Patience, the knowledge knowing that they could have just walked their way past it, but now you can start to see this, at least the beginning of a hit coming through. There's not much pace behind it though, only a bit of utility being used, and now the wall to see if they can get themselves in. It's a distraction. They're trying to buy time for Mindfreak again to lurk through, but look at Jing into the back line. The kills are flooding through! And what a performance. Neither team willing to give up an edge.
Yeah, FPX with a really great defensive setup there. I mean, I think huge props to Zipan for this kill. They're not trusting their utility. And I think that's one of the biggest factors that has FPX able to win these rounds on defense. They're not trusting the trademark to lock off a map.
I was checking B.
They're not trusting the Boombot. You hear that from Zipan there as well. It was just a good timing. I was going to check B. But the fact that he was back so quickly into Garage made all the difference. And this time, Angel makes the play, moving himself up into Cubby.
Is this even going to get cleared? Boombot latches onto Artis, has to back away, will break it in the end, and look, Patience being played! Spray down, not enough to claim two, but at least just the one. A 2 for 2. Jing has the positioning. Another nade to try and force him back away from those connectors, and Mindfreak, while you're trying to watch this lurk, the showstopper misses completely!
Not a point of damage!
The outplay, Mindfreak. Shots being found. Wraps the Vandal spray down, and all the players of FPX come tumbling once more. A 2-round lead now for PaperX.
That is a -8 if I've ever seen one. How did that one happen?
Might be getting some buffs at the end of this tournament.
I mean,
sure, way off the mark.
Sure, that's not a kill, but no damage?
Yeah.
I mean, Zipan feels robbed there. You can see it in his face. So does the audience. Nevertheless, though, FPX still, with 4 rounds to their name, have a chance of making this half very reasonable.
Very dangerous, but still Xiao wants to take the fight. Disrespect the utility, he really has no way to disengage here. The slow wall keeping him locked, and the swing. Forsaken claims the kill, space for the resurrect as well. Angel's got a hefty task ahead of him. The Nightfall to cut across into their spawn today. Know that Angel is here. The Boombot won't quite see him, and the crossfire! That is just perfection. The smoke up top, close to dissipating. FPX, again, bit of a chokehold that they've got on this one, and with the utility in Benkai's hand, he was not expecting that one.
Devi holding the angle, Artis gets the better end of it. And Sugetsu to finish. What a crossfire again. It's been the bread and butter for FPX.
Oh, yeah.
Holding angles, managing to just allow PaperX into their crosshairs.
I love the repositioning from it as well. I think when the Nightfall comes through from PaperX, they use it into their spawn, anticipating a lot of the players trying to play retake from back there. But Angel just gets positioning.
Alex is not happy about that one. But I think he should take some solace from the fact that Forsaken is really having a huge impact in this map, like we haven't seen before in the series. Both of the heavy hitters waking up.
Oh my word.
And this is the classic play, the smokes. Get them in, trademark broken, Forsaken so deep in the first 10 seconds. And then he vanishes, like a whiff of smoke.
Starting to see the shades though of why this Sage was picked up by FPX. It's a later wall to just block off that one extra avenue, and Artis still watching for it. The jiggle peaks though, I mean, good by PaperX showing that discipline. Don't want to give away any easy kills, but again,
Paranoia retake of Garage, and Angel almost stepped into Forsaken sightlines. There's a lurk blade caught again. And the Nightfall into mid. FPX have no idea where their opponents are.
The
PaperX are so
cut.
far back.
It's all over the place. Lurks on lurks, Forsaken taking advantage, I think, of a bit of that chaos in the round, and with the war fading down, where are they leaning? PaperX running their way through now. They've got that Garage control, skipping it up, and they broke the crosshair placement. Forsaken set up to succeed. Off to the side, Divide. What an angle.
And it's on Xiao and Zipan.
30 seconds
So
left.
far away from the action
Planted.
to try and make this one another even half. The reflank from Forsaken. The battle should happen in Garage here for the round.
Pressure is on, seeing if you can get that even round. Players work their way in, but FPX, such a difficult task. Right into the crosshair placement, the slow field lockdown. Xiao!
2 kills. He expects it, but Forsaken wins. Just not clutch enough.
Probably the best clutcher that we've had in the tournament, and even he can't quite get it done. PaperX take the lead, 7-5, looking for a rebuttal, looking to send this to a 5th. What a play from Forsaken. This chamber has just been awesome from him. He plays like this on 2 maps in the pool, on Ascent, which they banned despite being unbeaten in Stage 2, and here on Haven. What a performance.
Unreal scenes. We'll send it down to the analysts. Let's break it down so far. What are you guys making of this?
Unreal scenes indeed. Tom, you highlighted before that map. We got to look out for the chambers. How impressed are you with what Forsaken has been doing on this map?
That's the thing. I feel like there has been a bit of a chamber diff. Like, I don't think Artist was always in the right place at the right time, but it's again those lurks from Forsaken. He's just incredible in those moments where he's taken space in Garage almost every single round. So much so that normally you see like Saigetsu fighting that. He's like, I'm going to put my wall deep. They're not going to be able to get in. Instead, he had to fall into the C site, and they had to ultimately adapt around what he was doing, and he still caught them throughout the map.
And they did adapt, actually. They started putting that Sage Wall at the top of Garage, but it's so difficult. I mean, Artist in that last round, you could actually see Forsaken getting set up so well by Benkai, who's just bunny hopping across Long C, and it's that what leads Forsaken, and on top of some just great initiative on his own. This is consistently garage control, garage control, garage control. That's making it work for PaperX.
I mean, he drove straight into my heart with the sort of smooth criminal plays that he has all over the map. You could never, I think it was the second last round there of that half, the boys on the cast desk turn around, they're like, you just don't know where they are. Where are they here? Where are they going to be on the map right now? Zippin had one moment where it looked like he could tell what was going on, where he could grab the round by the horns. Other than that, you know, PaperX has been really taking the driver's seat. The scoreline doesn't really look like it's dictating that way, but a lot of these rounds have been, you know, the pace has been dictated by PaperX so far. So I'm happy with what I'm seeing. Again, though, that second half, it's always a tricky one for PaperX.
But that's the thing. I feel like when the read was actually there for FPX, they were very good. Like the crossfires they had within, I think it was the A side, were absolutely nasty. The problem is, it is that factor. They did not have the read for the majority of that half, or at least they didn't have the read on Forsaken. They may have been able to work out where everybody else is, but then they get stabbed in the back.
They definitely made some adjustments. On the second half, though, this is where I really do expect Artist to be a little bit more in a spot where he can receive the aggression like we've consistently seen, like we saw on Fracture and like we saw on Bind. And that's a problem for PaperX because now they kind of have to slow down. They know that type of pace is not going to work.
Well, PaperX, they've given themselves a lifeline here, Saisho and Bren. Let's see if they can take us all the way to map 5.
Certainly is a tenuous advantage that they've earned themselves. Can they take it out one step further? Can they bring it to that map number 5? So everybody's wondering.
One of the things that's been going so well for FPX on their attack sides is that PaperX aggression. They don't tend to do as much of it on this map. They will occasionally, and it's a triple stack over by A early on here. Forsaken watching mid.
No way. The angle being watched! You are joking!
What a kill!
A rapid fire approach! Just unloading the headhunter to find Angel.
And already Jing posted up in A lobby off the back of all of that. Forsaken is going to be given space to take liberties here. The FPX default is going to be slow.
The reposition, what a punish!
Did he intend to do that? Was that just a crazy timing that Zipan caught?
I mean, he must have heard it, at least some sort of sound cue, I think, to try and take it, but they are just again taking liberties. The wall comes through, hopping up on top of the box, Jing! What a play to take out Artist. Bit of run and gun as well, just skirting in between the bullets. The nade on top of it pushes them back. And it is just so in chaos in the round. FPX just so uncertain of what the hell is going on.
I've never seen a Sage on Haven as creative as Benkai. That play is awesome. And Zipan should have been caught. Manages to squeak away with his life.
Base the shot.
Brings reinforcements.
Bot over the top. Now they're going to be both of them on top of the wall still. It's Jing finding value, finding the kill and watching it. The horn sets them up. And a pistol round going away, Paper X.
Pushing that tenuous advantage just a little step further. Such an important round for them to find. And the early punish on Angel, then this play. I've never seen a play like that before.
Yeah.
30 seconds left. The wall and a jump up to punish the players that are breaking it.
Remaining.
Awesome stuff.
Just in the moment decision making. Instinctual plays a lot of the time is what it feels like.
And we saw all of that creativity from Benkai with his Sage on Haven when Paper X played against Optic. Although that was mostly on the other side of the map, but you can see that they've crafted stuff for both.
With the poorer weaponry, not enough damage to try and break portions of that wall, but there is enough of a gap. Benkai making sure to plug it. He knew that the wall was bad, but it's an instant answer, a response. Long range angle.
Bad is subjective. The wall is what you make of it. Artist, though, was very quick with the response, grabbing Divide down short. And FPX are going to want to try and punish this A-lobby aggression. Here comes Forsaken again, trying to peek the same angle that Divide was on earlier in the round. And for FPX here, Angel's trying to find the timing past the Sage wall. When the wall breaks, the defenders have less information, and he's going to try and hit that into B.
Shots rattled, and the damage, look at that swing! Again, the thing that's carried FPX so far, that discipline, and the raw mechanics of Artis. But they're not done yet, Paper X. A nade into the corner just in case, but is he going to be watching for it? Yes, indeed. Flick of the wrist. And the players are cleaned up easily enough.
Mindfreak and Jing making sure to put that one away. But it has taken some of the sting out of this third round. Forsaken, looking like he wants to go for a Vandal. Is this an entire team buy? It looks like it.
Them, yeah.
Forsaken's not close enough to his tour de force to make some kind of play for an ult orb. And so it's going to be 3 Spectres, 2 Vandals that Paper X take into round 15. It's not a bonus anymore. They need this one.
Very impactful round. For FPX to try and close out this series, it's got to start here on this round.
They have to be ready for pushes like this. FPX must know that Jing occasionally goes on a wander down mid. Benkai's looking ready to break any kind of utility that would come through.
Making sure that he's got his sightline, the angle onto that haunt. It's being used a lot by FPX.
But Xiao's not in a position to try and clear Jing at the moment. And Xiao has also used both of his Prowlers, or perhaps only brought 1, maybe 0 into the round. Using them as part of the default means that he doesn't have them to clear out mid. And now with a minute on the clock, it's been so slow. Jing made a noise, a footstep, a jump.
And Jing.
The jig is up.
Yeah, a rare moment of patience, I think, as well. From him not to just commit into this one. A bit of a jiggle, a jump peek there from Forsaken. The information going to be gained. He knows now that A-Long is compromised, but Divide always ready and waiting. Sitting up close and personal to rendezvous. Positioning, found a slow warp. Latching down to the feet of Artis still. Jing wants to fight this one. Zipan though, the angles and the weapons. Heads taken off, still finding it. Players just pouring out into the site, trying to deny the plant.
And Zipan and Xiao have just been animals. They're so good at holding these angles down. And it all comes down to Mindfreak, the player who entered these grand finals with the highest clutch percentage. But he's been quiet today. Can he find a moment to put Paper X into double digits?
The timing. Crossfire isn't exactly great. The smoke to try and lurk his way in. A tap of it. Trying to bait out one of the angles. The Haunt though tags him through the box! And he's back!
Mindfreak well and truly back.
The 1v2 Red Bull clutch. Doesn't matter that he was working with just a Spectre.
And didn't he play that one beautifully as well?
Oh, wow.
Breaking any kind of crossfire that would have been happening from Graffiti over to Hell or
Tap
default.
to bait the positioning.
Yep, tap. Not just baiting the position, but baits utility out.
Yeah.
So Xiao couldn't even shoot back.
Just elite.
He even got marked up at the end and still wins against Zipan. That's the kind of play that Mindfreak has been bringing out over and over again through PaperX's journey in the upper bracket. And he hasn't really had those moments yet today, but what a time to do it. Stopping, halting any kind of streak that FPX would have liked to get up, any kind of momentum that they would have had back into this attacking half.
And forces the timeout.
It's a confident lead on Haven.
More than confident. Looking primed to take it. We were talking about how impactful that round was to win for either side when they were just investing all of their money into it.
The fact of the matter is, though, Brent, the loss bonus here for PaperX is going to mean that they have... the loss bonus here for FPX is going to mean they have about the same amount of cash on either side.
Sure.
You might see some kind of crazy force going on, or just a weaker buy overall. And here it is. There's the crazy force. 3 Guardians, light armor on everybody. FPX are not giving up, not giving in.
What's the play here? They're going to be trying to spam an angle? Potential for it, or maybe it was just really all that they could afford. Taking a fight over towards C long, and again, the disrespect being shown. Jing making his way right down mid, but Devi also answering back, making sure that map control is lost. What a response! Angel tries to answer through, but you don't expect him this up close once more.
Jing finding huge value out of his deep mid position, and it all falls down to Xiao. Almost gifted one there.
Listen.
And Mindfreak would die to a single body shot as well.
Where are you?
Slow enough for it, but Xiao is, I think, feeling the pressure on every single side. You can feel it. The Haunt was dropped down just in case a player was close, but these angles, the positioning, honestly, all over the place. 20 health, okay, Mindfreak, well.
He's given him a weapon upgrade, Xiao, now with a Vandal in hand.
And plenty of time on the clock as well, Josh. This can be slowed right down.
This stage, Xiao has already won 3 1v3s. He's been demonic in this tournament in the clutch. One of the MVP candidates for the tournament based on how crucial he's been for FPX. And the time is not on his side. Less than 30 seconds as he starts to take the spike over to A. Nobody there. Benkai watching, listening for it.
Xiao has to be diligent. But also, time running short. 10 seconds left to try and make the play. The Haunch dropped down to ensure that there's nobody there, but with it destroyed, now you can see the pressure is on the wall up.
What a crazy wall. Benkai tried to deny the plant with that.
That is absolutely absurd, but now he's just got to wait. The timing. Xiao wants to force it down into the 1v1. At least he doesn't know where Jing is. But now he feels it. He hears it, the utility being used, the positioning is known. Benkai, he will fall. Xiao taken down into the 1v1. The showstopper, the trade. What a play! Just outlandish scenes.
What an absurdly good clutch from Xiao. Every instinct in his body telling him to look in the right direction for Jing. And manages to beat this one out against a showstopper in his face.
Just ridiculous.
Sprayed down. And that is why he's an MVP candidate for this tournament. The impact has just been enormous. Remember, Brent, in this tournament, FPX weren't sure whether they would have Xiao or Sugetsu here. There was a thought that FPX might be starting in the groups with only 3 out of their 5 players.
Yeah. And they've had to battle past so many obstacles to even get the luxury of playing here in the grand finals. Playing with subs early on, going down to the lower bracket, even in their groups. But they fought every single step of the way, tooth and nail. Rewarded the opportunity here to claim this title. PaperX looking to deny that. Bring this one to map 5. The timing of this timeout, obviously tactical in its nature.
And it looks like FPX's journey, though, through that lower bracket, it doesn't appear to be getting much easier.
No.
They're still 4 rounds away from drawing this one level. Otherwise, we go to a map 5.
Here.
FPX with a large financial advantage in this round, despite the fact that some of them are still working with light armor. The economy's been in tatters for both teams.
Space being gained by FPX. Working their way through now to Nightfall into Paranoia. It's all comboed up, but it doesn't actually latch only onto Benkai, up top onto Heaven. The Horns push them back, and now the players swarming into the site. FPX want to be denying this one, but a satchel play. Zipan again, up close, up top, and personal. Denying any opportunity for FPX to get in there and shut down that spike plant.
Forsaken met with a 1v5, unable to have any impact in this round, despite his 20 kills, despite his carry performance in the first half. He just hasn't been able to find those moments.
This tour de force, a quick scope. A flick of the wrist, but only 2 bullets remaining. And too many targets to choose for. Only losing Angel. What a clean round for FPX. They found their foothold here, Josh.
That's exactly what they needed. That economy is now going to start to snowball a little. And what was this from Zipan? The jump up, back down, and goes for another bite of the apple? So much confidence exuding from Zipan here. And sure, look at the numbers. He's not winning the race head-to-head necessarily, but he's doing his job. He's finding those times to carry the rounds. And now you see both teams with full equipment in hand.
Disrespect being shown again. Into mid with the boombot, following up off onto it. And look at this, Angel teleporting up onto the high ground inside the smoke. And need to clear the back a bit, but it is that full retake set up by FPX.
And Forsaken's already come out the back of Garage.
No way.
Looking to get the fast wraparound. Smoke dissipates.
3 players looking for it, and it is being washed. Shao! He just about whipped the weapon around, watching that one angle, but still. Plant not in play. It's a bit of a tap.
And Angel has used his Omen ult, teleporting behind everybody, causing genuine paranoia in the mind of Jing. He has no idea if he's being flanked.
Every angle needs to be watched for. I think the setup from FPX, look at this now, trying to make the plays happen, the showstopper to contend with Jing. Oh my goodness! Eventually shut down, but has he done enough damage? His teammates might think so. The Cosmic Divide cuts it up, and now the pressure is on. FPX have to play up close and personal. The horn broken, pushing through the wall, but how would you get through it? The barrage, the bullets laying down, and FPX get their 11th.
What a round from Jing. What a huge, monstrous performance from FPX's star player. One of FPX's star players, I should say. He collects the lurk on Ardis, which was a little early in the round, dodges a showstopper. After throwing his nade, he scatters the players on site and collects everyone.
Insane mechanics.
FPX's clean round, though, one prior, allows them to still buy into this one. They're going to make an attempt to stop FPX from getting to map point.
There's a bit of an all-in. Angel TP'd, it's punished. But Zipan responds in kind. Comes through. How do you get 2 kills like that?
And if you had to tell me which team would you expect to use the utility combo and which Raze is just going to be swinging for 2, I think I would have had the names backwards. Mindfreak looking for the mid-round push.
What a risky play. And the angle, it's everything. But the shots are found, a jiggle of the movement. And the second player falls. Risks over the map. But containment in the end.
And Mindfreak has really woken up now. Finding these timings to get impactful and win them rounds.
And the energy is building. Feel it meeting in that crescendo to bring us to that map number 5.
And FPX are 1 round away. Alex, frustration turning to tension now as the coach watches on, unable to have too much more impact. They just need to dodge one scrappy force buy, and Jing starts it.
And again, they're not put off from making these high-risk, high-reward plays. The money is abysmal for FPX. Losing a player on top of it, it's dire. Wall has to be used just to see if they can get the res offline, but look at this. Another punish, an attempt of it. A bit of a gamble as he fires it against the wall. He misses the mark at the end.
It's a great idea, but Sugetsu was already ahead of the play. He understood that that was going to be coming through. And now it looks like he's still trying to find a time to go for this. He needs players to help.
They are going to be trying to contain with the space, but at least holding down these angles, baiting a swing from them. The nade!
Oh, it's so tenuous. Sugetsu wants to go for the resurrect. He needs to try to bring this even, and finally it's being played, but the spam through. Pinged out, and know exactly where it is. And one after the other. The advantage is just snowballing. FPX, within their grasps, will not be denied their right to go to map 5. The round not over yet. FPX would have to pull off a miracle.
Angel's managed to find his way into B. But with 15 seconds left, it's all but done.
Just no time. The duel, well, not quite favored. The plant, though, Angel gets the spike down, but it's left down to him.
And sure, the time pressure dodged, but FPX spent half the round just trying to get a res online. It's all down to Angel, and he can't handle it. FPX are taking us to a 5th.
Absolutely absurd. Back and forth between both of these teams, so evenly matched. Will we have it any other way?
And this map really had a different feel to it compared to the others.
Oh yeah.
A very methodical play by FPX, finding those moments to get the lurks working and then crushing that attack side. And if we're going to talk about unusual things, how about the 5th map being Breeze?
I mean, just absurd, isn't it?
Absolute madness.
What are we going to see? The questions outlined here. It's a map that both teams have been comfortable in the past playing. FPX, of course, famous for their Euro comp as we're heading into it on the 5th map, but they have the minerals to pull out something that might even just be expected, or are they going to be switching it up even more? It's all on the line.
So what you're seeing from FPX, they're shaking off any potential nerves that might have haunted them in map 1. They're finding ways to make their defense work, which failed them on Bind and Fracture. And they've heated up thoroughly. You're getting big rounds from Mindfreak. Forsaken, finally online. They've got everything building for map 5.
Yeah, it's leading that way, man. It's leading that way. The players have turned up. We're going to send it to a short break. Our analyst desk, of course, breaking down all the action, but don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. It's the culmination of the grand finals.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it. fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
We are going to get map 5 after what PaperX pulled off on Haven. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Baller, Tom, and Jess. Did you guys think in the beginning of today that we were going to map 5?
Maybe. I don't know.
We wanted it.
There's no way. I don't think this is going to go to the distance. Every time we get in this situation, I think, oh, 2-map advantage. There's no way this goes the distance. And finally we get it. And it's a good go the distance.
Because you didn't believe. That's why.
I mean, he wanted the FPX win, then they were starting on bind, so maybe Bala had something there. Bala had the foresight. But I do want to talk a little bit about what happened on Haven, because at one point, you know, maybe the fake comeback, it was coming in. PaperX, Bala, they take that timeout, and then they just close it out.
Yeah, I really think that there was good adjustments on both sides. I said at the beginning of the series, it's going to be hard for them to continue going super aggressive on that defensive side, given what we saw in bind, given what we saw in fracture. They slowed it down. They really did. It was much more methodical. It was go up A lobby and wait there, hold for the positions that FPX are going to push in. And on the other side of FPX, it was really, really good as well. They started adjusting to go for executes. But there's so many moments here from Benkai too, who he pops up these walls that are so creative in comparison to the Sage on FPX's side of Sugetsu. It's nowhere near the creativeness.
I mean, a reactive utility usage like that all comes instinctually. That's about game sense, positioning, understanding of the mid to late round, how you want to use it. Sometimes there's not a set play. You just have it in your back pocket, ready to be able to be reactive. There was one time he tried to deny a plant on one of the sides with the wall.
Imagine if that had worked.
I know,
Imagine if
That's
that had
creativity.
worked.
That's great in this part of the series.
And you know how great that was when we're not talking about Sage Getsu. We're talking about Benkai on the other side.
You didn't have a pump for that one?
For Benkai? No. I have a really good one for Devai. So Devai, please can you pop off? Because I have a really good one for you. But the two players that did pop off, Tom, Saisho and Bren, were talking about them. Forsaken and Jing, the dynamic duo, they showed up to take down FPX.
Well, that's the thing. We've seen Jing throughout this series of what I would say is the high level we expect from him. We hadn't seen peak Forsaken yet. In this map, we did. Both of these players popping off. I don't know if there's a duo in the world that could compete with them. There's plenty that have tried throughout the entirety of this tournament. Like, you can go back and look at the likes of Durka and Alpha. They weren't able to match this duo, and in this map, they were insane.
It's maybe a little bit of a copium, but it's crazy that FPX are able to put the rounds that they did on the board. But both of those guys have close to 200 ADR. That is ridiculously high. And they were delivering. I mean, many moments where they're shutting down the rounds. Jing specifically, finally his showstopper's connecting.
Yeah, it's not necessarily made of plastic there for the man, but I think the big thing as well is that whilst they might be the dynamic duo and they're moving around the map rapidly, they're not doing so in a way that I would say is untradeable. That was a big criticism I had in the earlier maps for the side of PaperX. Forsaken or maybe even Jing would just go off on his own little journey and no one's there to trade him. They're in the ability to have reminiscent of FPX having those crossfires, having those trade game, something they were lacking before. In this last map, that will be crucial for them. It's a big map. There is no room for error.
How do we feel about Jing Seiken?
No.
No? Back to the drawing board?
I love it too.
Okay. Yes, Baller gave me the pity love. But moving on to the last map. Okay, I'm going to... We've seen some shenanigans.
Right.
Benkai Phoenix, do you think we're going to get to that level of shenanigans?
No.
Please, God,
It
no.
worked.
He would go down in history as like the biggest memer of all time if he
But
decided.
imagine if they won on it.
Yeah, but
that
there's
would be
about a
impressive.
98% chance that they won't win if you decide to throw that agent in.
We say that, on the other side of things, you could get a Yoru. I don't know.
Actually,
you know what I mean? Like, legitimately, you
not.
have agents on both sides of the coin here that could be fun.
I'd rather see the Xiao Jet than that, if I'm honest.
Well, no, to be honest, yeah. I mean, I think the evolution of FPX throughout this tournament with the Yoru stuff has been artists just talking it down the entire time. So I think his confidence built when Angel was finally like, okay, we'll stop.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't looked the best, especially the record of results on this map hasn't been great. But we heard it from Angel. He does want to kind of school Forsaken a little bit. He wants to show off a little bit. And I feel like when else is he going to get the opportunity than now?
I think the thing is as well, if you look at the last comp that was run by the side of PRX, it's not one I expect them to run again. Like, you look at their chamber on Jing, I think that's one of the only times he's ever played it. I don't think he enjoys that agent. I think it works a lot better when it comes to Forsaken. and having like both of them with the Jet as well, I think that's something they're only going to run when it comes to APAC. If they run it again here, I don't know. I'm not feeling good about it.
It reminds me of the uncomfortability that Optic felt when they were trying to implement this map, right? They really didn't have somebody who could play the Chamber and the Jet at the same time. It was like kind of weird. So they were flexing, and finally they found a player who was willing to do it. But that speaks to them not necessarily being super happy, super comfortable with the map.
Yeah, I love the fact that Devi can just pick up, I mean, any weapon you put in this man's hands seems to work. It's the Odin, it's the Tour de Force, it's the Operator, and I'm like, damn, I can sit here and watch a montage of this all day of the week. So it's nice, you're right, that there is a secondary player to take on the Chamber role. FPX isn't sort of shoehorning themselves into these roles, into these agents where, oh, I'm the only one that can play Chamber, I'm the only one that can play Duelist, for example. These are being swapped around interchangeably, and on a map like Breeze, you pointed it out rightfully so, someone has to be prepared to switch around. Do we see a Yoru though? That's my big question, and I don't know where that's going to go.
I will say, Tom, I think you're right. I think if they are going to switch around the Chamber, I don't want to see on Jing.
No, I think
doesn't
it
make
limits
sense.
him. I think that's the thing. Forsaken has managed to almost just hit that W gaming even on an agent where it doesn't really add too much in, but well, we are going to be getting into.
We are into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. For the last time in this tournament, keep your eyes peeled on whether we are going to get a Yoru. I'm quite vigilantly on Yoru watch right now, and things are already shaking up a little.
Got it on the other side.
Wait,
Artist goes back to a Jet. Jing is going to come in on the Neon as well.
I wanted him to move, Baller. You wanted him to move, but did you want him to move that far?
What is this comp?
Wait, which team? Which team?
These guys right here. Neon, Yoru, Breach.
They got no Viper. They got no Viper. There's so much insanity here. I feel like when you look at Breach as well, this was an agent that pretty much from day one, everyone went, yeah, you probably don't want to play that when it comes to Breeze. It's way too open a map. You're not going to be able to set up. And they've just gone, yeah, you know that comp with Phoenix? That looks kind of normal now compared to this.
I will say that some of the Fnatic guys were talking about that Breach being absolutely overpowered on Breeze. So I'm looking forward to maybe seeing that. But on the side,
Fnatic doesn't play Breeze.
They're the team that
I mean, I trust Mini, but on the side of FPX, I like the comfort picks of putting Sugetsu back on the Cypher. This is like an OG Sugetsu pick.
Don't care. Don't care. FPX's comp is ridiculous, man.
This is so
Barlett's losing his mind.
We get to come back at halftime and rip this apart. We get to work out exactly what it is they have up their sleeves, but you don't pick that without a plan.
Okay, Barlett, I know you're losing your mind, but just one thing you want the people to keep an eye on. Only one.
I mean, Neon running up with Breach flashes. I mean, what do you want to say? There's no Viper wall, so they can't really take that much space. It's going to be like a Caterpillar.
They got a lot of stuns.
Yeah, they got loads of stuns.
Yeah, I think that's going to be fun.
Stun gaming, from W gaming to stun gaming?
Yeah, there's so much to take it. I also think you have to look at the Astra here, like how they're actually going to utilize that without having a Viper.
Well, Bala is very hyped here on the desk. We are hyped. Copenhagen, I need you guys to make some noise for FPX and PaperX as we head into the final map of this grand final.
At the end of this map, a new god is going to be born. We will have a new team on the throne with Masters Copenhagen. That is such a sick feeling that it's gone to map 5 and such bonkers compositions as well.
Outlandish, man.
Just insanity.
Just inject a bit of pure pandemonium into it. And I mean, this crowd has been electric. The entire match has been electric. I would not have it any other way. Map 5 here in our grand finals. PaperX versus FPX.
Copenhagen, are you ready for map 5? I'm not sure I'm ready, Bren. I'm going to be honest. PaperX is starting on the attack side here. Like the Des was talking about, there's no Viper walls whatsoever. How do they cut off sight lines? How are they going to find value out of the Neon? I mean, I guess they're just running in.
And Jing just runs in and he finds the value to teleport. Breaking ankles, taking names, but Shao locks it down, he shuts it down.
Still playing over by the half wall kind of setup. And Mindfreak on the lurk here, looking for another one of those big rounds.
Mindfreak, what an opening to get. Hard is taken out, still the fight being taken. Jing, the confidence, your solo, one shot will do it in Zipan. He collects it easily enough. Bit of spam for the war, Mindfreak set up. No stars available. Knows where the spike is. Trailblazer broken, and the 1v2 face. FPX so favored, but ultimately it all came down to Shao.
What an awesome way to begin this map. already starting to see glimpses of what PaperX are going for there. They had a flash, and then as Forsaken Gate crashed in, it was comboed with a fault line from Devi. It is such a bizarre way of playing, but it all got shut down by Xiao. Wow. The recon dart, the spam kill onto Forsaken, a second one that he found.
Just unbelievable.
And then
shots to find.
Hitting the headshot there as well onto Mindfreak. Ice cold. Giving him the aim punch. What is that? PaperX are not done though, they're going for a force.
They're forcing into this one. Again, a dangerous tempo, a dangerous game they're playing, but it's all on the line, why not? It's going to be the Prowler, it's going to be removing a bit of the threats there. They crash into the back, that's going to be a teleport and the dart. No targets really being found. There's still notices a player lurking, waiting at that main approach, that one choke point angle, but the spike replanted. No difficulties there. Post-plant scenario is allowed for them, but Forsaken takes so much damage just trying to get out of there.
Forsaken, in fact, does not get out of there. That's his clone jogging to safety.
But
Benkai's weak.
The fight's being taken, the Bulldog ADS, they are going to be favored in this one, but it's a trade anyway. Now, the flank timing, the lurk. Mindfreak is down for him to do some damage, to buy a bit of time and space for his team, but now, look at this, running them down with the Ghost in play. Doubled up. Devi and Mindfreak against the world. Sticking this one under the fuse. The damage, it's enough to stop it, but it's still up to him. Half online, and he has to swing wide. He has to hit the shots, but it's Xiao again. And time just enough. They shut down the force buy.
And Xiao has just been so clean for FPX. There have been other players, obviously, coming up huge for them, time and again. But Xiao has always been a rock that they can rely on for these late game, late round kind of moments. Demonic in the clutch. Utterly cold. And that puts PaperX back down onto an eco round, just using these sheriffs. And listen, whether or not PaperX fall or fly, they're doing it in true APAC style.
Oh, yes.
You could not get a better end to this series. It's the most EMEA comp you could come up with against the most APAC craziness.
It really is something that you'd find, honestly, just picked up in your ranked games. PaperX are a dangerous team, even when they've only got the sheriffs, a marshal or two, whatever, to work with. You can see that's why FPX are playing this with such discipline. This angle being played by Ardis as well. It's going to be able to watch for him, trying to push up deep into mid as well. It doesn't really reveal too much of his positioning as well.
That smoke, however, is going to make Ardis think there's a potential for somebody to be deep already at Arch.
Stuns gate crash into the back of the side, but the shot's so whiffed. Just missed. Forsaken couldn't find the head, and Ardis is still being surrounded by enemies, but with the rifle, he should be good for it. A quick updraft, revealed by the dart. And Mindfreak's lurk comes to no fruition.
And that is a prime game in Flawless as FPX continue to build up their economy here. The FPX composition is so good at gaining information around the map. Sugetsu's setups are going to allow them to put cameras, tripwires all over the map. And then you still have information being given by Zipan as he throws flashes deep into different areas. It speaks to the flexibility of both of these teams, that they're able to almost roll the dice on the compositions they want to play as they head into the most important map they've ever played.
All on the line.
And that is fast. PaperX immediately swinging out to window. Punish Ardis. And Sugetsu tried to hold the angle, but just got overwhelmed. Too many bodies for him to deal with.
Instant response, though. Looking through mid, Angel just takes up all this space now. He's going to be watching, holding. Seeing if anybody comes within his crosshairs.
And FPX have decided to play heavily for mid here. Both A and B are full retake setups. Not that PaperX know that.
Making their moves now as well, delivering that spike over towards one side of the map. FPX are playing so cautious in terms of just their positioning. All of them grouped up.
This middling kind of positioning from Xiao might allow him to use his Hunter's Fury to stop some kind of plant, but I think he might just be a fraction too far away.
Dart was sending a release the trip. Triggering there, giving them a bit of information, a bit of positioning, but still now they have to use that cam, clearing it down.
And honestly, against PaperX, you're worried they've pushed your spawn.
Yeah. They could have taken so much advanced positioning off of this. Not a lot given, but Forsaken, well. taken away. Zipan, advantage. Gain for PaperX. Looking like they can maybe put this round on the board.
And amazingly, PaperX are actually playing really passive positions on the post plant, going for the reflank now through tunnel. Sugetsu's got it all to do, and it's just impossible.
Levi locks it down with the Odin spam and around there for PaperX.
But think about how they're playing these post plants. Whenever they get the spike down on B, they're not pushing, they're not trying to get aggressive into spawn or hold 3 players on site. They're backing off. They're trying to play for elbow control. And that, I think, indicates a really good understanding of how to play this map. Because the post plant positioning you can get from there is just amazing.
Yeah. And I think as well, goes against the grain in terms of what you expect with PaperX playing this composition.
I agree.
Yoru in play, Jing as well. These guys are known to just take space and be relentless with it, but one way to shut that down is Ardis. Operator in his hand, Hunter's Fury to deny the gate crush. Has to back away. Forsaken in the corner, he's taken a boatload of damage, but now still wants to try and push his way back into it. Maybe a timing can be found, and the shot is true. Sugetsu, head ripped clean off.
Mindfreak still in this lurk position. Does Angel check with enough diligence here? Otherwise, Mindfreak might be a dangerous thorn in their side for this post plant. Xiao is just tracking this gate crash all the way back into spawn.
Watching for it, and again, the lurk is found.
He's like a cat with a toy. He's just been pulled away from the action.
It's the advantage of running it as well. You have to at least dedicate some resources. A player watching the gate crash.
Just break it.
Off to the side, Ardis looks to try and make a moment out of it. A bit of magic maybe to inject, but this retaken with the operator, never ideal. The timing for Forsaken with that swing. It's too clean. Utility in the hands of his opponents, and Ardis not even allowed the luxury of saving that operator.
And the post plants are looking fantastic for PaperX. Mindfreak doing his job perfectly on those lurk plays. And I think that's going to be such a challenge for FPX to deal with.
How much do you dedicate of resources, utility to try and shut down Mindfreak when he's taking up positioning, holding in mid?
And the site executes when they're coming through as well. Very well combined between Divine and Forsaken. Back when we used to see them play this, I mean, obviously on Bind, you would have Benkai playing the breach for them, sending in those fault lines, but it was the same combo. Yoru ult, fault line, allows Forsaken to find the easier kills. And here, Mindfreak has to be so creative with how he's using the smokes.
Oh, it's already expending that dash. Still has the ultimate, still has the Blade Storm. He could do some serious work into this one, but the post plan's locked down. Now a fast lane. Just dodging to the side of it. Angle being found to get to. What a shot. And this is looking still winnable.
But again, it's safe, passive post plant positioning being played.
Rolling Thunder, and they've got a star on the spike. It's going to be incredibly difficult to try and get away with this one. The Nightfall.
They know that they've detected all 5.
Yeah.
I mean, Mindfreak could just be running at them right now, and he is.
Going quiet on it now to Rolling Thunder. Overlapping all of the abilities, all of the ultimates. The timing being taken. The space gained off of it. PaperX never letting their foot off the gas.
The Breeze metagame has never been shifted so far.
No.
A seismic shift. But PaperX are playing this one beautifully. You can tell that this isn't just a comp that they've thrown together at the last moment. Or if it is, they're geniuses. Because they've got a great understanding of what they want to do with it. How long does it take Angel to figure out that they're playing passive post plants? That's my big question. Once Angel starts to get a read, and maybe this time out I'll be conferring with Doombros, once Angel gets the read that they're playing these passive post plants, fast retakes might be the order of the day.
The way that PaperX are playing this Euro is so different to the way that FPX have played it in the past on Breeze. Often it's like a slow siege, a take of mid-control. A lot of the Euro, the implementation of it by PaperX has been these fast executes, something to add the extra layer on top with Jing just running it down on Neon.
And from what we saw of PaperX's A-site hit, I'm not convinced that would work on a rifle v rifle round. I think we might be seeing a repeat here of Icebox, where they only go A on anti-ecos.
Sure.
You can see the pings now that both teams have rifles back in their hands. And FPX are nowhere to be seen.
So
Still-
much positioning, at least given up early, but time to...
Yeah, still 10 seconds for them to set up, but certainly having a discussion about their positioning in spawn here. But look at the positioning of PaperX. They look like they want to send this thick and fast straight into B.
What is the play here?
And they have the Cosmic Divide as a kind of quasi-Viper wall that they could use.
Some of the block they angle off. They have to be cautious, though. They know the money online means that could be seen that operator in buy. Of course, Artis has it, but he's in a completely different location. And now the Cosmic Divide and the fast lane. Any hopes of holding that angle to the side just going to be denied, but space given up. Angel, in fact, working his way off to the side. Could be able to catch a player or two.
And Jin caught by the recon, but couldn't be punished. The ult from Mindfreak finding big value. Surely Artis.
Forwards.
Surely not Artis.
Dash enabled, flash as well, he connects. Does he want to push through? The answer is no. The Seeker up close. Personal now with the wall denied! Coming through, the dog does so much work, so much damage, but Angel, he secures it. But the post-plan positioning, it's so passive through the choke point. They just want to try and buy time. Push them back, a bit of spam. Artis, an unlucky one. Just his leg being taken out beneath him. A flash to push them back. No one is on this one. In fact, look, still the star in play. A tap of it, a timing now. Alert comes through, Sugetsu. He could be a difference maker. He at least gets two, but just down to Angel. And the time, the pressure just far too much.
And these PaperX rounds are looking gorgeous. Every plan that they've run through in theory, working in practice. After those first 3 rounds that FPX have put on the board, it's looked like they have no answer. They can't stop the site hits, and they can't win the retakes. But everything has been on B. All right, time to test the theory, Bren. FPX are back onto an eco. Do PaperX go A?
Oh, yeah.
Certainly looks like it.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe
it's there, isn't it?
I wonder if Angel can get a read on this as well.
The positioning, though, I mean, the players are so deep into spawn here, and when the fire comes through, it's a gate crash into the corner. This Viper wall does do a lot to try and slow down the approach. PaperX obviously don't want to disrespect this one too much. They could just get destroyed in the blender that is this choke point. In fact, case an example right here, Artis. Great opening pick for them, but the wall goes down, and now they're starting to slowly accrue a bit of that space. What a shot! Divide dropped down to 5 health, but not enough to secure that kill.
These players on site are struggling here.
So aggressive.
This A site hit, it's getting mocked up.
It's getting so sloppy as well. FPX. Heads being found, guns being gained, and it has to be the pivot.
Mindfreak with the spike just booking it over towards the B site. Sugetsu still has his cam in this position. But there's a Viper's pit been dropped on A. 2 players still staying there. And Devi's gonna look for a lurk with 5 health and an Odin.
They really have brought APAC, haven't they, to Copenhagen?
I love it.
Kind of plays, man.
I love it.
30 seconds left.
You just can't expect
You can't prep for it.
Mindfreak's going to start distracting now as he starts tapping the plant. Does this turn eyes? Does this get Devi a free one?
The timing on it! Then the kill is found. Still a 2v3 though. FPX in theory should be favored into this one.
And I love that Mindfreak goes for a pick as he anticipates, or Mindfreak, sorry, goes for a peek as he anticipates everyone looking towards Devi. He knows that he'll have a little less stress on his shoulders for just a moment. And now the trap is starting to close. Can Devi provide enough assistance here?
Was one of the players to tap onto the spike as well, swinging through, but the damage. Oh, the gun just not quite good enough. 5 HP in window though, does not expect this one. Angel's worked his way around, but he's gonna find positioning on the site. Mindfreak repositions, and the damage, the time, it's already been bled off the clock. Mindfreak, impeccable rotations.
These rounds somehow being saved by PaperX, mostly because of the gun advantage. Look at the replay here. Mindfreak, even before this actually, was taking mostly duels against players that had sheriffs.
Let's go! Let's go!
The crowd seems firmly on the side of PaperX. A lot of cheers for these guys. How can you love them?
I've heard the FPX chants as well. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. But at the moment, it has just all been APAC. PaperX winning 5 rounds in a row here, forcing an FPX timeout. And what is the adjustment? I think from our point of view, Ren, there are clear things that FPX can try to work with.
Sure.
But the patterns are not as obvious when you can't see all of the information.
No, you're only seeing one half of it.
And for FPX right now, getting that read on how PaperX are playing post plants, when they're hitting sites based on the economy of their opponents, all of these things would be crucial tools for FPX to have access to right now. And they themselves are working with a composition that they haven't been playing recently. This is not their standard comp. They've either been running Shao on Jet, or they've been running the Yoru themselves. And Forsaken has decided to take it upon himself to prove to Angel he knows better.
Running the Euro against them. Tasted her own medicine.
What a way that would be to win.
Ults are online for them. Obviously, Divide this time looking pretty good, and it is an approach, a flash just to grab the orb. The Cosmic Divide online for Mindfreak.
Again, how has he got the Cosmic Divide online once more?
Looks like he's just used it.
And so this is the first time that PaperX start with a default. But it looks like they're going to go back again into a B push. It's been a B push every time in these rifle v rifle rounds, and the Cosmic Divide is such a massive tool for either side.
They've slowed down for about a moment, but eventually the pace must resume. And there's the Rolling Thunder to get to it to the back of the side, but look at all the utility. Comboed up, Angel somehow able to claim himself a snakebite kill, but Forsaken's happily able to just return fire once more, but he oversteps himself. Utility in his hands, and his hit has gone skew.
It's the first time that FPX have decided to commit fully to it. Overstack players here. And the problem with that is Mindfreak's always on the lurk, and he's managed to find the A site.
So much space being gained.
The crucial thing here is for Mindfreak to not overstep himself. We've seen moments like this before where PaperX just too determined to get an extra kill.
Can't go down easily.
And Mindfreak's aggressive,
30 seconds left.
but tempered. Just hearing Zipan walk his way into halls.
Incredibly cautious.
And that's
just waiting for one timing.
That's decent information that he can pass over to Benkai. It's
Spike
actually
planted.
Devi, again, who becomes the lurker. They're just so happy to pass these roles around.
Devi's definitely wondering about the counter flank potentially coming through, but he hears the footsteps now running down, but Zipan lurks down, and it's up to Devi.
But now the race is on. Devi, the spike down, has to try and get in a position where he can play this post plant. And instead of running for the spike, he's going to try and get an angle onto it.
You've got to be joking me. You've got to be kidding me. Planted off to the side. He falls on the miss. Sticking it down. Already half onto it. The fault line to try and stun them up, but FPX, it's handed to them on a plate. A bit of an overheat moment once more.
And for one of the very rare times that PaperX's mid-rounding has in fact failed them, mostly because FPX players happen to stumble upon them.
Get in the picks. They contacted all the way through, even when the spike was down. Zipan did not make any noise. Contacted down into halls, picked up this kill. Hardest getting the one beforehand, it was all essential.
And maybe Mindfreak's death could have been avoidable, for sure, if he'd managed to position himself somewhere where he's not as exposed. But okay, you've got rifle v rifle, and it looks like PaperX are starting to break the mold. Heading round 10 for the first time over towards A in these buy rounds.
Big crash there, back around the side of yellow, but that's going to be the ult popped off almost immediately. Artist though, claims a kill. Bit of chaos, a bit of pandemonium approaching now onto the side as kills are just again flowing. One side to the next. Seeker's even in play and the angle just cannot be found by Zipan.
It's an awesome kill by Mindfreak there. Zipan was posing a major problem for them over at stairs. And now the round can slow down. But there wasn't really a lurk play over towards B. Mindfreak was required to help the rest of his team. Ardis is going to find this one so uncomfortable to have to watch towards Switch and
Just doesn't
Cave.
know where they could be. And there's still so much time in a round that PaperX happy again to just let that mid-round apply the pressure itself. If they make no noise, it's up to FPX to try and at least get a bit of information, and there's the swing into mid. Sugetsu comes out on top though.
The information play once more finding value for FPX. Benkai just gets the horn back online. Divide trying to see if he can get a targeted fault line, but Ardis dodged it.
What a shot. Still, the disrespect being shown into the aftershock almost goes down from it, but with the time down to just 20 seconds, Divide picks up the operator. It looks like it's going to be the safe play.
10 seconds, the clock ticking down. No hope for PaperX. And here come the FPX chants. I knew the fans were in the building. They just had no reason to be loud up until this point. Map 5, 5-5 the score. A knife's edge that separates these two teams. A massive difference in their approach to this, the decider, that puts someone on the throne. But Artis played a masterclass in this round.
And so
disrespecting all of the utility to get picks.
30 seconds left.
Having immense value with the operator. But a similar scene being painted again. Last 3 maps, it feels like this first half of each of them has been so even. Back and forth, all the way down, but someone eventually grabbing control and grappling it away.
And FPX haven't had very much success over on the A site. Even when they were running against the eco rounds, they still tripped up. And as they take a timeout here, I'm sure that's going to be something they're discussing. There are ways that you could make this composition work on an A hit. I think an A split where you take halls control, you have Mindfreak's utility at the bottom of halls, you're doing a hall split, you only need bridge smoked off, you're coming from all of the other entrances, so you don't necessarily need the Viper wall.
And just to highlight the stakes once more, in case it wasn't obvious here, map 5 in our grand finals to decide who will take away the title, the Masters 2 champion.
We heard it from Artis earlier on in the day. He said, we came here as challengers, we're gonna leave as kings. And that is a bold claim that they've now gotten closer and closer to fulfilling. But there is a hair's breadth between these two teams.
Of course.
Definitely the 2 best teams that we have in the tournament. And they've both turned up on a dramatic level. This series, it's anyone's to take.
Both faced obstacles throughout this tournament. One would argue that FPX maybe with the harder task in terms of how they've been battling through the lower bracket, but it has forged them into something else entirely. The teleport into the back, they're ready for it. Seen that play before. Angel's more than ready. And Artis as well returns fire. The angle locked down with the operator. The overdrive is denied. Every player toppling. But Jing returns again. Glides to the side. But eventually the shots finding it and shutting him down.
Look how quickly FPX have 4 players onto the B site. Within moments of the initial pieces of utility being dropped, FPX are rotating players there instantly. Choosing... I mean, the read is perfect from FPX, and their adaptation in the half is awesome. Just instantly, off the first piece of utility, stack players on the site, play to deny the plant going down. FPX can't play post plants if they never have a plant.
Great adjustments. Looking at the final round of this first half. One's going to be broken. Artis, an aggressive angle, and why not pop the Blade Storm off? You feel the pressure being applied.
Forsaken's so deep. I don't see how Artis could read this.
So much to get through as well. All the way down into halls. It's going to be a fast lane that Jing's been able to take all this positioning up, and it has injected that chaos into the round, but Zippany just contains it regardless.
If Jing hadn't used his fast lane, Forsaken would have had a free kill, but now he's getting droned out.
No way!
Did he spot him?
Running around the side. The decoy in play, Shao still locks that angle. And it's up to Artis. He can feel the approach, the Blade Storm, the updraft, the head's not being found. But now Hunter's Fury, anything to help him out. It's the 1-4-1.
Angel spent the entire round inside his Viper's pit, over by A main. That means he's got a very quick flank here. And for FPX, they've got to force the fight. They know that they're at a player disadvantage. They can't go for the back, the safe
Trailblazer misses, the dog is not going to be setting them up, and yep, the safe option, not an option. Angel's already flanked around, Benkai's positioning, removed, taken out. Devi is known, he gets one, but he has a mighty task. The 1v2, isolates it, down to the clutch, but Shao reigns supreme.
You just can't out-clutch Shao. He's been a monster this tournament. He's a great player online, but he's been a superstar here, offline. Winning round after round after round for FPX. What an attempt by Devi. What a great try.
Oh, the frustration
seeping in. But when it feels like there's a final boss on the other side that you just can never get through, you can realize why they might end up being frustrated.
radiates through, doesn't it? That's going to be the first half here on our final map of the Grand Finals. Desk, take it away. What have you got for us?
Thank you very much, Bren and Sideshow. What a half that was. Probably the most entertaining half we've seen all day. Did you guys think we were going to get a 7-5 when PRX started to push the way they did onto those sides?
I mean, that's just such a ridiculous gamble that I was like, there's either they crush this or they get stomped. But we have an even game in our hands. This is ridiculous. The fact that FPX are able to adapt after PaperX took a really, really nice start.
Yeah, and it seemed like they had a lot of really cool ideas as well. Like, I like the fact that they're using that fast lane to sort of like mask some of the positions. I also think Mindfreak, with the way he was placing his smokes, it was very well planned. The thing is though, and the thing I always love about FPX, even though they're up against probably the maddest composition we've ever seen, they still always adapt, and they did towards the end of that half.
Oh, some of the lurks from some of these players as well. Divide decided to join in on the fun down towards mid, get a little lurk in the corner there. I think the crowd, you guys helped out a little bit on that one. I heard you guys screaming when that came down, but the biggest thing as well to keep in mind is that Mindfreak has this complete understanding of the map, where he can be, where the rotates might come through. He's had a really good half.
He has indeed, but on the side of FPX as well, they managed to claw this back.
Yeah, I do think that they took way too long to actually realize that there's no Sentinel on the other side, right? The flanks were not coming through except in 2 rounds. I think Angel was able to get some value out of it.
Yeah, and looking ahead onto the next half, Jess, I know you wanted to give us a stat about the pistols.
You know I love to find the stupid little stats in the game, so let me give you something. Throughout this entire series, the team that has won the second pistol, and they have pretty well evened up on the winning of the pistols, but if you win the second pistol, they've won the map so far. That's for every map thus far, so whoever wins the very next round, statistically, if I've got everything here, according to the stats, they should win not just the map, the entire match. So that's what I've found so far. A little bit of a tidbit there.
So the tournament comes down to 1 pistol round.
There you go.
Okay.
Well, most important pistol round I've been a part of in the audience of. And Brandon Sideshow, let's see who's going to get this important round.
Very important round indeed. This pistol round deciding a lot, of course, trying to snowball their way into the final half that we're going to see in this series between these 2 teams.
How much do PaperX have prepped with this unusual composition? Both duelists look like they're trying to take a fight in cave early on. And Jing not going for his fast lane this time. Has a stun in hand with the Ghost.
Already the disrespect being shown!
How does he get that?
Dart removed, he just wants to fight.
He's
over
swinging
and over again.
He's swinging before he's even ready to shoot his second shot with the Ghost. And yet he still finds Zipan's head. This guy's got such talent. But FPX are not going to let it rattle him.
No. Got to stay calm. Situations like this, it's a huge advantage, of course, given to PaperX with that opening kill, but can easily turn it around.
But FPX might end up here being paralyzed by ignorance. They don't know what PaperX have planned. They've never played against a team comp like this. They don't know if Forsaken's going to be going aggressive with his teleports. They need to play spread and play slow to try and figure out what the game plan is. They just have to hope that when they finally figure it out, they have to hope it's not too late.
A close angle by Forsaken, I believe the drone earlier. Not quite catching him. The war going up. Slide off angle. How are they still finding these kills? Bit of a jiggle there with the movement. Shao eventually gets him. But on the other side of things, it was Jing who managed to open it up. Hey, oh my word, PaperX. Spike's still going to be stuck down the fault line. Gives him a huge advantage into this one. Artist, though, now all the pressure in the world. A prowler in his face, a flash, a tap of the Spike. He has to stick this one. He has to stick it or win this 1v1 and Dubai. All he needs to do is survive. A heroic effort. But at the end of the day, it's PaperX who win it out.
And they take one step closer towards that trophy. Winning the pistol is massive, but the manner in which they did it as well is going to start to scare FPX.
Do you still have the confidence to make plays like this?
How did Jing get the kill through the wall? Jing is just running around trying to take duel after duel.
And we are witnessing the championship mentality, I think, that you need to be able to perform when it matters most, to be able to still make those plays.
Bizarre Viper Wall that we're seeing here from Angel as they try and take some map control. Recon Dart up at the top of mid too as FPX put a premium on owning this area of the map.
Devi forced to overextend just a tad to see if he can get that information. Doesn't want to risk it again, but in the midst of all of this, look at this space that Artis has gained. Bit of a wide swing, so he did make some noise there.
His positioning is known, but perhaps this indicates that FPX are going to want to try and take positions like this in future rounds. PaperX aren't running a Sova, they're not running a Sky. They have some informational ability with Benkai, but they're mostly going to be pushing for their info.
And the off angle, well, Angel seemed ready for it, wanted to clear it through, a bit of spam into the corner, the right click, Xiao dodges the flash, not finding any sort of quite value. Now down to 35 seconds in a round though.
Not too much time to work with.
Where's the spike gonna end up?
I think for
30
FPX,
seconds left.
it's all about the kills. It's about being able to remove weapons from the hands of PaperX. But they're pushing into Jing's Bulldog, and that could be a scary prospect.
Smoke drop down there, that's trying to deny something. The shots again rattled off on either side of the map down to the final few seconds. It's looking like it could have potentially got dangerous, but okay. Still not enough time in the round. Xiao hopefully going to be happy with the damage that he did to their economy.
I think he'd be happy to die there, actually. Didn't want to save a Spectre and no armor into the next. That's going to allow him to get Vandal full armor. And they did some serious damage over to the PaperX bonus. But now we get this question. Has PaperX got something crazy prepped for their defense side? And if so, can they make it work? Bind Fracture, that was one of the failures.
Hit them fast, hit them
but they've drawn the final map level.
Conversion at a bonus. PaperX be laughing all the way to the bank, wouldn't they? The fault line.
Wow. Stun, suck, comboed up to punish anybody that would be playing these passive positions.
Incredibly deep as well. Taking the space away from Xiao. How much further back can you get? Essentially on the beachfront, but the spam, the spray down. The damage was found on the Forsaken, but eventually he does trade that kill.
So 4-4 right now, and FPX with less time to work with and more of the map to re-clear. These are the moments where PaperX were occasionally trying to get a bit too funky. Somebody else on the other side of the map trying to make a play happen. And Device coming in to try and reinforce this position with Forsaken. The two Flash agents over defending B.
The battle lines are drawn. A closer hold. Devi wants to hold this down off the first read, I think, of any sort of utility, maybe even a footstep. And there's the contact play.
The miss.
Fault line comes through. The damage is certainly done. Devi watching the angles. Forsaken are.
30 seconds.
It's going to get cleaned up. Not able to get too much done to get to Guardian. This guy's looking far too clean with it. And there's still enough time for them to try and get this plant down. The positioning is gained. Plant going to be stuck. Cage giving him just enough coverage. But a little bit of favor there. Mind Freak just has to zip away, but what a shot. Benkai, the crosshair placement, just fantastic. And they win out the bonus.
I thought Sugetsu might be able to get the job done there. What a pillar for FPX. But PaperX are so fast on these kind of decision-making moments. Devi grabbing a crucial one around the back.
30 seconds left.
But the final moment there is all about Benkai. He sends a Prowler forwards, so the rest of FPX think that they're both coming from tunnel. And then Benkai wraps through elbows so quickly to get around and backstab the post planters. And now, for the first time in the series, PaperX are thoroughly in control. Looking like they're going to edge out a 2-round lead here in the final map and force FPX to play catch-up.
Quick dodge there, the flash that comes down. This crossfire setup. Have to be cautious and watching of it. Hopping away, dangerous times. The dog though, seeing if they can supplement it, any sort of approach to take the fight for the choke point. And shuts it down easily enough. Bladestorm now being used by Artis. Feels like he needs to take matters into his own hands.
We've already seen how nasty Sugetsu is with the Guardian. If Jing goes for some kind of info peek here, there is a potential to get punished. And you can see the way that Forsaken's put his gate crash over towards B. It's going to allow Benkai to get reinforcements if he's under pressure.
It all comes down to the timing, though. Does have an expiration date on it. If FPX end up just really playing the clock like they've been known to do.
Could be brutal, but don't think he's too worried about it. Artist round the side, though. Bladestorm, that's going to be a good return. But the Prowler latches onto him. He's not going to be able to take too much more space off the back of it. Decay as well. Pressured from almost every single avenue, and with the spike drop down, the Bladestorm still renewed. Artist, he might be able to do something with it, but not when Jing is still alive, still on the battlefield.
Dangerous times call for dangerous men. Jing has been a beast in this series so far, and it feels like whenever they need him most, he's able to just pop around a corner and hit a 3K. You see how much chaos PaperX inject into these rounds too. Ardis was entering and tried to break his own recon dart because he's just getting overwhelmed by
completely overwhelmed.
All of the stuff that PaperX throws in. This looks like a bit more of a pacey play from FPX. Looking to perhaps take some early mid control as the rest of PaperX floods out of B.
All the way through. 2 stars being used to try and block it off, but look at the approach again. This is FPX. Moving their way through the double doors. Artis already going to be gaining all of this space right into the back of the site.
And how do PaperX play the retakes with this composition? They have the dimensional drift to work with.
Oh, risk could be taken indeed. Artis now with the door opening.
And here's Forsaken looking to gain information. He can ping out positions on the map for this
Prowler,
targeted utility.
what a find! A flash to find it, but FPX 2 kills. Looking clean in this post plant. Reaffirming the crossfire setups that they've got, the thing that has carried them so far in this tournament.
Mindfreak dodges the flash, actually.
Tries to make a play to spray down. It's not the cleanest thing in the world, still does the damage, but FPX, they win out the round, an important one at that, ensuring the PaperX don't get that lead to run away with it.
They hit back. They hit hard. What a rare, fast round coming out from FPX. And what a sick play by Ardis. Finding that pick onto Jing neutralizes all of the aggression in the retake.
There's just no way you're favored there.
But also, what a switch up of tempo.
Yeah.
I think we could count on one hand the amount of times that FPX have gone for fast pushes in this series.
That's why it ends up being so dangerous. It's
Here
so
comes
unexpected.
Jing.
But
Here
again,
comes Jing.
Yeah,
Speaking of the pace, speaking of the fast play, lets the stun ball rip right around the side again, and he knows the positioning, he knows Sugetsu is isolated, but Ardis responds in kind. Holding down the staircase. Overdrive still in play. Tip-tap of his feet, just trying to run around the map, but the positioning, of course, is going to be known here, but he ends up slowing it down. Ardis, great crosshair placement. Shot to the cranium, Jing is shut down.
Ardis is saving the round for them at this point. Benkai's only got a stinger to work with. Can't even pick anything else up.
Real difference maker, hasn't he? Shao matching this angle. There's the kill. It's up in the air in terms of who might be able to be winning that one, but looks like Devi opting play back and save this one. Benkai obviously doesn't want to bring this stinger into the next round.
And he won't. He won't be given the choice either way. What a round for Ardis to turn up. Getting 2 massively impactful kills after the rest of his team had been barreled over.
Yeah.
And you might have been fooled into believing that that was some kind of eco-crazy push coming out from PaperX as Jing popped off his ultimate, but that was them going for a force.
Yeah.
PaperX are now ceding control of the game as FPX tie the series up 9-9 with an economy advantage.
9. Got the guns moving into the next one as well. It feels like they've got that read. I think for FPX's path, the way that they even got here, hardships, obstacles, the entire way, but it hasn't stopped them. Even when going up against the former champions of Optic, they earn their spot here, but Devi bites back the operator that he saved into that round.
That's another hurdle for FPX to overcome. Angel not looking to get aggressive on the Halls lurk. Mindfreak would be waiting for him. And FPX, whenever these rounds start going badly, they seem to lack the map control to send things back in their favor. FPX have got to be patient here. There's still a minute 10 on the clock. They can group up, start to move over to another area of the map. But if it's Angel that leads the way, there's 2 players ready to punish.
I've got your trail.
Seekers in the mid round. That's for a bit of information. See if there's any players holding close, and of course there were.
It's all just a fake.
A real hit starts to come down now onto B. A flash over the top for Forsaken. Wants to disrupt this one. Here's the spike being planted. Now he's going to try and opt for this peek. Angle being watched. Sagetsu's covering his teammates back.
A fraction away. A fraction away from being able to deny the plant and buy time for the rest of his team to rotate in, especially with the Rolling Thunder. That could have been everything.
Fight's still being taken though, and mid locked down by Angel, ensuring that they can't get away with any mischief. Devi and Benkai up against this one with the crossfire and the post-plant setup. FPX more than favored.
Devi's just going to have to try and save this operator once again. And like we expected, FPX are going to try and take the lead here and hold on to it. Benkai making it a little more dangerous, a little more expensive. But at the end of the day, it is FPX taking the lead, the first team to get to double digits in map 5.
How close are these teams, man?
They started 3 players away from even being able to attend Reykjavik. They're now 3 rounds away from winning in Copenhagen. FPX forced to take a timeout as they adjust to what FPX have thrown at them.
And you can feel it, Josh. The momentum of this map, it's been backwards and forwards, trading hands. The timeout, I think, forces the question for them now to see how they can deal with this. FPX's adjustments, the adaptations they've made, they've just been elite all series long, all tournament long.
They certainly have. FPX have done such an incredible job so far, and this one round could tip the entire balance in their favor. FPX on the verge of being broken once more. 15 seconds left in their timeout to confer with Alex and try and find out what the game plan should be. FPX must win this round to keep their dreams alive.
So important. In the past, FPX are a team, they haven't let that pressure get to them. They've come into tournaments, they've been playing a bit of fun. Their goal has always been in a distant future for champions. It's given them that edge, that bit of whimsy that they needed to often just better themselves against some very tough opponents.
They never have pressure on their shoulders. But when you're 1 map away, when you're 4 rounds away from lifting a trophy, maybe the dreams start to become a little more real. Maybe the pressure starts to become a little more real. FPX again moving the tempo up.
And you just don't expect this.
It was FPX with the timeout, and FPX have decided you will not get to execute your plan. We are immediately taking B.
Here. Making sure that they watch for a lot of these common angles. The spike is going to be planted. It's forced into that retake. Look at the flank angle approach. You can see that there's a gate crash all the way back into their spawn, but Jing trying to find his way up into the angle. Now the Hunter's Fury popping off right now for Shao to see if he can shut this one down. The kill's still flooding through. A dash and a glide. But Angel again comes out on top. Forsaken, he is into the back of their spawn. The positioning is just so far away. And FPX, what a critical round to just slowly obtain this lead. Forsaken, what can you even do in this situation?
Trying to get the punish onto Angel, but at this point the round's already lost.
It's done.
The barest of silver linings being that he can take a Vandal into the next. But FPX are 1 step closer.
And Josh, you mentioned it. FPX were denied the chance to attend Reykjavik. They were watching from the sidelines despite them being one of the top seeds. This time around.
The best team in EMEA. Forced to watch as other people defended the region's reputation and fought for the crown.
But they've earned their spot here this time around. More than enough.
One of the oldest cores that we have in VALORANT, formed in 2020. finally looking for that place to be seated on the throne. And it's another fast play. They're working. Why change it? Artis is in.
Mindfreak just trying to work his way around the corner, but he's spotted out. He saw to see if he can find the timing. The trade is there. It's on the other extremities of the map, and the shot's still being found. Benkai, what a pick. Angel not going to be able to watch that one for much longer. The choke point has been compromised. Xiao forced to reposition and move back now to Nightfall. FPX investing into this one. They know how important it is, but they need more on top of it. The Rolling Thunder, it scatters them. The utility Jing, what a timing. Moves to the side, but Zipan again comes back around. An instantaneous trade. Half on the defuse, they're sticking it all away. Benkai, you're an absolute menace. But he's shut down, still down to the 1v1 to buy. Zipan forced to offload the Seekers, and he will not get it off.
What an enormous play to take FPX to map point, match point, tournament point.
One enemy remaining.
Down one.
And just phenomenal plays by Zipan. The rotations, the dodging, the juking, the weaving, moving around. He's earned his team the final stepping stone.
And these adaptations have been awesome. The fast rounds have been excellently coordinated. And it feels like they're not afraid at all to mix up the tempo. They can feel the game is within their control. FPX's fate's in their own hands here.
Throwing forwards. Good info, but they're going to be tagged up now. And look at this Horse control. Artis has already made the moves. Up into it, the Horn spots him out, spam down. That's a crossfire setup from the side on the wall. Artis really nowhere to run, but it's an instantaneous pivot once more.
FPX have read it. Mindfreak and Divide, ready to collect this with a seize, a fault line.
They have to shut this down. They have to find value. The Paulie hears it with the footsteps. An opening kill going their way once more.
There's the pull, there's the fault line. FPX holding on.
But Xiao, one step closer, Josh, one step closer.
That's got them through the choke point as well. This is where things start to get very dangerous.
Incredibly dangerous, but still Forsaken, performing under the pressure. To get to aims, the reset! Absolutely ridiculous! And what a play! 4 kills for the final blow!
And Sugetsu finishes off an insane lower bracket run that began when he was allowed to play. The rest of the team did their job getting this man onto the stage, into the playoffs, and Sugetsu delivers the killing blow, putting FPX onto the throne, and Angel could barely believe it. He's worked for so long, worked so hard to get here.
And what a moment this is for them. Disbelief, you can feel it. Incredible scenes. And FPX, a team, the core of them, have been waiting for these opportunities to perform on a LAN environment time and time again. But this time they grasp it, Josh, and more. FPX being your Masters 2 Copenhagen champions.
It is a brand new team put on the throne, a new master, merciless in their run throughout the lower bracket, slaughtering dreams left, right, and center. Knocked out Japan, stopped DRX from making top 3, killed every other EMEA team gunning for that trophy, and have now taken down the People's Champions, the most fun team we had in the tournament. No fun allowed.
No fun allowed indeed. Shutting down every single storyline. Winning the hearts of the crowd as well on either side.
Denying Optic from going to the back-to-back as well. And the streak continues. Every tournament, there must be a new winner in Valorant.
Yeah.
But for these kind of people, I mean, it's just more of the same.
Yeah, absolutely. These teams have performed so well all up to this one. What a finale, what a way to end it. In our grand finals here in the exchange of the fist bumps. Respect being shown to the two competitors.
Incredible two teams delivering an incredible match. Easily the best grand finals that we've had at a Masters event. And one of the most worthy winners.
Their names being chanted, recorded in the annals of VCT history. They've made their mark now and look forward into champions.
And what a way to do it. It couldn't have been done in much more of an EMEA style. I love the fact that PaperX went out their way. But at the end of the day, FPX pulling out a composition that was new to them in terms of Breeze, Artis on the Jet, Zipan playing Sky, moving over to some classic, informational Valorant. And that's how they get it done.
What a style, the preparation, paying dividends over and over again. And Sugetsu, just a ridiculous play towards the end. Look how much it means to them, man. Look how much it means to them.
That's FPX at their first international tournament. Imagine if they'd been able to go to ones previously and think about what they'll be able to do in the future. Yeah. What a team to finally sit at the top of the pile.
Yeah, absolutely outlandish scenes. And now Golden Boy is down on the floor with our Masters 2 champions.
Last April, FPX had to sit back and watch Masters Reykjavik from the sidelines. Today, there are no more what-ifs. They overcame every single obstacle in their way, and every single piece fell right into place. Ladies and gentlemen, your Masters Copenhagen champions, Fun Plus Phoenix! Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, FPX! An incredible run for this team. It started off in near tragedy, but here they stand today as your champions in Copenhagen. Can we get it one more time for FPX, ladies and gentlemen? And now, I have all of them here standing by. Congratulations. Now we get to do this for real. Artis, how you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling fucking amazing. That's all I'm going to say.
That's right,
baby! I want to say something. FPX! 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 Listen, we're taking over the world tonight.
They're taking over the world tonight, he says.
We found Copenhagen, we're going champions, and we're doing it again.
Doing it again, love it, man. Sugetsu, you had the final 2 kills. You weren't even here at the start of this tournament. How does it feel to just do it all?
To be honest, I have no words. I didn't even trust a few weeks ago that I will be here because of visa problems, you know. Also,
don't worry, they're saying Sue.
Yeah, Sue.
No booze, no booze. It's Sue.
Thank you, guys.
Get Sue.
But I also wanted to say thank you to Cider with Musket to help in our team. Also, they did too much.
That's right. Huge shout out to Cider. Zipan, my man, it used to be, you know, I just blown away every single time I see you play, and now you're here today, you're a champion. It must feel like you're on top of the world right now.
Muchas gracias para nosotros.
Love it. Angel, you and I stand on this stage, probably the oldest people here, but yet you are a champion, and I'm just some schmuck interviewing you.
I can describe what it means to me, and I want to say thank you to everyone who came here, and especially to a guy with Ukrainian flag.
There it is. There it is. Shao. Ladies and gentlemen, the Shao Show is in full effect. You are a madman. How do you do it? How do you continue to just clutch after clutch after clutch?
Guys, secret is like easy. I just wearing shorts in the grand final.
He wears
like
shorts.
Short buff, guys, nothing else.
The key to success is to show them legs, baby. Show them legs. And finally, our coach, Doom Bros, your first LAN, and you are a coach of champions. How does it feel, brother?
Tired, but good.
Are you gonna take a good nap tonight?
I think I'm gonna sleep for maybe 1 month or something like this.
1 month slumber, baby, but don't sleep too long because you got champions to prepare for.
Thank you everyone for coming, and thank you Sliggy and Tarek for keeping me company after the matches.
And last thing, artists, I just want you to, just go ahead, have fun, play with the crowd, say something.
Listen.
Go for it.
No, wait, listen. A big after party, okay?
Oh, God.
Message me on Twitter, boys. There's a big one going on.
Okay, and Artist is paying.
Drinks it on me.
Artist is paying the whole thing, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Fun Plus Phoenix. Let's go ahead, send it right back over to the desk to break down that incredible grand final.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. EMEA on top, baby! I waited so long to say that again. So long.
I don't think it's been that long.
It's been a long time.
But hold
it's been
on,
about 8 months.
Wasn't it Paper X? Wasn't that how it was?
I'm from EMEA, Vola. No, I will say, I am also a very proud Paper girl. We got to celebrate FPX, but who knew that Paper X were going to take a team like FPX all the way to map 5 and do that?
That's an incredible matchup that we just had history. I sat here, it started map number 5, I turned to you all and I said, what a pleasure it is to sit here at the first audience of the first grand finals we've ever had with an audience, and they bring us to a map 5, we go the half, and it goes the distance, and I said to myself, I couldn't ask for a better matchup. That is two teams that fought tooth and nail to be some of the best teams in the world. And also, I gotta say, we heard that in the Verizon post-match interview with Golden Boy, just how much this all means to them, and how much individually, differently, Angel has won quite a few tournaments, but you can see there, this one meant a lot to someone as experienced as him.
Well, it takes a lot, I think, for an in-game leader to do something for so long, go into a game which has similarities but is completely different in the way you have to set up, the way you have to almost maneuver your team, bring in a load of youngsters and almost just mold them into the pieces he needed them to be, and then do it again after having so many problems in the past just to get to this point. The man has overcome everything.
Yeah, like we said at the beginning, we lost faith in FPX last year.
We did.
And finally, we have a reason to have faith in them again. Obviously, there were hurdles along the way, but this last map, man, they figured out how to play against a comp that has never been seen before on the fly, and they make it work.
And I mean, Artis had a bit of a quiet series up until that point. We hadn't really put him on any of the MVPs throughout those maps there. We didn't highlight him so much. We tried, and there were moments he had a few pop-off moments, but when they really needed the man to stand up, make the difference, he comes in on Breeze and he lights it up.
Yeah, man, he deserves to have all the arrogance in the world on stage after that, because he definitely turned up and in some rounds felt like he was really willing the team forward to continue to make and let Angel be able to work his magic.
He's a big game player, The first few maps, he's like, I'm just kind of chilling a little bit. It's like, oh, guys, we could actually lose this one. All right, I'm just going to slam them back into the ground.
He had the after party in the back of his head.
Yeah,
he's like, I really want to go to that after party.
He was already there mentally. He's like, okay, guys, I guess I'll start playing.
Yeah, a lot of crazy things happened on that map and on that match as well. Let's recap everything that you guys saw in today's grand final in the Prime Gaming post-match highlights.
Settle in, folks, because this is it. The grand finals, best of 5 between Paper X and FPX. It's time to crown our Masters Copenhagen winners, and the action starts right now.
Sipping at the fountain of youth out of his Red Bull cup, it seems. This guy is just insane. It's all Xiao. This guy's on fire. Nice. FPX, pure domination in map number 1.
Okay, boys, focus. It's not gonna be easy games. This map gonna be much harder.
And the confidence is there. Sky wants to claim the ace.
One enemy remaining.
Right into it, man. Let's go. And the main guy, Paper X, they're ripping them to shreds.
And that puts Paper X back level in the series. Socks, shoes, get them back on.
You got a game to play, son.
FPX immediately ripped back control into their camp. Oh, what is that shot?
Zagetsu! What a monster! In the blink of an eye, the map secured.
FPX looking for a rebuttal, looking to send this to a fifth.
Let's go, boys!
FPX are taking us to a fifth.
Boys, be less emotional, okay? Remember, mostly we're having fun. Yeah, let's go, guys.
FPX
remaining.
Never letting their foot off the gas.
Let's go! But at the end of the day, it is FPX taking the lead.
Enemy. Last player standing.
What a play! 4 kills for the final blow.
And Sugetsu delivers the killing blow, putting FPX onto the throne.
Wow, the boys are still celebrating on stage. The fans are still here. I actually quite like the FPX in the TSM style. FPX. I know earlier on stage, you know, they thanked Cider. They specifically called him out. Cider obviously helped them in this tournament. But I also want to thank Batty G as well, you know, just in the beginning of this year, because they gained enough points from that win to be able to qualify for champions in the end.
Is there a team ever in history, in Valorant history, that we've had to thank so many substitutes for a singular team in a singular year? That's an incredible feat. And I think Artis pointed out right at the beginning of the tournament, he said, even with subs, 1, 2 subs even, we are one of the best core teams in the world. Don't even forget it. And they have absolutely proven that.
Yeah, and I think even with Artis saying that, everybody still doubted this team, myself included. We saw the fact that they're playing with subs, and we said no, even though we had the evidence from before in Reykjavik, when they went through those qualifying runs and completely dominated that qualifier with subs.
I will say, I've learned over the years that sometimes when you interview Angel, he's gonna throw you through a loop. You're gonna be misled along the way. What I have learned is I can always believe what Artis is gonna say. Because that man predicted this from the very beginning, and then they've come through and won the tournament. So, you know what?
I do also just want motivational quotes from Angel just being spoken to me over and over.
Can you stop being so emotional?
Can you stop being so emotional?
I can't help it. I can't help it.
Wow, what a balance on the team, though, to have Angel on one side trying to force the Yoro into comps and Artis being like, well, I need you to calm down a little bit. I like it. I like the composition of the team.
Yeah, and speaking of the team, we asked you guys to vote for final time for the in-zone player of the match in the grand finals. The polls have closed, and we have a winner. This MVP goes to Zagetsu. Again, I actually think he has a record in EMEA of how many MVPs he's gotten. He has the most out of everyone.
Rightly so.
And rightly, now he has won the most important one on the international stage.
Yeah, I think he's given a few people, CNED maybe, giving him a run for his money.
Yeah,
I feel like that man seems to win everything, but no, Zagetsu, honestly, this has to be one of the best transfers in the history of all of Valorant. Like, you look at FPX and what they've achieved since this man has become or come onto the roster, they were always good. And he was the one move that took them from good to fantastic.
And people doubted that. Remember when he first came in, everyone's like, I don't understand this.
Yeah?
Yeah, and they're real silent now.
I mean, you should line up for a photo right now, because this man has not only made history, but it might be, you know, before we get to champions, whatnot, your only chance to snag that photo unless you're flying to Istanbul. So that's the big thing to crash now, yeah.
I think the funny thing about it all, too, is it comes full circle for him, because he's the one who knocked out FPX in their final attempt to go to a global tournament last year. And now he's with...
Don't remind me of that game.
Nope.
Don't remind me of that game. Don't remind
There's so much comic
We've
justice.
collectively wiped that out of our minds, I feel like, at this point.
Forever.
And we got to send off FPX, I feel like, in an appropriate way, in the HyperX reflex of the day as well. I'm glad Devi popped off, because I wanted to use the Devi intervention here with his...
So has he not suffered enough after losing this tournament? Now he had to live through that?
I feel like this is an edge. This is like a small goodbye present.
Do you know what I'll say, though? That last time, 4th place. This time, 2nd place.
Yeah, but there's a 2nd place curse.
No, screw
There's
your
a 2nd place curse.
Screw your curse.
Curse.
We had a curse that basically, if you won the 2nd pistol, you won the map, right?
And guess what?
That turned out to be BS. So let's ignore your one as well.
It turns out.
Exactly. So 4th, 2nd, that means they're going to win champions, and we'll forget all about this anyway.
I will be okay with that.
Okay with that.
It wouldn't bother me.
They stole the hearts of everybody. I think that's the important thing, right? This team comes from SCA. They go and get to that 4th place in Reykjavik. They fall the Zeta Division, other APAC brethren. And here, they just repeat the same story.
Who's stealing our hearts next time? Because it was Japan last time. Now it's SEA.
I think BBL are qualifying. BBL are qualifying to champions in front of the Turkish crowd, and everyone's going to love MDL. That is my prediction.
I appreciate you saving me for that one.
Yeah, Baller agrees. No, Baller has to say mech. You're the number one mech stand in the world.
LCQ and come into
I'm looking at Leviathan. I think they're going to be that team that's going to do some damage.
Yeah, and speaking of Leviathan, I just want to quickly get all of your favorite moments before we close out the show. What was your favorite moment in this tournament?
There's been so many.
Benkai.
Benkai walkouts.
As a human being.
Well, he did replace you in that duo and made it better.
He made up for it.
That's why you're on the desk now. I get it. I understand
I think Mitch Kai for champions.
Mitch Kai for champions. Yeah.
What about you two?
I have to go for the softball. I mean, this Grand Finals was so good. That Breeze comp from Paper Rex made it just such a good show.
Could you be less emotional, please?
Yeah, can you please take Angel's advice? What I will say is my favorite is the fact we finally have the community here with us. For the first time in Valorant history, we will get to sit here and have all of the fans live right in front of their faces that kind of history, and that's something that we haven't had yet. We get it in Istanbul again. Wow, that's incredible.
This
for
is
me.
what the game was built for, right?
Yes,
this moment right here, to have fans in the arena, to watch this wonderful esport, this is what the game was built for.
Well, Masters Copenhagen may be coming to a close, but our story doesn't end here. Over the next month, we'll have our last chance qualifiers with teams all over the world fighting for one of the 6 last available spots at Valorant Champions in Istanbul this September. Here are all of the teams that have qualified so far. If you want to join us in Istanbul and see any of these players there, this is already stacked, and I cannot imagine how stacked it's going to be after LCQ.
I can't even look at EMEA LCQ right now. Like, just after today, I'm like, I don't even want to think about that because I have absolutely no idea.
It's a mess.
Oh, yes, but Shroud over at NA. Shroud.
Just but Shroud. That's what you used to say to get people excited. Yeah.
I'm super excited for the East Asia, Japan LCQ, essentially, with Korea. That one is going to be insane. We get to see Northeption again. We get to see some of the other Japan Rising and going head-to-head against Korea and China as well. It's just so much fun.
We've set a precedent at this tournament that we have had the strongest global esport in tactical FPS history. We've never had this many regions be able to vie for that top spot. Imagine champions. I'm telling you right now, I need a month break. I need to sit back and then prepare my body for what champions will bring me. You guys have got LCQ. I've already fallen down 8 stairs before, so I need to chill out before we got champions.
Yeah, I cannot wait for that. Thank you so much, you guys, for joining me. Thank you to everyone for watching at home as well. Congratulations to FPX once again. They are your Masters Copenhagen winners. But that is all the time we have left. We're going to see you guys in Istanbul.
Yeah.
We are coming to you live from Copenhagen for day 1 of the 2nd Valorant Masters. 12 of the world's best teams are all gathered here in Denmark to represent their regions. But most importantly, it is the right to call themselves the best team in the world.
You can feel the tension. You can feel it.
Oh, it's good to be back, Mike. It's good to be back.
What better time than to be on this stage fighting for playoffs?
That is an absolute disgrace! The stakes haven't been any higher than they are right now in this tournament.
I thought I was safe.
What was that?
What would you do for a Valorant pro player in need?
Northeption have another life in the tournament, and it's Socia that gets sent home.
I think you guys remember this from Champions.
Oh,
North America.
One enemy remaining.
Denouncing the new era. An Optic, stay alive. This time we have a difference.
Oh!
I'm done. I am on the NA hype train.
Oh, sorry. Need a moment. That was disgusting.
Every single day, Durka's tweets go unseen and neglected.
They're such nerds.
FPX, stay alive. Guild, crumble under the pressure.
The shots land, and Paper Rex are going to the upper final.
Why are you quiet? Yell! Say something, please! And maybe everyone expected Fnatic to make it into the top 4, but That was not a given, not by any means.
Oh, hey, look at us. If truth be told, that's the skinniest I've ever looked.
That's the sexiest I've ever looked.
Right now, there is an egg who needs you out here.
Jess, where did you get this chicken from?
Was that a chicken?
Pizza.
Chicken market.
Nightmares reoccurring for DRX because FPX looks stronger today. The crowd calls an FPX answer.
After that game, I realized that BCJ Chicken would probably only be in town for the next few days, so I got chicken for us all.
All right, boys, let's do some reach-ups. Nice and slow, because we don't want to build a sweat.
I look like I should be in the county of Gloucestershire solving crime.
You can make a difference, and maybe one day Durka will make a difference in your life too.
Oh, that's just ridiculous. And now for something completely different.
Orders, please. Orders, please.
Oh, I get the headshot. Can you hear that? Headshot. You better watch out, PaperX, yo. Headshot. I get the headshot. Go kill. Mr. Go kill. After go kill. Enzo with a 0, go kill. Can you hear that?
Now, back to your regularly scheduled programming.
We started with 12 of the world's finest teams, and now we're down to our final 4.
This is the defending champions versus the challengers. Can they do this in front of that crowd?
My ace, please! My ace, please! Forsaken gets the ace.
Our first ever global crowd ace.
Heart still beating, still feasting, still eating. History books have a finite amount of pages, and PaperX's story is not done yet.
There it is. Look at you right there.
I have a question for you, though.
Yes?
Where's Tom gone? He was supposed to be up here. You were playing a second ago. What's
The greatest EMEA rivalry comes down to this.
Enzo, come fight.
Tight in this corner, they know he's there. Another missed shot, and somehow he's come out with 4. The turret even finishes it from the ace.
FPX have done it, and they're going on in this tournament, eliminating Fnatic. I've been walking on water.
That's supposed to be me!
Optic have never beaten an EMEA team before. Will the curse be broken today?
Who's that? Tombiz? Sideshow?
Is he falling asleep?
FPX force Optic to bend the knee here. And they look untouchable.
Let's go.
And FPX will make it to the grand finals.
What's happening, Tom?
I've just had a really bad day.
This is it. The grand finals between PaperX and FPX. It's time to crown our Masters Copenhagen winners right now.
Sipping at the fountain of youth out of his Red Bull cup, it seems. This guy is just insane.
Okay, boys, focus. It's not gonna be easy game.
And the confidence is there. This guy wants to claim the ace.
One enemy remaining.
Socks, shoes, get them back on.
Let's go. You got a game to play, son.
These players are just too sharp right now.
Zagetsu! What a monster!
PaperX looking for a rebuttal, looking to send this to a fifth.
Hey! Let's go, boys!
Boys, be less emotional, okay?
No. Last player standing.
One remaining. 4 kills for the final blow.
And Sugetsu delivers the killing blow, putting FPX onto the throne.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Masters Copenhagen champions, Fun Plus Phoenix!
Okay. Okay.